Oh, well, hello there. Come to hear the Legend of Lefty, eh? Of course you have. Why else would you be here? Go ahead. Settle down. Relax. You're going to be here a while and you look exhausted. I mean, I can't actually see you from here, but I assume you're tired. We live in stressful times, after all. Most people are tired these days, and they don't end up here listening to me unless they've had an especially stressful day. So go ahead, lean back, close your eyes. I'll try to make this as enjoyable as possible. Long ago, on the island continent of Att, there were 5 great nations which lived in a delicate balance, until one day there arose a great and powerful evil, a magical force of tyranny and destruction that waged a dark war against the nations of Att and threw the entire island into chaos. Legends tell that when all hope seemed lost, a lone hero rose up to oppose the darkness. A great warrior whose strength and cunning united the nations of Att, freed its people from the cold winds of death, and brought about an age of unparalleled peace and prosperity. That hero's name was not Lefty, because Lefty is still alive, and like I said, this happened long ago. Try and keep up here. The Legend of Lefty takes place after that, in that age of peace and prosperity I mentioned. It's important to have context, you see, to know what kind of world that Lefty was raised in. He grew up at a time when all the great evils had been defeated, and all the great nations were united. The various peoples of Att lived free and prosperous lives, for the most part. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were still some bandits, and bigots, and a fair amount of political strife. Some people wallowed in poverty, while others lived lives of splendor. But thanks to that hero, there was no war, no famine, no monsters to threaten your family. All in all, it was a pretty good time to be alive, if not a bit boring. And you see, therein lay the problem. Lefty could not abide boredom. He was a man of action, a man of courage and curiosity, who was strong and cunning in his own right. He was the kind of man who would have made a great warrior in an age that still needed warriors. But there were no more armies in Att, no more lands to conquer. Unfortunately, Lefty was not born into interesting times, but he was determined to make them interesting. The things he did would go on to be legendary, of course. That's why I'm telling a story about him. His actions are why I'm here, and why you're stuck in here with me. So, listen closely. You might learn something important. Chapter 1. The Land of the Sand Miners. Lefty once told me that he didn't truly start living until the day he left home. Ask him what he was like growing up, and he'd tell you that he didn't really have a personality back then. That he didn't become Lefty until he abandoned his birthplace and experienced the wider world. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true, but the legend has to start somewhere, and it might as well be on that day in that town. It was called Ashtab, and I can think of no better way to describe it than to say it's in the middle of nowhere. Usually that phrase is meant as a metaphor, but in this case it was literal. Ashtab had been built in the middle of the Golden Desert, a vast sandy wasteland nearly devoid of all life. It lay on the southern tip of Att, cut off from the ocean by towering rocky cliffs, and cut off from the rest of the continent by the Grungle Mountains. No road or river led to Ashtab, and few maps marked its existence. Their only contact with the outside world came in the form of a single trade route with another small town that was almost as strange. That town, known as Opprobrium, lay just on the other side of the mountains, and for now the only thing you need to know is that the inhabitants of Opprobrium had a certain fixation. An absolutely insatiable desire for the one and only resource that the desert dwellers had in abundance. Sand. They loved sand, couldn't get enough of it, and for reasons unknown even to me, they didn't mine it themselves. So, once a month, the entire Ashtabian merchant guild, all 8 of them, would load up their carts with barrels of sand and haul them to the foot of the mountains, where traders from Opprobrium would meet to exchange it for food, water, wood, metal, cloth, and anything else the Ashtabians needed. It was through this trade alone that the small desert town managed to sustain itself, though the amount of sand needed was excessive. It required that every citizen work as a sand miner, which almost sounds like a respectable profession, but in truth it was more of a chore than a job. You'd go out into the dunes with a shovel and a barrel, and you'd use the former to fill the latter. It's not especially difficult or technical. A child could do it. In fact, children did do it. Residents of Ashtab became sand miners as soon as they were strong enough to hold a shovel. They started with small barrels, of course, but every year they graduated to a larger one, until, at the age of 19, they became an adult in the eyes of the town, and were granted an adult-sized barrel, along with an adult job, which they were expected to perform in addition to sand mining. And while Ashtab had 2 doctors, a cobbler, a blacksmith, some merchants obviously, and a handful of masons, most of its citizens were guards. You see, Ashtab was built in the middle of nowhere for a reason. The people who founded the town, well, let's say they valued their privacy. They considered their settlement to be a treasure, and they did not want to share that treasure with the outside world. And though the original settlers were dead by the time of our story, their descendants carried on that legacy, almost like it had been drilled into their heads since birth. Duty is the word I associate most with Ashtab. It was all they had. Most places have art and culture, a heritage that gets passed down from generation to generation. But the citizens of Ashtab were only given 3 things by their ancestors: a life, a town, and a duty to use that life to protect that town. And whether it was due to isolation and indoctrination, or the simple fact that there was nothing else to do in the middle of nowhere, the people of Ashtab did their duty. They were devoted to defending the treasure of the desert, no matter the cost. That's why they built a wall around their town, and why they used most of their population to guard that wall. Standing 9 hands tall and wide enough for 2 men to walk atop it side by side, the wall was nothing to scoff at. It was made of yellow adobe brick, which were not only sturdy, but matched the color of the surrounding sand, making the town difficult to spot from afar. Or at least, it would have, if not for all the guards standing on top of it. Patrols were kept up night and day, you see, dozens of figures marching ever vigilant across its surface, and you could see the light reflecting off their spears and shields from a distance, even in the moonlight. This was the strange world that Lefty was born into. The second child of 2 guards, he seemed destined to one day join them on the wall. And in the meantime, He was a sand miner like everyone else, traveling into the desert on a daily basis to shovel up the dunes one barrel at a time. That was his life, and while he didn't exactly like it, he didn't hate it either, because he didn't like or hate much of anything. For you see, in order to have preferences, one must first have options, and Lefty had none. He had to do his duty. There was no other choice. His feelings about it didn't matter. By the time he was 18, he felt as though he had lived 100 years in Ashtab, and yet experienced nothing. There were people, sure, family and even friends, but they were all just as numb as he was, all trapped in the same endless monotony. There was never anything to discuss because nothing ever happened. The job of sand mining left plenty of free time, but what could you do with that time when there was nothing to do? He simply existed. He lived a life, bathed in perpetual boredom. So he left. There was nothing dramatic about it. No great fights, no sad goodbyes. I'm not even sure he planned it. It happened on a day like any other. Lefty walked out into the dunes to mine some sand, and just kept walking. He ditched his barrel in the wastes and headed towards the mountain range in the distance, with nothing but the clothes on his back, a bit of water, and his trusty shovel. This decision would kick off a series of events that would later be described as legendary. In the days to come, he would journey across the breadth of the kingdom and rewrite history as we knew it. He'd face unstoppable monsters, overcome impossible obstacles, and master a type of magic he didn't even know existed yet. Warfare, politics, society itself, and the science of acoustics all would be revolutionized before he was done. And in the process, Lefty would end up affecting the lives of everyone in the known world, for better or worse. This day, when Lefty chose to abandon his hometown, it would prove to be the second most significant day of his entire life. The most significant was the day he returned. But then, I'm getting ahead of myself. Chapter 2. The Talking Box. Lefty's stomach was angry. He had embarked on his journey without any food, assuming he'd be able to scavenge something along the way. But after walking all day, he had seen nothing but sand and the occasional rock, neither of which he considered edible. His stomach had tried to warn him when he set out. It had reminded him that he'd find no meat or vegetation out among the dunes, because nothing lived in the golden desert. But the young man had brushed it aside, assuring his stomach that he'd figure something out later. Well, now it was later, and his empty gut wouldn't shut up about how right it had been. Soon his throat started complaining as well. He had brought water with him, of course, but that had run out hours ago, leaving him almost as thirsty as he was hungry. Eventually the sun set, as it is prone to doing, and his spine chimed in with its own grievances. It was tingling with fear. Some primitive part of his mind was growing increasingly anxious at the thought of being out here, in the wilderness, alone after dark. His rational mind pointed out that the only reason he was so hungry was because nothing lived in the golden desert, deadly or otherwise. But that didn't silence the nagging. Before long, even his muscles began to groan in protest, which came as a surprise to Lefty. He was a strong young man, well-toned from a lifetime of physical labor out in the desert. He hadn't expected walking to strain his legs to the point of discontent, but doing it for hours on an empty stomach had them aching like he was on the edge of exhaustion. Together, his various body parts were all sending him the same simple message. He should turn back. He could die out here if he kept marching into the night. It was foolish to leave home in the first place, and it was even more foolish to do so without any plan or preparation. But in a sign of things to come, Lefty ignored his body's warnings and continued marching anyway. He was not the kind of person to be scared off by a simple little thing like death. In fact, it didn't even slow him down. Despite being half-starved and a quarter dehydrated, the young man walked quickly and with purpose. Though his tan skin was well adapted to the desert sun, he still preferred the night time. It was refreshing, the way the cool wind blew gently through his mop of messy black hair. He was free out here, free from duty and all the monotony that it brings. Even if he did collapse into the sand and die of hunger, that would at least be a new experience, which was motivation enough for someone as profoundly bored as Lefty was. Plus, making progress was easier now than it had been. At first the sand was loose and deep, making each step a chore, but now he was walking on a foundation of stone with just a thin sandy coating that crunched underneath his boots. Despite his simple peasant clothing, Lefty's stride was almost noble, like a proud warrior marching into battle, one arm swinging in a wide arc, while the other held his shovel propped up on his shoulder like a weapon. Fatigue could not stop him. Lefty held his head high, keeping his eyes on the goal he had set for himself, the Grungle Mountains. When he had started walking that morning, they were naught but a blurry ridge in the distance. Now they loomed over him, their shape blocking the stars, creating a jagged void that cut the sky in two. Some might have found this darkness unsettling, but the approaching void gave him a sense that he was at least making some progress. He would reach the mountains before morning, as long as he didn't stop, and that alone gave him some hope. Well, that and the red light. You see, just as the sun had started settling, Lefty had spotted a small red flicker off in the distance. In his rather limited experience, lights were usually made by people, and people usually kept food nearby. With nothing else to go on, he decided to head towards that flickering dot, hoping that whoever was responsible for it, they weren't nearly as hungry or as aimless as he was. Lefty was, of course, correct in his assumptions. As he grew closer, the red twinkle became a small bonfire which had been built up against a cliff face at the foot of the mountains. And around that fire were 3 hefty figures cast in silhouette. Fortunately for Lefty, all 3 of these figures were, in fact, amateur chefs, perfectly capable of serving him a warm meal. Unfortunately for Lefty, the trio were also grumpsters of the highest caliber, who would sooner spit in his general direction than offer him any assistance. Sadly, he wouldn't learn either of these facts until it was far too late. Not that there wasn't some warning. The sounds that emanated from the group would have caused most travelers to, at least, proceed with caution. Slurred conversation, punctuated by coarse language and harsh laughter, was echoing across the wastes. It was the telltale sign of a drunken celebration, which is often harmless, but not always. Drunks are unpredictable, and in this case it would have been obvious to most people that the men partying here were deeply, profoundly drunk. But Lefty was not like most people. Very little alcohol made its way into Ashtab, so he had no idea what to expect. And to be honest, knowing him as I do now, he probably would have continued without hesitation, even if he did understand the risks. As he drew closer, he could make out the figures more clearly. All three were large, chunky men who were obviously older than he was, though not elderly by any means. Strangely, they were not gathered around the fire itself, but instead around a small box which lay on the ground a few hands away. It was a little larger than Lefty's head, and looked to be some kind of wooden chest. One of the men had his foot propped up on it, rocking it slowly back and forth as he talked jovially to the others. There didn't seem to be anything special about the box, until suddenly the figure cocked his foot back and kicked it, sending the cube tumbling across the sandy rocks. It was only then that Lefty heard a fourth voice, small and muffled, emanating from inside the box. If Lefty had been less exhausted, he would have quickened his pace towards the strange party and their box of mystery. But he was exhausted, so he continued walking at the same pace, observing the scene with ever-increasing clarity as he grew closer. Whatever was in the little chest, it clearly wasn't happy. This was due, in no small part, to the fact that the intoxicated men kept kicking the box. Every few moments one of them would step forward and deliver a swift boot that sent the cube bouncing across the clearing. This resulted in the muffled voice letting out a series of angry shouts and colorful curses, which the men, in their drunken state, found absolutely hilarious. Lefty did not. He frowned deeply. Soon he was close enough that he could hear the voice in the box more clearly, but that only deepened his frown. Whatever it was, it sounded old and wise, yet small at the same time. It was speaking the common tongue he knew, but with a strange accent he would only later learn was from the lost continent of Tis. It reminded him of his grandfather, a kind elderly man with a similar accent, whom Lefty could just barely remember. He had been a very small child when the old man had passed, but he still had fond memories of Grandpa telling stories. It was one of the few times in Lefty's life that he could ever recall being entertained. Perhaps that's why his fists began to clench as he approached the ring of light cast by the bonfire. He couldn't help but imagine that there was a miniature old man inside that box, a tiny little grandpa who was being mercilessly tormented by a group of much larger men. This time his walking speed did increase. He was not accustomed to the feelings of anger, and even less accustomed to controlling it. A flash of rage consumed him as he stepped into the light, and without thinking, he shouted at the men. "Hey," he said in a low, flat voice. It's worth mentioning that Lefty's never been an emotive fellow. Even now, he's often described as being monotone in his delivery, and back then it was even worse, if you can believe it. He was trying to express anger, perhaps instill fear, but his shout was annoying at best, and the awkward cough that followed it didn't help. He sounded weak and pathetic. Hours without water will do that to you. Needless to say, the group of aggressive drunks did not appreciate their uninvited guest. Merriment ceased, and a silence struck the valley. Their echoes of laughter slowly faded, replaced only by the ominous crackling of the fire. Stop doing that," Lefty added after a moment, gesturing half-heartedly towards the box with his free hand. By this point, the light of the sun had completely abandoned the desert, casting everything in long, dark shadows. With their backs to the bonfire, the three figures in their box remained silhouettes, now wreathed in flickering red and orange. Lefty's sudden intrusion was as surprising as it was unwanted, and with a combination of fear and annoyance coursing through their veins, all three of them quickly forgot about the box and turned their focus entirely on him. I'll spare you the words they spouted as they strode towards Lefty, partially because the ones I understood were quite vulgar, but mostly because it's difficult to transcribe the slurred speech of 3 drunken men shouting at the same time. Besides, what they actually said wasn't important. It was clear from the way they said it that they had a problem with Lefty. And while a few simple words may have started that problem, words were not going to be the solution. Now, as I said earlier, Lefty had abandoned Ashtab before becoming a guard. He had 0 combat training. So believe me when I say he had every reason to turn around and flee into the darkness. Even in his exhausted state, he could have outrun those stumbling drunks. And even if he hadn't been exhausted, fighting 3 men at once would have been a difficult task for anyone. But the thought of turning back never even occurred to Lefty. That's just the kind of guy he is. Oh, and also he was very, very angry. Perhaps the angriest he had ever been up to that point. He didn't know what was going on with the voice in the box, but he knew he didn't like it. Someone was being wronged. Someone needed help. And according to him, that was when he first realized that he could help. That he could be heroic. At that moment, an idea clicked into place. His actions could have meaning. He could impact the world around him. He could do something other than just passively defend his town. He could be proactive. He could attack. And though he didn't know it until that very moment, he wanted that more than anything. That was why he had left home. Which is why, despite his exhaustion, despite his inexperience, and despite being outnumbered 3-1, he tightened his grip on that shovel and stepped forward. Grabbing it with both hands, he lifted the familiar tool in a way he never had before, and swung with all his might at the figure nearest to him. And in that moment, something else clicked into place. Lefty realized that it is really satisfying to hit people, especially when those people deserve it. He understood that as soon as he felt the flat end of his shovel connect with the head of the man closest to him. There was a fantastic clanging sound as iron struck something much harder than the loose sand Lefty was used to. The sound bounced off the nearby stone of the mountains as a delightful shock traveled through the wooden handle and up into his arms. It was electric. His eyes lighted up as he felt the rewarding sensation of justified violence. Seconds later, the sensation ended, dissipating like the echo that reverberated out across the desert night. The overweight man fell limp to the ground with a soft plop. 1 down. For half a moment the other 2 drunks stood in stunned silence, perhaps realizing for the first time that they had picked a fight with someone wielding a large, blunt object. All they had were their fists and a half-empty bottle of booze. This wouldn't be as one-sided as they expected, at least not in their favor. But before their inebriated minds could decide if they should try and throw their booze at the stranger, or formulate some words that might calm him down, Lefty charged. He raised his shovel again and let out a cry that was halfway between joy and anger. It had been very satisfying to attack their friend, and he was eager to see if he'd get the same satisfaction from attacking them. He did. They tried to fight back. The bottle hit Lefty in his thigh, and one of them managed to scratch his hand. But with the shovel's reach and their slowed reflexes, they didn't stand a chance. A few more clangs echoed off the mountains, and the pair joined their companion in the sand, the orange light dancing across their motionless forms as they lay there like rocks. Lefty stood triumphant, breathing heavy, his heart racing with excitement as the warmth of the fire rolled over him. For a moment, he simply stood there, Whatever his plan had been this morning, it certainly didn't involve fighting anyone. But now that he was sure it was something he wanted to do again. He looked down at the shovel in his hands, as if he was seeing it for the first time, viewing that familiar tool in an entirely different light. He had a future now. He had potential. Perhaps there were other people out there that he could also smack upside the head. Who knows? This moment of oddly violent introspection was broken by the sound of a tiny elderly voice coughing not far away. A second later it spoke, sounding wary and uncertain. "Hey," it said cautiously. "What's, going on out there? Someone want to, let me out of here, maybe?" Lefty stood for a second, staring at the abandoned chest. "Yeah, sure," he said, casually dropping his shovel to the ground as he went over to where the box lay and opened it. Chapter 3. Old Blue and the Food Tabernacle. As Lefty drifted back towards Ashtab, he found himself hoping that he wouldn't run into anyone. He knew there would be countless questions for him. They would ask him why he had left, where he had been, why he had abandoned his duty, and the young man had no desire to explain himself to anyone. All he wanted to do was return home quietly and relax. He knew that would be impossible, of course. The town was guarded night and day by half the population. He'd never make it to his house without being confronted. But he wished that he could. Wished it with every fiber of his being. And to his complete surprise, his wish came true. For the first time in his life, not a single guard walked the yellow wall surrounding Ashtab. It was surreal. The wall always had guards. Seeing the town without them was like looking down at his hand to find several fingers missing. It should have been shocking, frightening even. But Lefty didn't mind at all. Walking through the gates and into the town proper, he found it similarly empty. The entire village was devoid of people and more quiet than it had ever been. The only sound was a soft wind whistling through the abandoned streets and his own footsteps echoing on stone. To most people this would have been eerie. At the very least, most people would have been curious about what had happened. But Lefty just smiled. Everyone was gone. He didn't care how or why. He was just glad that he wouldn't have to deal with them. The young man walked casually through the empty town, his steps almost bouncy with joy. He made no attempt to investigate the missing townsfolk, and instead headed directly towards his cozy little home. It was a tiny thing, only 2 rooms, but one of them contained the hammock that he slept in. He practically jumped into it as soon as he arrived, landing on his back and letting it slowly rock him side to side. It was good to be back in this familiar place, to simply relax and enjoy the quiet solitude of life, without having to worry about duty or the people who talked of it endlessly. As he lay there, swinging back and forth, staring idly at the coarse ceiling above him, he felt at peace with the world. This was what he had always wanted. Silence. The town was his. And then Lefty woke up. He looked around at the ornate stone walls of the food tabernacle surrounding him, and then over at Old Blue resting nearby. He didn't recognize either of these things. For a moment he was probably more confused than you are, because not only did he not remember where he was or how he had gotten there, but he had just woken up from the first dream he had ever experienced. and despite what he had heard about the fantastical nature of dreams, this one had been pretty boring, especially compared to the amazing reality he had awoken to. He was in some kind of ancient, ornate temple carved from brownish limestone, and seated next to him was a small creature that looked kind of like a cat wearing an eye patch. The disoriented young man studied his surroundings for quite some time, his face a mask of groggy confusion as he tried to shake the sleep from his mind and remember exactly what was going on. Eventually, the critter next to him looked up and saw Lefty's expression. "Are you all right, lad?" he asked kindly. The words were like a catalyst, jump-starting Lefty's brain. The strange dream drifted to the back of his mind as the details of what had actually happened came to claim their rightful place in the front of his memory. 12 hours earlier, he had knelt in the sand in front of a bonfire. He had just beaten 3 men with his shovel, all to rescue a mysterious voice that emanated from inside a small wooden box. Working carefully, he undid the latch, opened the lid, and freed the trapped creature inside. That creature was me. Sorry I didn't properly introduce myself earlier. I figured it was best to just jump into things. My name is Old Blue, and I am one of the last remaining Kickens. I witnessed Lefty's adventures first-hand, more or less, and he has tasked me with telling his legend. That being said, we have to take a little detour here. I promise I'll return to my storytelling voice soon, but first I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. For context, you see. Not to toot my own horn, but I end up being pretty influential in the Legend of Lefty. So if you want to understand that tale, it helps to know a little about the tragedy of Old Blue. I mean, for starters, I'm willing to bet that you don't even know what a Kicken looks like. It's possible you've never even heard of us before, which is unfortunate, but understandable. If calling myself one of the last Kickens didn't tip you off, we are exceedingly rare these days. Only a handful of us still exist, and we tend to be hidden away in boxes by the larger folk. It's a shame, really, but there's not much we can do about that. We Kickens are much weaker than the other races of Att. Not only are we significantly smaller than them, but we have no thumbs, or hands, or tentacles even. Just these stubby little wings that allow us to fly about as well as a chicken can. You know, poorly. At best we can hover for a few seconds. We do have feet, of course, 2 of them even, but they are stout webbed things, more suited to water than land. We can walk on land, but not very quickly or for very long. We're top-heavy, you see. In fact, you could say all we are is top. If I had to describe a Kicken to someone who's never seen one before, I'd say to imagine the head of an adorable cat. And then stop imagining, because that's essentially all we are. Just a head with little feet where you might expect a neck to be, and wings on the side where you might expect human ears to be. Or our actual ears are on the top, by the way, like most felines. Now, as you might imagine from that description, Kickens are far from apex predators. To be truthful, we can scarcely fend for ourselves at all, which is why we've traditionally relied on the other, more handy races of Att to care for us. As to why anyone would want to care for a Kicken, well, we're adorable for one. I mean, I certainly am. Golden brown fur with dark reddish feathers. Oh, and you should see how I style them. The ones on my chin are like a little beard, and they match the color of my eye patch. But more importantly, we're valued for our intelligence. What we lack physically, we more than make up for mentally. In addition to the gift of speech, Kickens possess an absolutely flawless memory. Once we see or hear something, we'll never forget it for as long as we live. Which is especially impressive considering just how long Kickens can live. I've been around at least a few hundred years, and I used to have associates who are well over 1,000. It's hard to say for certain if we're truly immortal because violence can end a Kicken's life quite easily. And unfortunately for most of my kin, it has. Regardless, our long lives and perfect memory, combined with our natural affinity for the spoken word, made Kickens very valuable to individuals of wealth and power. Long ago we were actually a status symbol, if you can believe it. Rich families would keep Kickens around for generations, using them as record keepers, personal assistants, storytellers. Our ability to remember everything and recall it with absolute clarity made us an invaluable resource, at least until the Dark War and the genocide. But I suppose that's a story for another time. For now, let's go back to the first meeting of Lefty and Old Blue. As stated previously, he was a particularly handsome little Kicken, though you'd scarcely be able to tell if you saw him that night. After being trapped in a box for days without any proper hygiene, he was an absolute mess. His fur was coated in sand and dust, his feathers were severely ruffled, and worst of all, his bright red eye patch was completely misaligned, exposing the ugly disfigured area where his right eye used to be. He had spent the last few days in that pitch-black prison, so even the dim light from the nearby fire seemed bright by comparison. He looked miserably up at Lefty, squinting with his one good eye, disoriented and frightened, at the mercy of a stranger, and uncertain of what to say. Lefty spoke first. "Are you okay?" "No," replied Old Blue. "Oh," responded Lefty. For a few seconds they just kind of stared at each other. "But I'd be better if you got me out of here," the Kicken said cautiously. "Oh, yeah, sure," Lefty said, before reaching in to gingerly lift the little guy out of his box. He set him on the ground and then removed his hands cautiously, as if he were afraid he'd break the creature. "Like that?" Lefty asked. "Yes, thank you, lad," said Old Blue. "I'll spare you the finer details of the conversation that followed. Though this meeting would echo throughout history and eventually lead to life-altering changes for everyone on the continent, you wouldn't have known it at the time. Both of them were exhausted, confused, and slightly discombobulated. So much so that even calling their exchange a conversation is a bit of a stretch. It was mostly awkward pauses, broken up by the occasional sentence. Aside from their names, the only information the two managed to exchange was stuff you already know by now. Old Blue learned that Lefty had fought the chefs, and Lefty received an even more abridged explanation of what a Kicken was. He had more questions, of course. Lefty was always an inquisitive young man, but Blue told him that would have to wait. He was suffering from a massive headache at the moment, which is especially awful when you're mostly ahead. "Later, lad. I'll explain everything later, just for now, we need a plan." Lefty agreed. Despite their limited communication, the two of them quickly realized they shared a few common goals. They were both very tired, both exceedingly hungry, and neither wanted to be around when the trio of drunks got back up. Given their situation, it didn't take them long to decide that they should work together. Old Blue knew where they could rest up, sate their hunger, and hide from their enemies all at the same time. And Lefty, well, he was a tall man with functioning arms and legs. Together they were an unstoppable duo. At Old Blue's command, the former sand miner lifted the dirty kickin' up onto his head and sat him in his mess of black hair. With their simple roles established, they set out on their adventures. It was about this time that Lefty learned from his new companion that the men he had fought earlier were amateur chefs, and that their location was not merely some random camping spot. Not far away, just on the other side of the bonfire in fact, stood an ornate metallic door built right into the side of the stone cliff face that towered over them. Turns out they were right next to the back entrance of the food tabernacle. Now at the time, Lefty knew very little about magic, and even less about the 10 tabernacles of Scaevolis, so that name meant nothing to him. Fortunately, majestic architecture is a kind of language all its own, so he didn't really have to understand. As soon as he opened that door and looked inside, it was clear he was somewhere special. Before his eyes lay a long cyclopean hallway, far larger than the door he had opened. 5 men could have easily walked shoulder to shoulder with room to spare, and the vaulted ceiling was so high that he could barely see it from the ground. The grand hallway stretched on for hundreds of hands in front of him, before emptying into a chamber that was somehow even grander. Just glancing at it from the doorway, Lefty could make out at least 5 floors, each with a balcony that looked out into the main room. And all of this was carved directly into the solid stone of the mountain itself. The young man went slack-jawed with amazement. The food tabernacle was a true marvel of engineering. It would have been a wondrous sight for anyone to behold, but for a poor sand miner, who had only ever seen simple adobe homes and a moderately sized wall, it was simply breathtaking. And that was only half the story. For you see, the majesty of the tabernacle was matched only by its complete and utter state of disrepair. Works of graffiti, both small and large, vulgar and artistic, covered its finely crafted stone walls. Dirt and garbage from every source imaginable littered the floor, providing food for countless vermin. As the metal door closed behind them, a clang echoed down the hallway that sent dozens of bears, some nearly as tall as Lefty's shin, scurrying out from under the trash and into the darkness for safety. The extreme contrast hit Lefty like a gust of frigid air. Unlike his hometown, a lot of stuff had clearly happened here. People had come and gone. Culture had shifted dramatically. There was a sense of history in this place, and he could feel the cold weight of it pressing down on him. It slowed his steps to a crawl, and he walked the hallway in solemn awe, despite his eagerness to find food. "What is this place?" Lefty said out loud. "I told you, lad, it's the food tabernacle," Old Blue replied. "But, what is the food tabernacle?" Old Blue sighed and almost said something mean. I'll tell you later, lad. Just keep going. We have to focus." Had Lefty been a little less hungry, he might have paused to examine this grand monument regardless, or continued to ask Old Blue questions about it. But at the end of the day, he was just a little more hungry than curious, so he pushed his questions into the back of his mind and marched forward. This decision was aided in no small part by the strangely delicious smell that came wafting at him from down the hallway. Following his nose led him to a small room that was built into the main chamber. Inside he found a disorganized mess that was clearly newer than the rest of the garbage outside. Adventuring necessities like bedrolls, rucksacks, and spare clothing were scattered around haphazardly, as were an inordinate amount of cooking supplies. It was among that pile that he located the source of the delicious scent. It was coming from a small makeshift oven, which sat at the far end of the room. Red-hot coals were still smoldering inside, heating a pan which contained 2 freshly baked loaves of bread. "This was their camp," Old Blue explained. "Those chefs who locked me up." "Grumpsters," Lefty mumbled under his breath. For a moment the two stood awkwardly, staring at the supplies. Then, without any debate, the two unanimously agreed that those men did not deserve such nice things, and with no remorse whatsoever, they promptly stole everything they wanted from their camp. At Old Blue's direction, Lefty quickly stuffed everything they'd need to survive for a few days into one of the empty rucksacks, before using a pair of nearby oven mitts to grab the entire tray of bread. While it may have been tempting for the hungry duo to simply eat it right there, Old Blue reminded his new companion that the chefs might regain consciousness in return at any moment. In the flickering light of the bonfire, it had been difficult to tell how injured they were, but if even one of them woke up, they could make serious trouble for the two of them. It would be much wiser to put some distance between themselves and their enemies before relaxing. As tired as Lefty was, he agreed. And so, the two of them delved deeper into the Tabernacle. Lefty walked as fast as his sore body could carry him, and Blue sat atop his head like some kind of exotic hat, guiding his new companion further into the structure. The old Kicken was determined to find a location where they could set up a little camp of their own, far away from any of the entrances. The two of them walked for nearly 30 moments, mostly going up staircases and occasionally twisting through a labyrinthine maze of tunnels. Lefty's legs ached with each step, but he continued on regardless, trusting that the little ball of fur and feathers knew what he was doing. They were more than 10 floors up when Old Blue finally told the young man they could rest, pointing him towards a little room not unlike the one they had stolen from below. Lefty was breathing hard by this point, his body glistening with sweat from the exertion. He leaned against the cool stone wall as he stumbled the last few steps. With a groan, he took off his newly acquired rucksack and dropped it to the dusty ground, before joining it himself a few seconds later. Satisfied with their spot, and certain that the overweight chefs wouldn't be able to follow them up 10 flights of stairs, Old Blue fluttered down off of Lefty's head. The young man didn't even ask about the food. He simply placed the bread pan down on the ground next to him, removed one of the 2 loaves, and with a quick twist, split it in half. He took one portion for himself, while extending an equal-sized portion towards Old Blue. For half a moment, the Kicken stared back and forth between Lefty and the half loaf of bread he was being offered. He was unsure if he should be touched by his new companion's generosity, or amazed by his stupidity. Not only did Blue not have hands with which to take the bread, but the portion being offered was almost as large as he was. He was about to say something to the young man, but before he could, Lefty took a bite out of his own half of the bread, and promptly dropped Old Blue's portion to the ground. His eyes went wide, his fingers trembling, as his senses were overwhelmed with the best thing he had ever tasted. As the thin outer crust gave way with a satisfying crisp, and the warm, starchy goodness filled his mouth, the rest of the world seemed to fade away. Without hyperbole, it was like biting into a miracle. The fluffy white dough seemed to expand and fill his mouth, while simultaneously melting on his tongue like creamy butter. It seemed impossible, like eating a cloud. The bread was so light and fluffy that it required no effort to chew, and yet it filled him up as if it were hearty and robust. He was almost reluctant to swallow his first bite, thinking the sensation would fade, but instead it only grew stronger. The feeling of pure deliciousness that had rested on his tongue now expanded to fill his entire body. Lefty's leg muscles, strained and sore after so much walking, lost their ache almost immediately, the fatigue replaced by a soothing warmth that was tinged with jealousy? Yes, his legs were actually jealous of his stomach, wishing that they were part of his digestive tract so they could experience the amazing bread more directly. As the sensation faded and the world came back into focus, Lefty turned to look at Old Blue, his jaw hanging open once more, the young man unable to articulate just how mind-blowingly awesome that bread had been. The Kicken gave a little laugh. "Never had magic food before, eh?" Lefty slowly shook his head no, before taking another bite from the loaf in his hand. Old Blue smiled wide at how naive his new companion was, before leaning down to take a bite of the bread laying on the floor. "Well, if you think this is good, you should see what an actual food meister can whip up. Makes this amateur stuff seem like stale dirt." 10 moments later, having barely finished off the first loaf of bread, the two adventurers sat in a pleasant post-meal stupor, experiencing the kind of dull happiness that comes from a full belly and a thoroughly satisfying meal. With their hunger finally sated, and the sun outside having long since set, the pair decided to get some sleep. Lefty unfurled his stolen bedroll onto the cool stone floor, while Old Blue made a small makeshift nest out of a spare shirt they had grabbed. The young man still had questions, of course, but Old Blue was eager to rest in comfort for the first time in days, telling his new friend to save his questions for tomorrow. "I'll tell you all about food magic, and the entire history of the Tabernacle, and anything else you want to know, in the morning. For now, just get some sleep, lad. I'm sure you need it." He did need it, and seconds later he did exactly what Blue suggested, falling asleep and dreaming for the first time. He had woken up confused, and then Old Blue had asked him if he was all right. He was now. He smiled and nodded at his kickin' companion. Now that all the memories of the previous day had solidified in his head, he was more than all right. Because not only was he well rested, not only did he know where he was, but he also knew what time it was. It was the morning. Time for Old Blue to answer all his questions. Chapter 4. Food Magic. Our lives are a kind of magic. Deep down we are made of the same matter as the rock or the tree, and yet we are capable of movement and thought. We learn, we act, we create. It is a miracle that I am speaking to you now, a miracle which is only sustained via the 4 elemental powers: food, drink, breath, and sleep. These are the primal elements that maintain complex life, and without all 4, the magic of life ends. Therefore, these elements are magic in their own right, forces capable of creating and sustaining untold miracles. To gain mastery over them is to become a powerful mage indeed. This was how Old Blue started his explanation to Lefty. The former sand miner had asked how food magic worked, and the Kicken decided to repeat a lecture he had overheard long ago. He and the boy were still sitting in the same stone room they had camped in, high up on the 12th floor of the food tabernacle. There were no windows to confirm that the sun had actually risen, but they had slept for a while and woken up. So it was morning to them, and that was enough excuse to have breakfast. Their leftover magic bread had lost some of its potency now that it was no longer warm, but even then it still made for a hearty and energizing meal. The wise old Kicken took a bite, closed his eye to savor the supernatural flavor, and then continued the lecture, replicating the voice of the man who had spoken it a lifetime earlier. Take a moment to really consider what food is. In its simplest form, food is the fuel of life. It is the force of creation itself. Without it, you will tire, you will wither, and eventually you will die. Consume it, and the miracle that is your life continues. It is food that grows the child into the adult, food which transforms the thin into the hearty, the weak into the healthy. If life is a fire, then food is the timber, fuel for the soul itself. Lefty tilted his head slightly and looked at the bread in his hand. Huh, he said, squinting at the loaf for a few seconds before looking back at his companion. So, I've roasted meat before. Does that mean I'm a food mage? He asked with complete sincerity. Old Blue's ears twitched. He tried not to roll his eye. No, lad, not quite. The Kicken had realized last night that his savior was a bit of a bumpkin, ignorant of the wider world, to say the least. But Blue hadn't expected him to be this ignorant. Perhaps that lecture was a little too advanced. He thought back to another lesson he had overheard about food magic, one given to a much younger audience. Being a chef is like being a soldier. Anyone can pick up a sword and swing it around, even you, but you're not a soldier until you have the skill. You need to know how to use that sword. And it's the same way with cooking. Anyone can make a stew, but you're not a chef until you know how to do it just right. Lefty nodded, and Old Blue switched sources again, recalling a conversation he once overheard that seemed relevant to this lesson. You see, the strength of a dish comes mostly from the way it's prepared, not the ingredients. Take bread, for example. Any idiot can grind up some wheat and make a flatbread, but it'll taste terrible and it will barely keep you going. Give that same wheat to a chef, give 'em some time to work with it, and they'll make something that'll last you all day, maybe even all week. You're really good at that, Lefty said.
Good at what?
Blue replied. Doing all those, voices. It's neat. You've got, voice skills. Old Blue didn't know what to say. He was a Kicken. This is what they did, and if we're being completely honest, he wasn't especially good at it. Compared to his kin, he was average at best, so being complimented on it was like being told he was exceptionally good at breathing. A compliment to be sure, but an unusual one.
Oh, well, thank you, lad. I'm glad you like it, he said with a smile.
Oh, I don't like it, replied Lefty with a bluntness that took Blue aback. It's a neat trick, but I like your regular voice more, he said with the same deadpan tone. You can keep doing it if you want, but you don't have to impress me or anything. I already think you're neat. Then he took another bite of his bread. Once more, Old Blue was at a loss. His voice skills, as Lefty had called them, were one of the main reasons that people kept Kickens around to begin with. Lefty himself had admitted they were impressive, and yet he didn't care about that. He just wanted to talk with Old Blue. It was touching in a strange way. The old Kicken awkwardly thanked the lad again and took another bite of his bread to gather his thoughts. Fortunately, Lefty had another question to keep things moving along. So, what else can chefs do with food? Is there, a cheese that can make me hit things harder? Old Blue closed his eyes and prepared to launch into another lecture. But then he didn't. Instead, he took a deep breath, looked up at Lefty with his one good eye, and spoke to him directly, talking in his own voice and using his own words, rather than reciting someone else's.
No, lad. Enhanced strength is more of a drink magic thing. And you wouldn't want that anyway. It's not worth the downsides. Food magic is all about restoring and revitalizing. You know, food is fuel. It can give you energy, wipe away your fatigue, heal your injuries, stuff like that. A well-made steak might be able to put you in top condition so you can use all the strength you already have, but it won't make your muscles any bigger than they already are.
Ah, okay, Lefty said, nodding. I guess that makes sense. Can't hit stuff harder, but if I do hit hard, then it can make my arms not hurt as much.
Yeah,
Blue said warily. And how hard is it to learn this stuff? Can we make more of this bread if we follow a recipe, or do we need, like, magic hands or something?
Old Blue sighed. This was going to be a long day, but at least the boy's thoughts had drifted away from hitting things. Anyone can do magic, lad, but it's not as simple as following a recipe. It's kind of like playing an instrument.
An instrument? Lefty said, tilting his head. Like a flute?
Old Blue sighed again. Look, what I mean is, food magic, and all magics for that matter, are halfway between engineering and art. There are rules to cooking, and you have to know them well to make anything. But if you want to excel at magic, if you want to be a mage and make something special, then you also need talent, intuition, and creativity. It can't all be learned in a book, is what I'm saying, or explained in a single conversation. A lot of it you have to learn through experience, by doing it over and over again.
Ah, okay, said Lefty, pausing for a moment to ponder the words. So those guys out there were, like, really experienced and talented or whatever? He said, gesturing vaguely towards the lower floors of the Tabernacle. The Kicken's face tightened up as he thought of the 3 men who had prepared the meal they were now eating. He had been nothing but kind and professional to them, and yet they had treated him so poorly. It was infuriating. Old Blue had been trained to put his emotions aside, to not let a foul attitude ruin the good mood of his masters. But Lefty was not his master. Not yet, at least. So instead, Old Blue spat onto the floor and allowed himself to rant. "Ha! Those pathetic grumpsters are barely chefs. Cooks at best. Took 'em 3 days to make this bread, and it's barely even magical." If Lefty found this outburst shocking or annoying, he didn't show it. He just kept eating his bread, so Old Blue continued. "I know this is all new to you, lad, but trust me when I say that an actual food mage could whip up something like this in an afternoon if they wanted to. But bread like this is barely even worth their time. I've had meals that fill you up for days. I've had stew that'll keep you warm in the dead of winter, sweets that'll cure your cough in seconds, and that's just from regular mages. Any shop in the capital can sell you that stuff. Now a true food meister, there's some magic, lad. I've heard they can make meals powerful enough to bring people back from the dead. It's probably not true, but they must be able to do something amazing to start rumors like that." "Interesting," said Lefty, taking another bite of the delicious bread. He didn't sound very impressed, but Old Blue could see in his eyes that he was fascinated. The Kicken was already learning to read the boy's mannerisms. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Blue decided that this would be a good opportunity to break away from the topic of magic and address the other thing Lefty had asked about the previous night. "As for the food tabernacle, it's a monument. There's 10 of them in total,
spread all over Att, built by the legendary Scaevolas. I assume you've heard of him, right?
Yeah, he's the king, Lefty said, finishing up a mouthful of bread. Blue breathed a sigh of relief. At least the boy knew this. And then Lefty did something that made the old Kicken gasp. He held up 2 fingers on his right hand, making a Y shape and placing it over his heart. Life is duty, and duty is service to the state, he said, his voice somehow sounding even more lifeless. All praise King Scaevolas, may he reign forever, he added, before closing his 2 fingers together and giving his hand a firm shake. Who the hell taught you to do that? Old Blue said, perhaps raising his voice a bit too high. Lefty actually flinched a bit, blinking a few times before saying, everyone? I don't get it. Is that wrong? Old Blue stared in disbelief. Lad, Scaevolas hasn't reigned for a long time. Now it was Lefty's turn to stare in disbelief. What? Was all he could stammer out. And making those kind of hand gestures, these days, is likely to get you punched in the face. What? Lefty said again, but louder. Yeah, lad, closing the Y is practically an insult. It means peaceful negotiations are no longer an option. You do that anywhere on Att, and people will think you're looking for a fight. Lefty stared blankly at Blue, his mouth hanging open. But we never fight anyone. Well, tell that to those chefs out there, Old Blue replied. No, I mean before that. Back home. We do this all the time, Lefty said, rapidly opening and closing his fingers as if the Kicken had somehow forgotten. It's like a greeting, I don't know. Everyone just does it, you know. Good morning, life is duty, sleep well? Yeah, glory to Scaevolas, the latrine needs cleaning again. Every day it's the same old... Lefty stopped mid-sentence, as if being struck by something. Wait, did you say he's not even king anymore? How did that happen? Who's the king now? Do I even have duty? Old Blue sighed. They were going to be here a while. Chapter 5. The Mad King's Tabernacles. Long ago, on the island continent of Att, there were 5 great nations which lived in a delicate balance, until one day there arose a great and powerful evil, a magical force of tyranny and destruction that waged a dark war against the nations of Att, and threw the entire island into chaos. Legends tell that when all hope seemed lost, a lone hero rose up to oppose the darkness. A great warrior whose strength and cunning united the nations of Att, freed its people from the cold winds of death, and brought about an age of unparalleled peace and prosperity. That hero's name was Scaevolas, and in the aftermath of the Dark War, the victorious armies of Att declared him king of the entire continent. This was how Old Blue began his explanation of the Tabernacles to Lefty. He could have conveyed the information less dramatically, but the young man was on the verge of an existential crisis and needed a distraction. After all, he had just learned that the first 18 years of his life had been predicated on false information. Most people don't take that kind of news well, and Lefty was no exception. Old Blue could see the telltale signs of panic creeping over his human companion's face, and launched into an entertaining tale that would hopefully soften the blow while educating him at the same time. Fortunately, the former sand miner had not heard many stories in his short life, and never from a true bard like Blue, which meant it didn't take much to mesmerize him. Already the tension was leaving his shoulders as he sat back down on the floor and listened to the Kicken speak. At first, The reign of Scaevolas was everything the people could have hoped for. Despite his fierceness in battle, the hero king was a wise man and a kind soul. He organized his new kingdom around the noble ideals of equality, harmony, and justice. He created a senate so that his subjects could have a voice in the government. He put together a corps of guards to patrol the cities and roads so that peace would be maintained for all. And he rewrote the law of the land so that every citizen, regardless of race or birth, was granted basic rights. The nobility had their grumbles, as they often do, but no one dared challenge the hero of the Dark War. And so it was that for the first time in history, the various peoples of Att were forged into one unified kingdom that worked for the benefit of all. Even the Pentoids, who had allied themselves with the forces of darkness, were shown forgiveness by the king, and allowed to join this new union. Those first few years were truly miraculous. It was as if the twin spirits of hope and cooperation had possessed the entire population. All across Att, people were spurred to not only rebuild what they had lost in the war, but to go even further. From the frozen north to the southern desert, new towns, new roads, and new monuments were being constructed. Land was cleared, farms were planted, schools were built. A new golden age of prosperity was among us. That was when Scaevolas first proposed the Tabernacles. They were supposed to be grand monuments, not to any one person or event, but to life itself. The first four were dedicated to the four primal elements: food, drink, breath, and sleep. The next four celebrated the physical mediums: sight, sound, body, and mind. The last two were built in secret, although in the end, all 10 tabernacles would wind up containing secrets. "Whoa," said Lefty, leaning forward in his seat. If he was still upset about his past, he didn't show it. The story had his attention in a headlock, and the boy was focused entirely on Blue as he slowly ate what remained of his bread. The Kicken continued. "You see, as Scaevolas aged, he became more irritable, erratic. People whispered that their king was growing old, that perhaps it was time for him to name a successor, but no one dared question him openly. Even when he withdrew from public life and left his kingdom in the hands of the Senate, no one dared challenge his decree. If Scaevolas gave the politicians his blessing, then the people would obey them, even if their worried whispers grew louder. Some say it was these whispers that finally drove Scaevolas mad. Others say he had been declining for years, that the war had done things to his mind from which he had never recovered. And still others will swear to this day that the king never went mad, that he was a genius, and his subjects simply lost faith in his greatness. Whatever the case, when he finally returned to public after years of absence, it was clear that he had changed. Gone was the kind and noble king they knew, and in his place an impatient and hardened despot, half crazed with excitement for his latest and greatest reform. He had been planning it for years, he said, a change more sweeping and more radical than any of the others that had come before. This would be his crowning achievement, his lasting legacy, and he insisted that it be implemented immediately. "What was it?" Lefty asked, his eyes full of wonder. "Centralized banking," said Old Blue. Lefty furrowed his brow and scrunched his nose. It was clear he was disappointed and confused, but not enough to disrupt the story, so the Kicken continued. The Royal Bank would revolutionize the economy. It would spur trade and further unite the kingdom. He would take the countless coins, bars, jewels, and rings that had served as money before his reign, and replace them all with a single official currency. Paper notes he called cash. The idea itself wasn't unheard of. Banks and bank notes had existed in the capital for years by that point. What made people question the king's sanity was the sudden and forceful way this new system would be implemented. The conversion of old wealth into new cash was not optional. The king demanded that his people turn over every last ounce of gold and silver they possessed to the royal bank. And if they did not, he would mobilize the guards to seize it by force. At this point, the confusion finally became too much for Lefty. Wait. What's gold? He asked. Is that like sand? Like the golden desert? This time, Old Blue couldn't blame the boy's ignorance on his isolated upbringing. No one Lefty's age really understood what gold was. It was a testament to how thorough Scaevolas had been. Every ounce of the precious metal had been confiscated, along with all the silver and jewels as well. Every bit of it hidden away in the royal vaults. People were compensated, of course. At least those who didn't resist were. Anyone who surrendered their valuables willingly had them replaced with an equal amount of cash. The rich remained rich, the poor remained poor, but the old markers of material wealth had been all but eradicated from everyday life. Within a single generation, gold and silver had become a thing of the past, replaced with Scaevolas' cash. Old Blue explained all of this to Lefty, and then explained what money was, and what it meant to be wealthy, and then how economics worked in general. Remember that the lad came from a small town where resources were tight and survival required cooperation. The people of Ashtab had no use for money and barely traded, so he had little context for any of this. I'll spare you from listening to these same explanations because I assume you can't possibly be as ignorant as Lefty was back then, especially with gold and silver being back in circulation now. Regardless, Old Blue eventually got his story back on track, after reminding his companion that there were still secrets to be uncovered. "Oh yeah," said Lefty. "What does all this money stuff have to do with the Tabernacles?" "I'm getting to that. Just sit back down," the Kickin said with a sigh. This really was taking a while, though he had to admit it was nice to have someone so eager to listen to him. As I was saying, Scaevolas took all the wealth of Att and he locked it in his bank. It wasn't easy, and by now the people were whispering rather loudly about their king's sanity, but the reform was completed, and for a while it seemed like things might return to normal. Merchants were getting accustomed to using cash, and despite a few hiccups, it was making things easier for everyone. And then, right as the Tabernacles were nearing completion, a scandal broke out. Someone close to the king leaked his plans, his true plans, and the people learned that the Tabernacle project, and the banking project, and a secret third project were all actually part of one big project, which would cement Scaevolas' legacy as the Mad King. For you see, the Tabernacles weren't just monuments, and the kingdom's wealth wasn't actually in the royal vaults. And also, the king was looking for a successor all along, just not in the way that anyone expected. Lefty gasped. "The Tabernacles are alive? And they're the new king?" He looked up at awe at the stone walls around him. "No, lad," said Old Blue, his ears twitching. "Just shut up and listen for a moment." Lefty seemed disappointed. Old Blue continued. "The first 9 Tabernacles were a test. Hidden within each one was a Clavis Imperium, a key of royal power. Together, These 9 would reveal the location of a secret 10th tabernacle, where Scaevolas had hidden the kingdom's wealth. For there were no royal vaults, only the Tabernacle of Cash, a secret temple which held all the gold, silver, and jewels he had confiscated. Whosoever found and opened the tabernacle first would not only have the blessing of Scaevolas as the rightful ruler of Att, but they could back up that claim with control of the kingdom's treasury. "Huh," said Lefty. "That's weird."
Old Blue laughed. "Weird is an understatement, lad. This was madness. The kind of crazy, convoluted scheme that only a senile old man with unlimited power could dream up. Which is why a lot of those people who were whispering about the king started shouting at him, very angrily and very publicly. When news of this got out, it almost tore the kingdom apart. Some Thulins even launched a coup. If it weren't for the Guard Corps and the Senate holding everything together, well, it wouldn't have been pretty, I can tell you that."
Old Blue took a deep breath and composed himself, returning to his narrator voice so he could finish up this tale. "In the end, the kingdom held together, but things were never quite the same. Hope and cooperation faded. The people's taste for monuments had soured. Construction slowed. Fewer citizens traveled. Political factions arose within the kingdom, and the legacy of Scaevolas was forever tainted. Gone was the hero who had unified them, and in his place, a polarizing figure who many had lost trust in. Not long after that, the first king of Att closed his eyes for the final time. His decrees would stand, as would his tabernacles, but the former hero ruled no longer. And though some still hold him in high regard, many simply remember him as the Mad King." Lefty clapped. He had finally finished his bread. "You're really good at that," he said after a few seconds. "You should, tell stories to crowds, or something."
Old Blue smiled despite himself. "You're too kind, lad. It's nothing, really."
Lefty nodded. "There is one question I still have, though. Who ended up getting the Clavis Imperials?"
"The Clavis Imperium?" Old Blue asked.
Yeah, the key things that unlock all the money."
Old Blue grimaced for a moment. "No one."
"What?" Lefty exclaimed, leaning forward again. "Then who became king after Scaevolas? And who's the king now?"
"No one," repeated Old Blue. "And also no one."
"But my dad said there's a king!" Lefty exclaimed, starting to work himself up again.
"Well, I mean, technically there is still a king," Old Blue said quickly, trying to salvage things. "The official decree was that Scaevolas would hold power until someone solved the Tabernacles, and if he couldn't perform his duties, then the Senate was in charge. So even though he's sleeping the eternal sleep, he's still the king. He just doesn't do much ruling these days. The Senate has run things for a while now. They have royal authority until someone passes the Mad King's test."
Lefty raised his hand as if to ask another question, but then didn't. Instead, he brought it to his chin and let out a puff of breath. For a long moment he was silent. He looked down at the floor, and then up at the ceiling. He scratched his neck as his head tilted to the left, then back to the right, as if he was having a conversation inside his own mind. Finally, he spoke again. "So, how come no one ever got the Clavis Imperiums?" he asked. Old Blue breathed a sigh of relief. The lad still seemed a little unstable, but he no longer had the look of someone whose worldview was shattering. The Kickin knew from experience what that kind of shock could do to a person's mind. Even a nice young man like Lefty might act erratically under the circumstances. Blue was determined to prevent that.
Oh, people have tried, lad. Lots of people. But the king's tests were all too hard. In all these years, no one has ever claimed even a single Clavis Imperium.
Not even one? Lefty asked incredulously.
Not even one,
Old Blue echoed back.
You see, they aren't just hidden. Every tabernacle has some obstacle in it. The sound tabernacle is a complex puzzle. The breath tabernacle is a deadly gauntlet of mechanical blades and spikes. No one even knows where the mind tabernacle is. That's a puzzle in its own right.
And what about this place? Lefty asked, interrupting the kickin'. What's the obstacle here in the food tabernacle?
A giant, deadly beast,
Old Blue said, his hushed tone almost reverent.
Way up on the top floor, tucked away at the end of a long hallway, is the doorway to its lair. The Clavis Imperium is supposed to be hidden inside, but the beast has killed or maimed anyone foolish enough to enter. It's unstoppable. 3 times your height and covered in blades. Its footsteps shake the earth, and its cries can deafen. No one's even managed to hurt it, much less kill it.
I want to try, said Lefty. Old Blue was at a loss for words. I'm good at fighting things, Lefty said excitedly, as he leapt to his feet and grabbed his shovel from where it lay leaning against the wall. You remember those chefs I hit, right? I was like, whack, whack, he said, swinging his shovel through the air. I'm really strong, too, from digging so much. I'll beat the beast and get the thing.
Lad, I don't think you understand,
Old Blue started to say, but he knew the look in Lefty's eye. He had seen it many times before on many different faces. The kicken's ears twitched, and he let out his longest, deepest sigh yet. He was going to regret having ever educated this ignorant bumpkin. Chapter 6 Lefty and the Beast. Old Blue had given up. He sat solemnly atop Lefty's head, as the young man eagerly climbed staircase after staircase. The former sand miner was going to confront the deadly beast at the top of the food tabernacle, with nothing but a shovel and a backpack, and it seemed that no combination of words could convince him otherwise. The Kicken had tried his best. He had spoken at length about what a foolish decision this was, had tried to convince his companion to at least wait, but it was no use. Lefty had caught king fever. It was a common affliction, one that struck many young adventurers, and its primary symptom was a severe case of overconfidence. Old Blue's tale of kings and treasure had been too enticing. It had awakened an imagination that long lay dormant, and with no real-world experience to temper that imagination, it was immediately filled with delusions of grandeur. Which shouldn't have been surprising. After all, consequences were a foreign concept to Lefty. He had abandoned his home with nothing but a shovel, and so far he had only been rewarded for it. He had defeated foes, made a new friend, discovered a mythical temple, acquired a magical item, and eaten that magical item. Up until this point, everything had worked out shockingly well, and in his mind, they would continue to work out forever. As far as Lefty was concerned, he was an experienced adventurer now, and a smart one at that. Why, he knew more about history than anyone back home. That technically made him the smartest human he knew. And how could someone so smart possibly be wrong? If he thought it was a good idea, then it must be so. Old Blue's claims to the contrary were simply discarded as pessimistic ignorance. The Kicken didn't know his strength. He hadn't seen Lefty fight those drunks on the previous night. Even outnumbered and exhausted, he had defeated them with ease. If the beast's previous challengers had been as strong as those three, then it was obvious why they had lost, and just as obvious why he would succeed. Or so he told Old Blue, in far less elegant words. Not helping the Kicken's case was the nature of the beast itself. For you see, the creature was not some fearsome reptile that breathed ice, or something indescribably horrific like a vork. No, the guardian of the food tabernacle resembled an otherwise mundane animal, a creature that most people would never in their life associate with fear and death. The beast was a chicken. Of course, it was no ordinary chicken. The thing had been permanently altered by some of the most powerful drink magics ever mixed. Standing nearly 2 stories tall, it could crush full-grown Thulins under its feet, or pluck their heads clean off with a single lightning-fast peck. And its feathers! They had taken on the qualities of steel. Not only did they cover the chicken from head to toe, making it nearly impervious to harm, but they were razor-sharp as well, each one like a wide serrated blade. And if that weren't enough, the beast was also a surly, foul-tempered, borderline psychotic butcher that loved to eat flesh and seemingly never slept. Even before its transformation into a literal monster, it said that the chicken had been unusually aggressive, attacking anyone and anything that got near it. Needless to say, being turned into an abomination and locked in a cave didn't improve its mood. The beast struck at intruders with a fervor that was equal parts rage and enthusiasm. On more than one occasion, it's said to have pinned someone to the ground with its foot and ripped their limbs off one at a time. It seemed to enjoy the act of killing, and with its size and strength, it was very good at that particular activity. But it didn't matter how deadly the beast was. At the end of the day, it was still a chicken. And most people, Lefty included, could not find it in their hearts to fear something so delicious. Old Blue tried, of course. The old Kicken used all his oratory skills, called upon a lifetime's worth of speeches and conversations, desperately attempting to strike some self-preserving fear into his companion. But it was all in vain. Lefty was determined to go. He would not take no for an answer. And so, with no other options remaining, the Kicken reluctantly led him towards the top floor of the Tabernacle, where the beast's lair was located. Eventually they arrived, finding themselves at the long dark hallway which led to its chamber. The passage was similar to the one they had first entered the Tabernacle through. A deep corridor with a high vaulted ceiling and a rectangular door at the far end. Like the hallways downstairs, this space also showed signs of age and wear. Clearly many people had passed through over the years, though the evidence they left behind here was far different from the garbage that flooded the floors below. As you might imagine, Lefty was not the first man to seek out the Clavis Imperium. Many adventurers had made the same eager trek up those stairs, also hoping to defeat the beast. They failed, of course, and when they did, the people who had cared about them left something behind to caution future visitors, trying their best to prevent history from repeating itself. Weapons of all shapes and sizes sat on the ground or leaned against walls, each one a small memorial to some fallen glory-seeker. Some of these weapons were accompanied by paintings of the proud warriors who had once held them. And to Lefty's dismay, the people in these pictures appeared much larger, stronger, and better equipped than he. There was graffiti here too, but it wasn't like the boastful, expressive, sometimes lewd designs that covered the walls below. The words here were simple and plain, not made by artists, but by everyday people. Some of it was solemn, remembering those who had died tragically young. Some of it was angry, talking ill of Scaevolas and his mad plans. Most of the words, though, were just warnings.
"Swords are useless,"
read one line of text.
"It eats shields,"
said another. "Fire only makes it angrier."
5 men wasn't enough."
"Poison didn't even slow it down." Lefty was nearly illiterate, but Old Blue read the warnings as they walked by, giving voice to the red paint that screamed at him from the walls. It was only then, in that Hall of the Fallen, that Lefty finally slowed down a little. The young man was far too curious. He couldn't help but stop and look at what surrounded him. And as he went from memorial to memorial, the sight became more and more unnerving. Many of the swords and polearms that littered the hallway were so heavy that Lefty could barely lift them. Their presence not only made him question his strength, but made him aware of just how pathetic his little shovel was. And worst of all, there were at least 100 of these little monuments strewn about. 1 or 2 might have been ignored as a fluke, but this was a veritable graveyard of dead warriors, each one tempering his confidence with doubt. What was most concerning, however, was not what Lefty saw, but what he heard. An ominous sound drifting down the hallway. It started off faint and distant, but grew louder and more powerful the farther he traveled. It was the thudding of something large, like the footsteps of a giant walking in the distance. At first the deep booming thump was so low in pitch that he could scarcely detect it. But as he drew closer to the doorway, the sound became undeniable, amplified by the echoing stone around him, and punctuated by little tremors that shook dust from the ceiling and made his steps uncertain. By the time Lefty reached the end of the hall, his once confident hands were shaking. The booming, floor-shaking thuds were now accompanied by the rattling of metal blades, as if some colossus was jingling a keychain of swords. It was coming from the other side of the door in front of him, a large heavy metal affair which itself was painted with 6 warnings in bright reds and yellows, begging him to turn back now. Old Blue, brave and loyal as he was, asked Lefty one more time, pleading in a soft voice to just turn back. And for a moment, the young man truly considered the words. Nervous sweat dripped from his brow, as if the weight of the request had raised the temperature. He tilted his head back, staring up at the ceiling as he took a deep breath and then let it out. He gathered his mind, he thought about it, but in the end, he just shook his head. "No, I'm going." With one last sigh, the Kicken asked politely to be put down. It would be difficult for Old Blue to make his way back to the main entrance on those stubby little feet, but it was better than facing the certain death which lay ahead. Lefty stood there, looking silently at the door for another moment, and then removed Old Blue from his head. He gently set the Kicken down on the dusty ground, his hands still shaking, and gave his new friend a sad but understanding nod. He would not force him into danger, but he had to do this, because as scared as he was equal parts excited. Nothing in his life had ever been dangerous before. Nothing had made his heart beat as heavily as it did in that moment. Standing there, with only a door between him and death, he never felt more alive. And the sensation was overwhelming. He had to do this. Even if it was alone, even if it meant certain death, he would rather risk it all and die fighting than take the safe path back and risk never returning. No, that wasn't an option anymore. He had abandoned the safe path the moment he left Ashtab. He was here, now, because he wanted to be challenged, because he wanted to do something noteworthy with his life. Perhaps his story ends here, with him dying to the beast. But if so, then it ends with him joining all those brave warriors whose weapons memorialize the hallway. Better to be a tiny footnote in history than nothing at all. Lefty grabbed the handle of the large steel door with both hands and slowly pulled it open. The old thing creaked in agony after being still for so long. Cold air and bright sunlight flooded into the chamber, sending clouds of dust billowing off behind him. The thudding clang of metal feathers grew louder and more clear. Beyond the doorway was a set of steep stone stairs, about as tall as he was. They were cracked and crumbling, unlike the rest of the tabernacle, and stained with dried blood. They led up into a large cave with several holes in the ceiling. The beast's chamber was not a well-carved room, but a natural crevice in the side of the mountain, which opened up to the sky. The floor was dotted with huge boulders and towering stalagmites, which loomed above Lefty. The normally oppressive heat of the afternoon sun was undercut by the icy chill of high-altitude winds, which whistled loudly as they rushed at the stairs through an opening at the far end of the cave. Lefty shielded his face with his forearm as he climbed the steps, the brightness of the outside world stinging his eyes. As his head peeked over the top, a particularly strong gust of wind almost knocked him back down. He turned his face aside to avoid its stinging bite and continued onwards, moving against the wind until finally he came to the top. And just as he stepped out into the open, the wind died down. For a second, everything was deathly quiet. And then came the booming clatter of metal wings slamming against stone. The sound rang out to his left, louder and more clear than ever before. Lefty jumped and turned quickly to face the beast. He brought up his shovel, gripping it tightly in both hands, letting out a cry as he raised it above his head and charged. He took a few steps forward, fully prepared to fight for his life. And that's when he saw it. The gargantuan form of the beast, nearly 2 stories tall, its silver feathers shining brightly in the sunlight. It was dead. From the looks of it, it had been dead for a very long time. All that remained of the once fearsome creature was a giant skeleton covered in metallic feathers, which lay slumped over a large boulder near the center of the cave. As Lefty stood there, staring dumbfounded at the remains, another gust of mountain wind blew into the cave. It caught on the lifeless feathers, causing the beast's wing to lift up briefly. The metal frame rattled as it hovered in the air for half a moment, before clattering loudly to the ground as the gust faded, creating a deep thud that echoed off the surrounding stone. Lefty remained frozen, watching the former beast's wing rise and fall a few more times as the rapid beating of his heart gradually returned to normal. Slowly, he lowered his hands, letting his shovel fall to the ground with a tiny clank. And then he turned back around and headed quickly down the stairs he had entered, running excitedly to get Old Blue. Chapter 7. Clavis Imperium. For a while, Lefty and Blue simply stood on the chilly cliffside terrace that had been the beast's lair, listening to the wind as it whistled past them. The breeze rattled the dead chicken's metallic feathers, making them clang against each other like a pile of broken wind chimes. "It's dead," Lefty said again. "It sure is, lad," repeated Old Blue. They had been stating the obvious for several minutes now. The beast was little more than a skeleton, about as dead as a thing could possibly be, and yet Lefty couldn't stop pointing it out. It was as if he couldn't believe it was true and needed to be reassured. He was dumbfounded, and Old Blue enabled his dumbfoundedness because he was at a loss for words as well. It wasn't every day that he stumbled upon the remains of a legendary monster, and it was quite awe-inspiring in person. The two of them repeated their lines a few more times, before Lefty finally broke from his stupor and asked an actual question. "What do you think killed it?" Old Blue didn't have an answer. The two companions simply stared in silence at the giant skeletal remains, trying to imagine what could have possibly defeated such a large and powerful creature. Later visitors to the food tabernacle would deduce that the chicken had starved to death. The same magics which had transformed the ordinary bird into a giant had also allowed it to survive on very little food. But it did still require some food, and if someone was supposed to have been feeding it, they had clearly stopped a long time ago. It's theorized that the beast had sustained itself entirely by eating the ill-fated adventurers who came to fight it. That occasional meal of raw flesh, combined with natural rainfall, had been enough to keep the chicken going strong for many, many years. Eventually, though, its own terrifying reputation worked against it. People came to realize that it was suicidal to confront the beast, and so stopped challenging it altogether. Unable to leave its lair and having frightened away its only source of food, the chicken ironically died of hunger atop the food tabernacle. Lefty had been extremely lucky. Despite how completely decomposed the beast was, best estimates place its time of death at less than a month before his arrival. Strong mountain winds and a hard rain the previous week had stripped the meat clean from its bones in a relatively short span of time. Of course, neither Lefty nor Blue could have possibly known that was the case as they stood there. And even if they had, it wouldn't have changed anything. The beast was dead. Exactly how it died wasn't all that important. The decrees of Scaevolas didn't specify that the beast needed to be slain, because they didn't mention the beast at all. The text simply stated that certain obstacles would lie between potential future kings and the Clavis Imperium. The exact methods used to overcome those obstacles didn't seem to matter. So regardless of how it had died, Lefty was free to claim the royal key. The duo realized this after several moments of idle speculation, and promptly stopped caring about the cause of death. They had a key to find. It didn't take long to locate it. The chicken's chamber was not all that complex. The only way in or out was the doorway Lefty had entered through. That is, unless you counted the sheer cliff that looked out over the side of the mountain. I suppose that was technically an exit, as long as you don't mind a long drop onto jagged rocks. Other than that and a few broken boulders, there was only one spot of interest. On the far side of the cave sat a crude circular formation of rocks that resembled a giant chicken's nest. And beyond that, carved directly into the cave wall, was a perfectly rectangular hole roughly the size of a doorway, large enough for a human or Thulin to enter easily, but far too small for the beast. Walking into that doorway with Old Blue perched on his shoulder, Lefty found himself in an elegantly carved room. Like the rest of the tabernacle, its smooth, rounded walls were expertly crafted, showing little sign of natural wear and tear. The only decoration was a series of small holes which had been drilled into the ceiling. Sunlight filtered through some of them, creating diagonal beams of light that all pointed towards the center of the room. There, bathed in majestic radiance, stood a white marble pillar, and upon that pillar, almost glowing in the dim light, sat the treasure they sought, the Clavis Imperium. "Is that it?" Lefty asked as he approached the pedestal and casually grabbed the treasure from where it sat gathering dust. "It doesn't look like a key," he said, looking over at Old Blue on his shoulder. "I thought you said it was like a key or something," he asked, before looking back at the object in his hand. Indeed, this Clavis Imperium was not a key in the traditional sense. Instead, it resembled a gear made of some dream-crafted material. Circular in shape, light brown in color, and about a smidgen thick, the thing had 9 rectangular teeth spaced evenly around its edge, as well as a single triangular peg in its center, which presumably allowed it to be plugged into some kind of mechanism. Lefty held the object up into one of the luminescent sunbeams and rotated it slowly, looking for some indication that it was special or valuable in some way. All he found was a small symbol shaped like a Y, which was carved into the peg. Though he didn't recognize the mark, Old Blue identified it as the royal seal of Scaevolis. "Are you sure this is it?" Lefty asked, looking back towards Old Blue. Truth be told, the Kickin wasn't certain. How could he be? No one had ever recovered a Clavis Imperium before, and the king's proclamation didn't describe them. Everyone assumed they were literal keys because of the name, but they didn't have to be. They could be anything, really. Only the king himself knew for sure, and he was beyond questioning at this point. Still, after mulling it over for a moment, Old Blue could think of no other explanation.
"That's got to be it," he said. "I mean, why else would it be here?"
The question hung in the air like a blurry mirage, the two of them squinting as they tried to make sense of it. Why would this thing be here, at the top of the Tabernacle, tucked away in a corner of the beast's lair? Even if someone had arrived before Lefty and taken the real Clavis Imperium, why would they leave anything behind? Much less a dream-crafted gear marked with the royal symbol. And if this wasn't the Clavis Imperium, then where was it? Why was it placed in such an important-seeming spot? Where else could the key be? No, this had to be it. "Yeah, I guess you're right," Lefty said after a bit. He was still not fully persuaded, but he could think of no better explanation. With a shrug, he reached back and dropped the gear into the rucksack on his back, the Clavis Imperium making a soft clinking sound as it joined the rest of his pilfered possessions. With that, the young man took one last look around the chamber, examining the walls and pillar to make sure he hadn't missed anything, before shrugging once more and turning to leave. As the two of them emerged from the hole in the wall, their impossible quest somehow achieved, Old Blue asked a simple question.
"So, what are you going to do now?"
This stopped Lefty dead in his tracks. For a moment he just stood there, his expression blank as he tried to recall information that didn't exist. That wordless moment soon turned into 2 moments, and then into a full-on awkward silence as he just stared off into the distance with unfocused eyes and quivering lips.
"Lefty!"
Old Blue shouted, freeing the young man from his trance-like state.
"Are you all right, lad?"
he asked with a mix of annoyance and concern.
"I said, what are you going to do now?"
The repetition of the question finally hammered through Lefty's brain, and forced him to confront the only response he had. "I don't know." Chapter 8. Adventure. It may seem strange, but until that moment, Lefty had never really thought about the future. Back in Ashtab, dreaming of tomorrow was such a pointless endeavor that he didn't even know it was an option. Every day was exactly the same, a seemingly endless cycle of eating, sleeping, digging, and duty. It was all his life had ever been, and aside from the prospect of eventually standing guard atop the wall, it was all he ever expected it to be. He had never planned for the future, because as far as he was concerned, there was no future. The present would simply repeat itself forever, an eternity of sand that would only end when his life did. Lefty's violent encounter with the chefs outside the food tabernacle had been the first time he imagined a future for himself that was better than what he already had. His brief fight sparked in him a passion for fighting, and with it, the ability to envision a future where he would fight more things, perhaps bigger things. Who knew what could be out there? Turns out, Old Blue knew. When the Kicken told him about the ferocious beast and the treasure it was guarding, Lefty's mind expanded once again. He realized that fighting could benefit him, in addition to being fun. And that realization was like a lit match tossed onto dry grass. It transformed the tiny spark of interest within him into a raging inferno of passion. An uncontrollable blaze that had overwhelmed his senses and sent him sprinting towards the top of the tabernacle. He was so eager to fight, to be challenged for the first time in his life, to risk something for a reward, that he didn't care if he died in the process. He forged on despite everything telling him to turn back, the fire within him burning so brightly that it blinded him to the dangers he faced. But as strong as that passion was, it lacked focus. Lefty had made one of the classic blunders, the same mistake that so many of us make at some point in our lives. He had imagined a glorious destination without giving any thought to the journey required to get there. And now that the excitement had faded, and his heart rate had returned to normal, Old Blue's simple question had exposed just how aimless he had been. It doused the fire in his heart like a heaping mound of sand. I'd say it was like a swift kick in the shins, but it's more like Lefty's shins had been shattered earlier that day, and somehow he had failed to notice it until the Kicken pointed it out. And now he was standing there, looking down at his metaphorically broken legs, and wondering how he could possibly continue to stand, much less walk. The thought caused his body to waver with uncertainty. He suddenly had a strong desire to sit down. After a few wobbly steps, the young man took a seat near the chicken's former nest, resting on a rock roughly the size of a chair. He sat there, staring down with existential melancholy at the mess of bones and discarded feathers that the beast had left behind, trying to gather his thoughts. But one realization fell onto another. Like a row of toppling dominoes, the weight of the previous days was finally collapsing in on him. I don't know, Blue, he said, repeating his earlier words. I mean, I guess there's other tabernacles out there, and other keys, but... He paused for a moment to look over at Old Blue. The concerned Kicken had fluttered off his shoulder and was standing on the rock next to him, giving Lefty a look of friendly empathy that the young man couldn't bear to return. Instead, he cast his eyes out across the cave, towards the vast landscape that lay ahead of him, beyond the mountain's edge. Even if you told me where to go, I'd still need to get there somehow. And how do I do that? I don't have anywhere to live. I don't know anyone but you. I don't even know how to get food. I just really have no idea what I'm doing. And I mean, what even is that? He was gesturing towards the seemingly endless land that lay ahead. From their little spot halfway up the mountain, they could see far into the distance. A green forest lay before them, stretching to the horizon. Most would have considered the sight majestic, awe-inspiring even. But Lefty had never seen a tree before. He had grown up in the desert, knowing only the golden dunes, and so this sea of emerald plant life seemed strange and foreign to him. Gazing out into it, he realized for the first time just how ignorant he really was. He didn't even know what he was looking at, and yet there was so much of it. He didn't say it out loud, but the fear was obvious in his eyes. He was worried, overwhelmed. How could he possibly make his way across this vast alien wilderness? Old Blue didn't respond for quite some time. Instead, the elderly Kicken just sat there next to Lefty, thinking long and hard about what he should do. He knew that he could help this young man. He had traveled the land for centuries, and in doing so, had acquired all the knowledge he would need to guide him across Att. Even if obtaining the other 8 Clavis Imperium was an impossible goal, he recognized that Lefty had potential to be great in other ways. I mean, sure, he hadn't actually defeated the beast, but it had taken a special kind of person to even try. The 3 chefs who had held Old Blue captive had never shut up about how they would be the ones to finally conquer the food tabernacle, how they would succeed where everyone else had failed. And yet they hadn't journeyed beyond the ground floor. The Clavis Imperium would have been theirs for the taking, if only they had tried. But despite arriving a week earlier, the trio wasted their time with big talk and endless planning. They even went so far as to have a drunken celebration for the victory they hadn't achieved yet. There were so many people like those chefs. People possessing amazing skills who lacked the ambition or courage to actually do anything with them. Lefty was not like that. He had courage. He may not have had the skills to back it up, or the experience to make sound decisions, but with some time and some training, he could have both. And then he'd become someone noteworthy. Maybe not king, but certainly more than he was now. However, those same qualities that made Old Blue want to help also gave him pause. He had been in this situation once before, and he knew from experience that his decision to encourage someone with potential could have monumental repercussions, not just for himself, but for the world at large. Perhaps one day I can tell you about Old Blue's past. Perhaps then maybe you'll understand just how significant this moment was for him, and why he'd hesitate for so long. But this is not the tragedy of Old Blue. This is the Legend of Lefty. And for better or worse, Lefty would not learn what happened to Old Blue all those years ago. Nor would he truly understand why, when the Kicken finally did speak, that he asked such an unusual question. "Lefty, when you go to sleep, what do you dream about?" The Kicken's eyes had joined his companions, staring out into the horizon, the old servant trying not to show any emotion that might indicate the answer he expected. Lefty responded, caught off guard by the seemingly random question. "I don't really dream much. Or at all, really," he said, before suddenly remembering the dream he had woken up from that very morning. "Oh wait, no. I had a dream last night, actually." Old Blue's ears twitched nervously. "I dreamed that I went back home, and, just kind of went to bed. It sounds really boring, but, I liked it. It's nice to relax." "And that's the only dream you've ever had?" Old Blue asked, trying to hide the serious tone with which he asked. "Yeah, as far as I can remember," Lefty responded, before turning away from the horizon to look down at Old Blue. "Why? What do dreams have to do with anything?" The old Kicken took a deep breath and turned to face his companion. "Why do you want to be king, Lefty?" he asked, completely ignoring the young man's question. "What would you do with power like that? Just hypothetically speaking, let's say you somehow got all 9 keys, found the cash tabernacle, and claimed the throne for yourself. Just what are you going to do?" It was the same simple question that had started off this whole introspective moment, and Lefty had the same answer. "I don't know," Lefty said, before adding, "I guess it's just something to do. This little addendum started a chain reaction in Lefty's brain. He cracked a smile despite himself, and then gave a little chuckle as he thought about it more. Yeah, I mean really, what else am I gonna do? Go back to Ashtab and dig for the rest of my life? He shook his head. No way. I mean, sure, they have food and beds, but that's all they have. His voice was growing louder, echoing across the cave as he stood up from his spot. His footing was solid now. He had discovered a foundational idea he could build upon. He didn't yet know exactly where he was going, but he was at least certain about one thing. He did not want to go back. Yeah, I mean, my bed back home is comfy, but maybe there are other beds out there. Better beds. I won't know until I look, and that's what I want to do. I want to go out there and explore. I want to see new stuff. Have some kind of, He gestured vaguely towards the horizon, his mind searching for the word. His face tensed up as he stacked ideas like a pyramid until a single thought capped the top. The one thing that encapsulated everything he wanted. Adventure! His eyes went wide as everything finally snapped into place. I want to go on an adventure, Blue. Once more he stared out into the endless landscape of Att. But this time his eyes were full of hope. In a flash his whole perspective had changed. The world in front of him was no longer a frightening thing. It was a place to be explored, an adventure waiting to happen. He was excited, optimistic, eager to learn what the strange sea of green looked like up close. And for better or worse, that was enough to convince Old Blue. "All right then," he said as he hopped down from his spot on the rock, his facial features softening once more as he began speaking jovially to his companion. "In that case, we'll probably want to head to the capital. There are plenty of people there who will be very interested in seeing that key you've got. If we can prove it's real, I'm sure we can find someone willing to throw funds towards your little adventure," he said, making his way around the nest and towards the edge of the cliff. "There's a Camelian town down there, just a little lakeside village, but you should be able to buy passage into the city." He pointed his wing towards a spot where a glittery speck of blue water was just barely visible through the trees. "If we start out now, we should be able to make it there before nightfall. There's a road that leads from the front entrance directly to—" He stopped mid-sentence as he turned back towards Lefty and found the young man wasn't even looking at him. Instead, he was preoccupied with something sitting in the beast's nest. "Lefty!" Old Blue shouted, his voice rising in annoyance. "Are you even listening to me? I'm trying to tell you our plan." The curious adventurer, however, was too engrossed in what he had just discovered to answer his companion. Bending down, he reached into the nest and grabbed from it 2 metallic feathers. They were about a hand longer than his shovel and a bit wider than the tip. The quill fit nicely into the palm of his hand, the texture just rugged enough to serve as a solid handle. He lifted them up out of the nest and found that they were surprisingly lightweight, feeling just a little heavier than his shovel despite being much larger and far more sturdy. Examining them closer, he could see just how sharp they were. Increased to such a large size, and hardened like steel, the feather's fibers resembled a giant serrated blade with a long edge. Lefty swung the feather in his right hand, and was surprised by how easily it moved, the blade seeming to cut through the air itself with a satisfying swish. The young man continued to test the feathers, swinging them back and forth, experimenting with how slight changes in the angle of his wrist affected their trajectory. Old Blue couldn't help but smile at the sight, too amused by the young man's childlike enjoyment to be angry at him. "Found yourself some new swords, have you?" he asked with a chuckle. Lefty's eyes lit up. "You really think I could use these as swords?" he asked excitedly.
"I wouldn't recommend it," responded Old Blue with another little laugh, "though they'd probably make better weapons than your shovel, at least until we can get you a proper sword."
Lefty's eyes glowed once more as he looked down at the feathers, his inexperienced mind again imagining a fantastical future. He pictured himself on a battlefield, leaping around with twin feather blades, using them to cut down a whole army as he struck with the grace of an eagle. With a grin, he put the 2 feathers into one hand, reached back into his rucksack, and pulled from it the trusty shovel that had served him well for so many years. And then, without a second thought, he flung it off the side of the mountain.
"What in the world did you do that for?" shouted Old Blue.
"I got new weapons," stated Lefty, wiggling the feathers in front of Blue as if the kickin' had somehow forgotten about them. "I don't need 2, so I got rid of 1, he added, walking back towards his companion at the edge of the cliff. Old Blue sighed and rolled his eye, beginning to second-guess his decision to help this impulsive young human.
"I hope you won't discard me just as quickly if you find yourself a new friend."
"Naw," said Lefty, as he reached down and picked up the kickin', placing the little guy once more on his head. "You're a people. People are more important than things," he said with certainty.
Old Blue smiled at the thought. "Very true," he said, as the 2 of them went right up to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the sheer rocky drop below them. They couldn't even see where the shovel had landed. "Although, what if you need to dig something up?"
Lefty paused, and then frowned. He hadn't considered that. "I'll figure something out," he said with a grin. "Speaking of which," he added, flapping his arms up and down, a feather now in each hand, "I was thinking, instead of walking all the way down to that town you were talking about, maybe I could use these wings to fly there." Old Blue, being a winged creature himself, capable of limited flight, laughed heartily at this suggestion, knowing just how absurd the idea was.
"Oh yeah, lad, I'm sure that would work," he said sarcastically,
certain that Lefty was just making a joke. He was not. The kickin' quickly realized this as Lefty took several lunging steps and jumped off the edge of the cliff. Chapter 9. The Luckiest Man in Att. It was a bright and sunny afternoon in the town of Opprobrium. Light sparkled off the clear blue waters of Lake Yielding, its surface reflecting an image of the quaint buildings that surrounded it. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, rustling the trees that surrounded the village, and carrying with it the chirps of countless forest birds. In between the buildings, the sand-coated streets glowed like gold, looking as warm and inviting as the Camelians who walked them. I don't blame you if you've never seen a Camelian before. They aren't exactly common, and their numbers have only dwindled in recent times. There's probably fewer than 1,000 of them in the entire kingdom of Att, and almost all of them live in Opprobrium. To be honest, though, they're nothing special. 2 arms, 2 legs, covered head to toe in fur, usually some shade of brown or yellow, kind of like a hairy Deepun, but much taller and more fair in complexion. Oh, their faces may be a bit long, and their backs may have a bit of a hump to them, but really they're not too much different from a human or a Thulan. People are people, at the end of the day, regardless of how they look. Besides, the most notable thing about Camelians is not their appearance, but their extreme and universal love of sand. They love to feel the sensation of warm sand crunching under their bare 2-toed feet. They love the way it reflects the sun's heat, preferring temperatures that most races would consider unbearably hot. and they love its dull golden color, tones of which are used liberally in their clothing and art. Some say that Camelians even love to eat sand, though that's a widely exaggerated rumor. Very few Camelians eat sand on its own. Most simply sprinkle it on their food as a light seasoning. There was no better indicator of just how much the Camelians adored sand than Opprobrium itself. While it was situated on a lake, in the middle of a lush green forest, it looked more like a desert town than a verdant village. A thick carpet of sand covered every street, every yard, and the floor of every house. Even the buildings themselves were mostly built of large yellowish bricks, partially crafted from sand. As you might imagine, this was Ashtab's trading partner, and seeing Opprobrium in person made it clear how that isolated desert town was able to keep itself solvent through a singular trade. Sand was absolutely everywhere, used by everyone, and in constant need of replacement, making it a high-demand resource to be certain. As to why the Camelians didn't simply cut out the middleman and live in the desert themselves, well, that's a bit of a mystery. The topic is considered somewhat taboo around Opprobrium. Village elders will simply state, "It isn't our place," or "It cannot be done," with a hard tone that denies any further questions. The younger generation will simply shrug their shoulders and repeat their elders' sayings with far less conviction. Regardless, on this particular day, the town was going about its business as usual. Out in the fields, fit farmers were hard at work tending to their crops, their bodies covered in thick, full-length clothing despite the temperate weather. To the north, a group of hunters were returning from a successful early morning expedition, emerging from the woods with bows slung over their humped shoulders, hauling the body of a slain rabbit on a large sled behind them. Out in the streets, Camelians of all ages were going hither and thither. Children ran about with glee, while elderly men and women walked unhurried on casual errands. Out on the shores of Lake Yielding, a group of aqua miners were hard at work, gathering up fresh water in large barrels to be shipped across the mountains in exchange for precious, precious sand. All in all, it was a normal day, just like any other, until a strange sound started to fill the air. It started out faint, a vaguely vocal tone emanating from somewhere far away. At first only a few noticed it. They lifted their heads, taking their eyes away from their work to look curiously for the source of the noise. As seconds passed, the barely audible sound began to grow louder and louder, catching the attention of even more Camelians. All over the town their long faces turned up, staring towards the tree line as they realized that this unusual sound was coming from out of the sky. Soon it became recognizable. It was a voice, shouting frantically and frightened, the borderline scream of someone in terrible peril. By the time Lefty emerged in the skies over Opprobrium, the entire town had come to a halt, staring with rapt fascination at the bizarre screaming creature that was flying over their heads. Actually, to say he was flying is far too strong a word. Comparing what Lefty did to what birds do is an insult to birds, and to the very notion of flight itself. He did not fly from the top of the Tabernacle. It might be more accurate to say he glided, though that isn't quite correct either. Usually the word gliding invokes the idea of a graceful descent, a slow and steady fall, like a leaf being carried through the air by a gentle breeze. It usually doesn't involve rapid and uncontrollable spinning. When you think gliding, you probably don't imagine someone with their arms outstretched, rotating like a wobbly top as they descend at far too steep an angle. Still, he wasn't quite falling. He was moving faster than any living thing would want to, but there was some air resistance. I'm not sure if there's a proper word for what he did, but it was less like a leaf on the wind and more like a tree being thrown around by a hurricane. Whatever you call it, the Camelians on the ground watched it in silent awe, amazed to see what appeared to be a human soaring through the air above them. The young man's shouts of terror echoed through the village as he glided, I guess, out over it, making his way past the simple buildings and the sand-coated streets and towards the wide watery expanse of Lake Yielding. As he sailed overhead, some of the townspeople began to follow him, running towards the water's edge, assuming he planned to make a water landing. Truth be told, Lefty hadn't planned a thing. It was only by the most supreme stroke of good fortune that he ended up anywhere near the town of Opprobrium, much less the lake. The daring young man had zero control over his trajectory, and even if he did, his rapid spinning made it so that he couldn't even see where he was going. His arms, strong from years of digging, were doing all they could to keep a grip on the feathers. The strain was enormous, but he held on despite the pain, knowing full well that if he lost his grip, it would mean certain death. Or at the very least, several severely broken bones, neither of which was an appealing prospect. Fortunately for Lefty, he managed to hold on just long enough to land in the lake. Even more fortunately, his rotation actually helped to break his fall somewhat. The circular motion of his body caused his legs to skip across the surface of the water in a wide circle as he landed, distributing his weight and slowing him down at the last second. His landing still hurt immensely, like he was being punched all over his body at once by someone much stronger than him, but none of his bones broke. Unfortunately for Lefty, he had no idea how to swim. Having grown up in a desert, Lefty had never seen so much water in his entire life. The closest thing he had ever had to a bath had been rubbing himself down with a damp cloth, and as such, the idea of falling into a huge quantity of water was a frightening and alien concept to him. Almost as frightening as falling through the open air. As he dipped under the surface and beheld the distorted blue bubbling world around him, he thought for a brief second that he would have been better off landing on the hard ground. His only saving grace in that terrifying moment was his iron grip on the feathers. The metal things were hollow on the inside, and possessed a rather large surface area. They didn't float, per se, but they were just buoyant enough to keep Lefty from descending immediately to the muddy floor of the lake. After traveling down for a few seconds, he stopped sinking and surged back up, where brown hairy hands grabbed his arms and hauled him to the surface. In one last stroke of extremely good fortune, several of the stronger and braver aquaminers had dived in after him, swimming out into the lake to where they thought he would land. 2 of these heroic Camelians managed to reach Lefty at the same time and pull him up before he sunk into the murky abyss. The pair of experienced swimmers hoisted the dazed young man onto their humped shoulders and carried him together back to shore. As they swam, the frightened young man never let go of the feathers, his fingers unable to break the grip that had saved his life. It wasn't until they reached the shallows and he felt land under his feet again that Lefty finally dropped the things, letting them sink into the knee-high water as he took a few wobbly steps towards the shore. His legs pumped so furiously that his Camelian saviors let him go, thinking he was fine. They watched as he stumbled the last few steps to shore, fell to his hands and knees, and began to vomit. Finally safe on solid ground again, all the spinning of the last few moments finally caught up with him, causing Lefty to heave and cough and throw up his breakfast all over the ground in front of him. As he knelt there on the sandy shores of Lake Yielding, retching miserably, trying to recover from extreme dizziness, Old Blue fell out of his backpack with a small wet plop. The Kicken had tumbled backwards off his companion's head when the foolish lad had jumped, landing in his open rucksack, where he rode out the terrifying descent in complete darkness. Soaked and sputtering, his fur and feathers in complete disarray, the Kicken stumbled around in a daze, cursing loudly in between pained groans and wet, choking coughs. The confused Camelians looked on in stunned silence, unsure of how to react to such an utterly bizarre sight. Nearly half the town was there, gathered in a small semicircle around their two new visitors. It was the strangest thing to happen in a long time, and the townsfolk were eager to hear what the pair of soaked adventurers had to say, once they stopped throwing up. Chapter 10. The Camelians of Opprobrium. Now, if you couldn't tell already, Opprobrium was a small town where life was simple and everyone knew their neighbors. While not as isolated as Lefty's desert village, it was still a place that received few visitors, and even fewer interesting visitors. Lefty and Blue's dynamic entrance was, by far, the most exciting thing to happen in quite some time. And as a result, they managed to attract the attention of pretty much everyone who lived there. All throughout town, work came to a halt, as the Camelians put aside their mundane tasks to flock around their unexpected guests. Intrigue practically sparked in the air as the townsfolk chatted amongst themselves, eager to learn how and why their visitors had flown across the sky. Of course, they were polite enough to make sure that those visitors wouldn't die first. A doctor and a food mage quickly stepped forward from the crowd to assist the pair of adventurers and ensure that their injuries were treated. Fortunately, the damage was largely superficial. By some miracle, the two were more shaken than anything. Lefty ended up with a pair of slings for his strained arms, and both of them received some fresh food and water to replace the meal they had lost on the shores of Lake Yielding. It took nearly an hour for them to regain their wits, but in the end the two of them were able to stand under their own power and answer the townsfolk's many questions. By then the crowd had moved to a nearby dock, and their guests were seated on a pair of barrels. It was only then that Old Blue realized just how excellent their situation was. Not only had their entrance been utterly sensational, but their recovery had been just long enough for the excitement to build to a fever pitch. The mood was electric. A sea of attentive faces stretched out in front of him, eager for a story. Old Blue seized the opportunity and did what he does best. Clearing his throat, he spoke up with the dramatic voice that he used for crowds, asking for everyone's attention. Hearing the small Kicken work his vocal magic brought the townsfolk to a hushed silence. He stepped forward to the edge of the barrel, puffed out his chest, raised his wing, and then, with every eye and ear focused on him, he began to tell their tale. Darkness! I had been trapped in the darkness for 3 days, confined to a tiny box by foul and foolish men with delusions of grandeur. Like many fools, they sought the Clavis Imperium, for they had more ambition than intelligence, more confidence than sense, and I was their trophy, their toy, a mere symbol of their supposed nobility. It was dreadful, humiliating, a fate I scarcely deserve, but one which seemed inescapable. But then, just as all hope seemed lost, a hero arrived. From out of the night, a mysterious young man appeared. Lefty strode right into my captors' camp, demanded that they free me immediately, and when they refused, he fought all 3 of them at once, with nothing more than a shovel. The crowd gasped and looked to Lefty. The desert dweller was already so engrossed in the story that for a second he forgot it was about him. He looked up for a moment to see what the Camelians were staring at, and then immediately felt foolish for his lapse in attention. He looked back down in embarrassment, grinning as he awkwardly swung his feet. Most in the crowd mistook this gesture for humility, and Old Blue did not correct them. Instead, he launched right back in. "That night Lefty risked his life, sacrificed his own safety to free me from my prison. And he did this not for any reward or to steal me for himself, but out of the kindness of his heart. I was a stranger, and he went out of his way to help me. But we wouldn't remain strangers for long, for soon I learned that Lefty was on a journey of his own, an adventure that is destined to one day become legend. And the more I learned of it, the more I learned of him, the more I realized that he was not just my savior, that he was a friend in the making, someone I could dedicate my life to." By now the crowd was hooked, leaning in eagerly to find out just what had happened to this enigmatic duo, and how it had ended up with them flying through the air on wings of steel.
Now obviously, you already know what happened. And while I could retell the entire story again from the top with more showmanship, I'll spare you the repetition. All you need to know is that I told the truth, more or less, just with little flourishes thrown in for the sake of entertainment. Of course, back then I didn't know Lefty well enough to accurately describe his inner thoughts, but I made do with a lot of assumptions. After all, most heroic stories follow the same template, even if the details are a little different. But I digress.
An hour later, Old Blue finished telling the Legend of Lefty, to the extent that it existed back then. And as he brought the story to a close, the gathered Camelians broke into applause and cheers. The town didn't have a dedicated bard, so simply having such a dramatic story performed for them was a treat in itself. The fact that that story's hero was sitting there in front of them only added to the excitement. Needless to say, any reservations the Camelians may have had about the pair were gone, replaced instead with an overwhelming sense of awe and respect. While the legend didn't shy away from showing Lefty's comical ignorance, it made a point to showcase his bravery as well. Not only did it play up his heroic confrontation with the beast, but it made his leap from the Tabernacle seem more like a bold risk than an idiotic mistake. Blue told the story so well that even Lefty was moved by the narrative, despite the fact that he experienced it firsthand. By the end, he had gotten so wrapped up in the legend that he actually became inspired by his own semi-fictional bravery. He stared in awe at the Grungle Mountains looming in the distance, realizing, perhaps for the first time, just how amazing his leap from the Tabernacle had been, and what a miracle it was that he had survived. To be fair to the lad, he had been through a lot in the last few hours. I think anyone would have been a little out of it after such a death-defying stunt. Fortunately for him, the Camelians misread his expression once again. To the gathered crowd, it appeared as though Lefty was gazing confidently into the infinite horizon, in the way that visionary men often do. Not wanting to interrupt the stoic hero, questions were instead directed to Old Blue, who fielded them quite expertly. Turns out that many prominent members of the Camelian community were even more inspired by the story than Lefty was. After a few brief conversations, they offered to give the pair any assistance they could. That's the power of storytelling, of crafting a narrative. The townsfolk were eager to aid them, happy to help the courageous Lefty and his wise companion Old Blue on their epic adventures. A shame what would eventually happen to Opprobrium. But then I'm getting ahead of myself again. Chapter 11. A Fortnight in Opprobrium. In the outpouring of emotion that followed Old Blue's story, he and Lefty would not only secure safe passage to the capital, but food and lodging for the duration of their stay, which would end up being exactly 2 weeks. That's when a caravan of merchants was planning to head into the city anyway, and the pair of adventurers would be allowed to ride along free of charge. From there they would have another 2 weeks to find somewhere to stay before the Camelians were scheduled to return home. For Lefty, the fortnight spent in Opprobrium would turn out to be a vast and unrivaled learning experience. His first day was simply spent recovering from his injuries. It might have taken longer, but the town had a decent food mage who whipped him up a bit of magical jerky to help accelerate the healing of his arms. By day 2, he no longer needed slings, and was eagerly exploring the little town. Everything was new to the former desert dweller, and he was interested in experiencing all that Opprobrium had to offer. Each day he spent time with a different group of Camelians, observing their daily lives with acute fascination. He marveled at the simplest of tasks, captivated by the mundane work of farming, woodcutting, and even aquamining, all things he had heard of but never experienced in person. All of this could have been very annoying, if not for Lefty's refreshing attitude. You see, many adventurers had passed through Opprobrium on their way to the Tabernacle, and most of them were prideful and elitist, overconfident city folk with money and means who looked down on simple villagers. After hearing Lefty's courageous acts described in such glorious detail, many Camelians had half expected him to be the same. Instead, they found the young man to be utterly humble. He listened attentively to them, genuinely excited to learn their ways. He treated everyone with respect, acting as if common workers were master craftsmen. And more than just watching, he actually helped with their daily work, happy to assist and unafraid of getting his hands dirty with manual labor. He wasn't very good at any of it, of course. Most of his attempts to help were comically unsuccessful, but watching him try brought joy to the townsfolk regardless. His pitiful attempts either made them feel better about their own skills, or simply made them laugh outright at his incompetence. This easily could have gotten mean-spirited, but Lefty was so enthusiastic that it was hard to despise him. And he did learn rather quickly, picking up the basics well enough that he rarely became a burden. Now I could sit here for hours and tell you every detail of Lefty's stay. He managed to do quite a few amusing things in such a short amount of time. There was his utterly disastrous 14-hour fishing attempt, his surprisingly gory hunting expedition, which was none the less successful, the sweet cake incident, and his first attempt at a proper bath. But in the end, none of those tangents are all that important to his overall adventure. The only day in Opprobrium that would have any lasting impact on his journey was a quiet afternoon spent with Sheila, an old Camelian bookkeeper who practiced sleep magic in her spare time. Remember that Lefty had only learned about food magic the week prior. Old Blue had mentioned the other elemental magics, but apparently the lad wasn't paying attention, because he became extremely excited upon learning that the town had a sleep mage. The doctor had mentioned it offhandedly one night, while checking in on Lefty and Blue's recovery, and it had taken all of the young man's self-control not to bombard the busy healer with questions. Instead, he saved those for Old Blue. No sooner had the doctor left the room they were staying in than Lefty turned to his new friend. "Are there really other kinds of magic?" he asked with wonder in his voice. "Of course there are," the Kicken said. "I explained this before. Food alone doesn't sustain the magic of life. It takes all 4 elements: food, drink, breath, and sleep." Lefty's eyes widened in excitement. In just the span of a week, Food magic had already made his life infinitely better. Not only had it helped him recover quickly from the painful muscle strain endured during his flight, but he had gotten to taste magical bread for the second time, and it quickly solidified itself as his favorite meal. He could scarcely imagine how these other magics might improve things, and strove to learn more about them. Tired, but always willing to educate, Old Blue cleared his throat and pulled from his perfect memory another sermon he had once heard. The first three elements are all fairly similar in theory. Just as most creatures must eat food to survive, so too must they drink liquids and breathe gases. And just as food can be magically enhanced, so too can beverages and the very air we breathe. Though the elements may seem similar, and that they are all related to ingesting something, their associated schools of magic are quite distinct in practice, and have wildly different effects on the user. Food is the body's input force, that which sustains the body and gives it form. Food is why we grow. It works to build us up when we are healthy, and restore us when we are ill. Great chefs are able to amplify those properties, preparing meals that heal wounds and provide boundless energy. Drinks, meanwhile, are based around water, the flowing force which moves through the body. By altering water into different drinks, a great mixologist can alter the body's output. In the short term, this can allow drinkers to temporarily spit flames or produce ice-cold sweat, while long-term application can permanently alter the way in which the body develops. Finally, there is breath, the vehicle for thought, that invisible force required for consciousness itself. Breath affects the mind rather than the body. Specifically, it alters the input of the breather's mind, meaning a powerful chemist can craft concoctions which alter the perception of reality, allowing the breather to see temperatures or hear distant sounds. "What about sleep, though?" said Lefty, making Old Blue's ears twitch.
"Patience, lad, I'm getting to that," the Kickin said, glaring at his young companion. Sleep is the odd one out, the only element of the four which is not an external force, but rather an entirely internal one. It is the element of willpower, governing the output of the mind. Where other mages shape the energies of the world into something they can ingest, a great dreamer does the opposite. They create something in their minds and then bring it into the world, crafting items in their dreams that can then be pushed into reality.
Lefty was speechless. He had never heard of anything so amazing in all his life. Food magic had been incredible, but understandable. He liked food magic, but had no desire to create it himself, especially after the sweet cake incident. Sleep magic, however, seemed like an outright miracle to him, something capable of infinite possibilities. No sooner had he been introduced to the concept than he decided that he would become a great and powerful sleep mage. Old Blue saw the look in his eye and frowned worriedly.
"Don't get too excited, lad," the Kickin said, obviously a few moments too late. "Sleep magic is the most difficult to learn. It takes a special kind of mind to be a dreamer. It's not as simple as following a recipe. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot more to making magic bread than just following the recipe. But the artistry involved is still a skill that can be learned. With enough time and dedication, nearly anyone can become a chef or a chemist or a mixologist. But to even begin practicing sleep magic, you need to dream lucidly. You must be aware that you're dreaming, and have control over everything that happens in that dream. It's not something easily taught, nor is it something everyone can do. Some people spend years trying, and never even get past this first step." And even if you do master lucid dreaming, that's only the start of it, lad. You can't just think up something amazing and have it become real. Most of the things that people dream up can't exist in the waking world. They just aren't compatible with reality. If you're lucky, the thing you've made won't materialize at all, or it'll turn to dust the moment you wake up. If you're unlucky, the thing will explode in a flash of light and heat. It's not uncommon for apprentice sleep mages to be missing fingers or even their entire hands. In order for a dream-crafted object to survive the trip, it must be expertly designed. You've got to use dream logic and real-world logic, which means having a detailed understanding of maths and physics. And recalling that information while you're lucid dreaming is incredibly difficult. It requires a combination of engineering, artistry, and luck that few people possess.
All of this Old Blue explained to Lefty in an attempt to dissuade him from pursuing sleep magic. After all, the young man was barely literate and had only dreamt once. For his age, he was severely lacking in both the experience and knowledge needed to become a dreamer. It would take a supreme effort for him to catch up, and the Kicken warned him that even if he started now and focused all his attention towards it, it was likely that he would never perform a single feat of sleep magic. But Lefty didn't care. His excitement had reached its zenith, and it would not be deterred by insignificant things like reasonable expectations. He would be a sleep mage, he declared, no matter how long it took or how difficult it was. It was the kind of youthful exuberance that terrified Old Blue, while making him smile wistfully at the same time. Young people have so much potential. The next day, Lefty visited Sheila, the elderly Camelian dreamer, and asked if she would teach him about sleep magic. He even offered to stay behind in Opprobrium and apprentice under her, if need be. His quest to become king was fine and all, but he'd much rather become a mage. The old Camelian smiled softly, patted the young man on the shoulder, and essentially repeated everything Old Blue had said, telling him kindly that, starting at his age, with zero experience or talent, he would likely never succeed at dreaming. She had been born with a natural gift, she explained, and had been working at the craft since she was old enough to read. And yet, even after a lifetime of practice, she had barely found the tiniest bit of success. The only things she could produce with any real regularity were mere trinkets, glittery stones of unnatural color which were beautiful to behold, but utterly useless in any practical sense. Back in her prime, she had managed to make a few high-quality globe lights, she said with a wistful air of pride, but she had never been consistent enough to make dreaming a full-time job. She sighed sadly as she thought about it, her old eyes full of nostalgia, and then showed Lefty her hands. The flesh on her palms was pale and had a strange swirling look to it, as if her skin had once melted slightly and then re-solidified wrong. The whole surface was a strange wrinkled scar. She was lucky, she explained, that the failed attempt had only burned her hands, but left them mostly intact. She could still work as a bookkeeper, even if she couldn't write quite as quickly or as cleanly as before. The sight softened Lefty's excitement a bit, but failed to snuff it out. Nothing could. Just as with the beast of the food tabernacle, he was determined to go forward, regardless of what warnings or obstacles stood in his path. He was sad, of course, that the old woman wouldn't teach him, but he understood that her decision came from a concern for his well-being and not from malice. He thanked her genuinely for talking with him, but stated that he would not give up. If she wasn't willing to teach him about sleep magic, then he would have to find someone else who would. Perhaps the old mage sensed his desperation and wanted to guide him on the right track. Or perhaps she simply took pity on the dejected young man and decided to leave him with some scrap of hope. Whatever the reason, she stopped Lefty at the door and asked him to wait while she fetched something for him. A few moments later, with an expression that was equal parts pity and joy, Sheila handed Lefty a pair of books from her collection, gifts for the amateur sleep mage. They were old tomes, coated in dust from years on the shelf, and contained basic information she had long since committed to memory or copied down elsewhere. One was a beginner's guide to the practice of sleep magic, and the other was a reference book on physics, full of mathematical formulas and useful diagrams. They were useless to her now, but she knew that Lefty would find the knowledge invaluable. Indeed, he was overjoyed by the old woman's generosity, treating the common books with more reverence and respect than the one-of-a-kind Clavis Imperium which still bounced around at the bottom of his backpack. Throwing his arms around her, Lefty gave the elderly Camelian a big hug, bestowing a warm smile to her face as he thanked her again and again for the amazing gift. A few days later, Lefty and Blue finally departed from Opprobrium, riding out on a caravan headed towards the capital. There were few in the town who wanted to see them go, and truth be told, Lefty wasn't all that keen on leaving either. There was so much to learn and experience in Opprobrium, and he had only gotten a taste of it in his 2-week visit. If not for old Blue enticing the young man with promise of even greater adventures, he might have stayed there in that peaceful little town, and perhaps even made a home for himself among the friendly Camelians. But, for better or worse, that was not meant to be. Lefty and Blue gave their heartfelt thanks, said their goodbyes, and left Opprobrium behind, striking out on the road to the capital with no intention of ever returning. Most of the things that Lefty learned during his short stay with the Camelians would stay there. Never again would he go fishing, attempt food magic, or gather water into a barrel. But thanks to Sheila's gifts, an interest in sleep magic would follow Lefty onto the next leg of his journey. He may have been barely literate, but he could still read, and now that he had something worth reading, he made sure to do it every night before going to sleep. He went through the material at a snail's pace, and barely understood most of it, but that didn't stop it from having an impact on him. The very first night of his journey, as he lay sleeping in the back of an unfamiliar wagon, Lefty dreamed for the second time in his life. It was the same dream he had 2 weeks prior. Once again he found himself walking through the desert, returning to the hometown he had abandoned. And once more he found it pleasantly deserted. He made his way through the quiet empty streets to the place where he used to live, fully intending to lie down and relax in his old familiar hammock. This time, however, when he reached the door to his house, he paused. He was dreaming. He knew it. Only in his dreams would he ever go back to the place he was born, and only in his wildest dreams would it actually be pleasant and empty. He had done it. He was lucid. The first step. His heart beat faster at the realization, his mind filled with such overwhelming excitement that he couldn't help but shout. "I did it!" he said, raising his arms to the sky as he sat up in the back of the wagon, a huge smile plastered on his face. Old Blue stared back at him in the dim light, obviously confused as to why his companion was shouting, but unwilling to start a conversation in the middle of the night. A raised eyebrow was his only response. Lefty opened his mouth to explain, when suddenly it dawned on him that he was awake. As the realization of what had just happened sunk in, the smile slowly drained from his face. "Oh," he said, much quieter and much more disappointed, as he lowered his hands. "Never mind," he added, as he lay back down and curled up on his side. It took a long while for him to calm down enough to sleep again. When finally he did, he was greeted only with darkness. Lefty would not dream again that night, or the next night, or for several weeks after that. Chapter 12. The Capital. Aside from his dream on that first night, the rest of Lefty's journey to the capital would prove rather uneventful. The pace was leisurely, the weather was pleasant, and the roads were safe, just as they had been ever since the reign of Scaevolas. Don't get me wrong, there's always some thievery afoot, no matter how peaceful the kingdom is, but it was small-scale stuff. An individual riding alone might occasionally be robbed by a pair of ruffians, but organized banditry hadn't existed in Att for a long time, rendering large caravans practically untouchable. As such, the trip was rather comfortable. The Camelian merchants traveled at a gentle pace, never pushing their squirrels too hard. Lefty spent much of this time in solitude, sitting on the back of a wagon with his legs dangling over the edge, rocking back and forth with the steady rhythm of the beasts hauling him. It was there that he attempted, with minimal results, to read the book Sheila had gifted him back in Opprobrium. It wasn't an easy task. Not only were most of the words unfamiliar to Lefty, but the creaking of the wagon wheels and the incessant chirping of nearby birds were quite distracting. Oftentimes he'd only go a few moments before sighing and setting the book down, his eyes drifting to the paved road that slowly slid by underneath his feet. Still, he never gave up. Inevitably, he'd grab one of the books and try again, sometimes spending hours with his nose buried in the thick tomes. When he wasn't busy attempting to gain literacy, Lefty walked alongside the caravan, occasionally making small talk with the merchants who hosted him, but mostly just marveling at the forest to either side of the road. The wide variety of plant and animal life that occupied it were still relatively new to the desert dweller. Sometimes he'd just stare in quiet awe at his surroundings, watching as the thick wilderness slowly passed him by. As one day turned into another, the woods to either side of him slowly transformed. Flat ground began to surge into hills and valleys. Tall wild grass began to overtake the seemingly endless trees, which grew smaller and shorter until they disappeared entirely. Eventually, the alien-looking forest was replaced by equally alien plains, which seemed just as endless as the landscape that preceded it. To Lefty, it was a desert of green, a living version of his homeland, except with rolling hills much larger than any dune he had ever seen. On the 6th day of their journey, after spending his morning attempting to read, Lefty emerged from the back of a wagon and made his way towards the head of the caravan. They were cresting a particularly large ridge, and he was eager to glimpse the vista from its peak. He was expecting more hills, perhaps one of those snowy places he had heard about. He was not prepared to see the capital looming in the distance. Looking up casually, he glimpsed the city in all its glory, and the sight was almost enough to make him drop his books. The food tabernacle had been an impressive feat of engineering to behold, especially for someone as naive as Lefty. But it had been built into a mountain, allowing nature to take at least some of the credit for its majesty. Nature could make no such claims on the capital. A thick wall of pale stone jutted starkly from the ground, rising more than 100 hands into the air and encircling the entire city. It was unlike any wall Lefty had seen before, or any he would see again. Its surface was clear and smooth, as if the entire thing had been carved from a single massive rock, and its curved shape was somehow organic and artificial at the same time. It was as if someone had constructed a stone dome over the city, and then sliced off the top at a slight angle, leaving no straight lines on the entire structure. The wall seemed as if it must have been sculpted from a mountain, except that couldn't possibly be the case, because it was situated in the middle of a wide open plain, with nary a rock or quarry in sight. From his distant spot on the hill, Lefty could just barely see over the edge of the wall, and into the forest of rooftops it enclosed. There were thousands of them, more buildings than he thought existed, and they came in every shape and size imaginable. Outside the city, plots of farmland stretched for miles in every direction, circling the wall in a series of concentric rings. Around the inner rim, thousands of tiny buildings crowded together in little rows. From a distance, the individual plots were nearly indistinguishable, each one being little more than a shack sitting on a tiny yard. Farther away from the wall were more traditional farms, big houses overlooking large fields of crops or fenced-in grassland that fed grazing hamsters. The farms and their houses grew large as they retreated from the city, with the furthest plots containing plantations. Despite being the largest ring, there were only a couple dozen of them. Each one controlled more land than the entire inner circle combined, and each one was home to a network of buildings and roads that almost resembled a small town, with an ornate multi-story mansion at the center of them. As the caravan headed down the hill and towards the city, the road widened, and the grassy plains quickly turned into farmland, with expansive fields of golden brown wheat and barley to either side. It was there, walking along the wide road between two plantations, that Lefty saw Thulin for the first time. Its dark green hairless skin was shining with perspiration as it sat atop a high tower-like chair, watching over a field in which several dozen humans were toiling in the midday sun. It turned to look down at the caravan as it passed by, and for a brief moment it locked eyes with Lefty. Its expression was unreadable to the young man. Smiles and frowns he understood, but facial tentacles were a mystery. For a second there was fear, as some primal part of Lefty's brain recoiled from the inhuman face staring back at him. But after another second it passed. As ignorant and isolated as Lefty was, even he had heard of Thulins before. They were everywhere, and nothing to be afraid of. Despite his gut reaction, he knew that Thulins were people, no different from Old Blue or the countless Camelians he had encountered, and important people at that. Humans and Deepuns may have surpassed them in number, but in terms of wealth and influence, they were probably the most powerful race in the whole kingdom, especially back then. To be honest, the sight was so mundane, and the reaction so unimportant, that it's barely worth mentioning. I'm only bringing it up now to establish the Thulin presence in the city, because in many ways, the capital belonged to them. Well, I mean, not technically. In the eyes of the law, everyone was on equal footing, regardless of race. But the capital was largely a city of commerce, and when it comes to economic matters, Thulins dominated. Nearly all the plantations surrounding the capital, as well as many of the powerful businesses within it, were solely in Thulin hands. Their influence was so strong that, despite being a minority of the population, most structures were built to their rather large proportions. Doorways and ceilings loomed over the smaller races, making the capital feel even more grand to a human like Lefty. The capital did have a proper name, by the way. In fact, it had many proper names. Perfectum, New Perfectum, Neurelia, Scavel City, Julia, and Unitopia. All of which were either offensive, inappropriate, or just plain stupid, depending on who you asked. And considering the massive population in the city, there were a lot of people to ask. It was the most populous place in Att, a vast and sprawling metropolis where Thulans, humans, Deepuns, Camelians, and even Pentoids all lived and worked together. Given its diversity, it was best practice to simply refer to the capital as the capital, since everyone would know what you meant, and it was guaranteed not to offend anyone. Old Blue explained all this to Lefty as they approached the city's massive walls. The wise Kicken wanted to ensure that his companion understood the importance of names, but the young man was barely listening. The sights and sounds of the city were overwhelming to his rural sensibilities. The road they were on, despite being wide enough for 2 wagons to easily ride side by side, quickly became cramped with hundreds of people. Some were entering the city like them. Others were on their way out, but most were simply crossing onto one of the many smaller roads that split off the main. As they neared the gate, each one of these side roads held rows of houses that stretched for as far as the eye could see. Lefty knew from a distance that these roads curved around the capital's circular wall, but from up close they looked straight. Such was the size of the city. They hadn't even entered through the gates yet, and already Lefty had seen more people and buildings than he had in the rest of his life put together. And if that weren't enough, there was the wall itself, looming ever higher the closer they got. Lefty walked through its massive gates, staring straight up in wonder, craning his neck so far back that he practically fell over backwards. "How did anyone make something so big?" he wondered out loud as they headed towards the market district. At the time, Old Blue didn't know. The Kicken simply remained silent and let the awe sink in. Eventually, he and Lefty would find out who built the wall, and how they did it. The knowledge would almost drive Lefty to kill a man. But we'll get to that when we get to it. For the time being, there would be no attempted murders. Lefty and Blue were too busy for that. They had just 2 weeks to find a patron, and though it wouldn't be excitingly violent or solve an ancient mystery, it had to be done. Chapter 13. The Patron. For more than a week, Lefty and Old Blue lived in the back of a wagon that sat parked behind a warehouse on Market Street. Many of the Camelian merchants who brought them to the city could afford to stay at a nearby inn, but that luxury was not afforded to their guests. The newfound adventurers could sleep in their wagon and partake of their remaining bread, but other than that they were on their own. This didn't bother Lefty at all, initially. To say he was excited to be in the capital would have been an understatement. Just as in Opprobrium, the former sand miner was eager to see everything, know everyone, and learn all that this new place had to offer. Unlike Opprobrium, though, the capital did not accommodate his desires. The city was an eternally busy place, full of eternally busy citizens, and most of them had long since run out of patience for the ignorant gawking of rural peasants. Lefty learned rather quickly that he was not significant here. The capital had tens of thousands of residents and received new visitors on a daily basis. To the city dwellers, he was just one drop of water in a sea of people, another stranger to be ignored, exploited, or feared. And unfortunately for Lefty, his inquisitiveness resulted in much more of the latter. You see, back in Opprobrium, he had been praised for observing people at work, and for taking an interest in the lives of the common people. But here in the city, such staring was met with hostility. It didn't help that Lefty was a tall young man with unkempt hair and cheap clothing, who possessed notably muscular arms. If you didn't know him, you might think he was a ruffian, and since most people didn't know him, his innocent curiosity was often mistaken for something more nefarious. Needless to say, the young adventurer quickly lost most of the enthusiasm he had for the capital. It seemed like every time they left to walk the streets, he ran into some kind of trouble. Guards and merchants alike chased Lefty away for suspicious behavior, and the few friendly faces he did encounter turned out to be fast-talking swindlers who attempted to rob him of his scant possessions. These ordeals rapidly drained Lefty, and after just a few days of living in the capital, the energetic young man had transformed into a glum, silent version of his former self. "I don't think I belong here," he said one night as he and Old Blue sat huddled in the back of their wagon, riding out a brief rainstorm under its covered hood. "Maybe we should just go back."
"Back where, lad? To Ashtab? You want to be a sand miner again?"
Lefty shuddered at the thought.
"Or do you want to go back to Opprobrium?"
Old Blue continued, hopping down from Lefty's head so he could look him in the eye.
"I suppose you could be a farmer. No shame in that. But I thought you wanted adventure, lad. You know, see new things, meet new people, find new beds. You won't get much of that if you head back to a small town and settle down. Oh, it might seem new for a while, but that feeling will wear off before long."
"Yeah, I guess you're right," Lefty sighed. "It's just, this doesn't feel very adventure-y."
"Well, not every step of the journey is going to be thrilling, lad. You got to put in the work to get what you want."
"I'm fine with work. I can work all day. Just give me a shovel or an axe or a sword and I'll do whatever work you want. But wandering around the city being laughed at isn't work. It's just annoying." Now it was Old Blue's turn to sigh. He sympathized with the young man, he really did. Lefty was a natural-born warrior, strong, ambitious, and full of energy, excited to explore and willing to take big risks. If he had been born during the Dark War, or any war for that matter, the people with power would have sought him out, would have had to work to earn his loyalty. But one unfortunate side effect of Scaevolus's peace was that it didn't leave many options for men like Lefty. There was little need for warriors anymore. Boldness and ambition didn't have much practical purpose. If anything, they were kind of a liability, which meant the wartime roles were reversed. He would have to work for their attention, and that was not the kind of work he was good at.
"Look, lad, I know this isn't your cup of tea, but if you want to get to the drink tabernacle and fight the beast within, then you're going to need cash and supplies, and that means finding a patron."
That's what they had been doing every day since they arrived. Blue's plan was to find a senator or a wealthy merchant who'd be willing to supply them with everything they'd need to find and conquer the other tabernacles. Such arrangements were actually fairly common in the years following Scaevolus's reign. Wealthy citizens from all over Att proudly sponsored adventurers, or sometimes whole teams of adventurers, to explore the tabernacles. At first these arrangements were made with the understanding that, should the adventurer succeed, they would reward their benefactor with the kind of wealth and influence that only a king could bestow. Eventually it became clear that no one could beat the Tabernacles, but for one reason or another, sponsoring adventurers remained a fashionable trend for the rich. It simply morphed from an attempt to seize power into a status symbol that the wealthy flaunted amongst themselves. Though Old Blue hadn't been to the capital in quite some time, he was still familiar with this practice, and he knew the city well enough to make his way around the wealthier districts. He didn't have friends or connections, but his status as a nigh-mythical creature, combined with his ability to talk as well as any swindler, ensured that he could always find an audience to listen to his proposal, even if most of them responded with laughter. You see, by the time Lefty arrived in the capital, sponsored adventurers were little more than glorified mascots for their wealthy patrons. Most of them never actually left the capital or made any attempt at the Tabernacles. The large majority of them were simply attractive people who posed in decorative armor, more concerned with looking brave than in actually doing anything brave. The few that did have legitimate skills were usually kept as glorified bodyguards, escorting their patrons around the city to give them an air of importance. As such, Old Blue had a difficult time being taken seriously. Though he could often talk his way into an audience with someone, he rarely got to speak to those who were actually in charge. Most of his meetings ended up being with impatient assistants who dismissed him outright as soon as they saw the young man he was trying to sell them. Lefty was not ugly by any means, nor was he in poor shape, but the standards of these fake, eye-candy adventurers were very, very high, and he wasn't anywhere near their level. Of course, not everyone ignored the duo entirely. It's just that those few who did actually listen to Old Blue's proposal were the ones who laughed the hardest, which he probably should have expected. After all, years of attempts by hundreds of individuals had proven that gathering the Clavis Imperium was a suicidal effort, so the prospect of spending money on such an endeavor was about as appealing as burning it. Now you might think that actually having one of the Clavis Imperium would have helped Lefty and Blue to be taken seriously, but this was not the case. For you see, while no one had actually bested any of the Tabernacles before, that hadn't stopped people from claiming that they had. Since no one knew what the Clavis Imperium looked like, it wasn't too difficult for a charismatic swindler with a fancy-looking key to fake their way into a bit of temporary fame and fortune. False claims like this weren't a common occurrence, but it had happened often enough over the years that most educated people didn't trust anyone making such claims. As such, most of the people Old Blue talked to didn't even look at their strange gear, and the few that did brushed it aside without closer inspection. This was all Lefty had experienced his first week in the capital. Just a string of meetings with rude rich people who laughed in his face and claimed he was a liar. Between them and the guards, it was no wonder that he felt unwanted. But, for better or worse, Old Blue convinced him to keep trying for a few more days. And wouldn't you know it, but the very next day, they finally had a meeting with someone who did take them seriously. Titus Tiberius was one of, if not the, best blacksmiths in the entire city, perhaps even the entire kingdom. He was an old human craftsman, with short white hair and skin like dried leather. Stout and full of muscle despite his age, the man could do things with metal that others found impossible. He was a true master of metalworking, who created high-quality weapons and armor, as well as exquisite masterworks of decorative art. He was also a surly and mean-spirited racist who showed little respect for most humans and blatant contempt for everyone else. He was a gruff and simple man with a heart as dried and cracked as his skin, a man whose complete lack of empathy made him one of the most disliked figures in the city, and someone that most people, human or not, avoided if they could help it. Despite his incredible skill, few were willing to hire him, and even fewer were willing to work for him. The man had no apprentices to pump his bellows, relying instead on an expensive device he had paid a sleep mage to create. He was rich, to be certain, though just barely so, his wealth coming less from his success as a blacksmith and more from his extremely frugal lifestyle. The elderly smith lived as cheaply as possible. His simple home was free of comforts he could have easily afforded, and his tools were weathered things that had been repaired countless times rather than be replaced. He was a man who regularly argued with merchants over the price of their wares, often buying old food and flawed equipment to discount prices. He was eternally haggling, on a seemingly endless quest to save as much cash as possible at every given opportunity. And yet, when Lefty in Blue turned up to speak with him, Titus listened. Part of this was simply due to Lefty's appearance. Years of digging in the desert sun had given him the physique and tone of a day laborer, and the old salt had an instant respect for any human who worked with their hands. What really drew his attention, though, were the metallic feathers that Lefty still carried with him. The other potential patrons had dismissed them as ridiculous gimmicks, made by some smith with no standards and too much time on their hands. But Titus recognized right away that no hand had crafted those blades. They were something special, and it gave their story just enough weight that when they showed him the Clavis Imperium, the Grumpster actually took a good hard look at it.
"This is a Clavis Imperium,"
the smith said incredulously as Lefty handed over the gear.
"Yes, sir," was Old Blue's reply. "We were surprised as well. I'd have expected it to—"
"Shut it, bird. Let me look at this thing," said the old salt, as he sat down on a little wooden stool and began turning the gear slowly in his hands.
Well, it ain't bronze, or copper. The texture ain't right, and the weight is all wrong. Unless there's a heavier metal inside this thing, but double casting something this small would be a lot of work."
Titus reached into his leather apron and pulled out a small magnifying lens. Holding it up, he inspected the object closer.
"You've got the royal insignia here. Looks official, and—"
He leaned in closer.
"There's no tool marks. Well, it's dream-crafted, all right,"
he said as he put the lens away and turned the gear over a few more times.
"High quality, too. Symmetrical. No imperfections I can see."
The old smith balanced the gear on one finger, the disc refusing to wobble as he moved his hand in a slow circle.
"Weight is distributed evenly, too. Solid all the way through."
Titus looked up at his guests again.
"This took effort and skill. It was made by a professional."
Old Blue smiled, but the old man's face tightened up, his eyes squinting as if trying to spot imperfections on the kickin'.
"Question is, how did you two get something like this?"
Lefty remained silent, his face unreadable. Old Blue's face went stern as well. He had already told Titus where they got it, and he didn't like the insinuation that he was lying. Also, he was still upset at being called a bird. He was not a bird, he was a kickin'! It took all his effort just to hold his tongue in the face of such indignity. Fortunately, Titus interpreted the silence as an invitation to speculate.
"I reckon you could have made it yourselves," he said, rubbing his chin. "But if either of you was this good at sleep magic, you wouldn't need a patron."
Titus looked back down at the gear.
"I suppose you could have stolen it."
The old man didn't see Lefty in Blue flinch with indignation.
"But that would mean a dreamer made this on their own. And why would they? A gear with 9 teeth has no use in a clock. And why the royal insignia? No one would even see it."
For a moment all three of them were silent. Titus was contemplating the possibilities, and none of them fit perfectly. Except the story they had told. What if it was true? Titus looked up again at Lefty, and for the first time in decades there was a tiny glimmer of hope in those bitter old eyes. The old man was able to remember a time before the bickering Senate, before Thulins, Pentoids, and Deepuns made everything worse. He remembered back when Att was ruled by a powerful, noble, human king. A single strong figure who commanded authority and created prosperity. Those were good times. At least they were for him. And now, here was this strong young man, holding a Clavis Imperium, asking for his help to restore the monarchy. Here was a chance to make the kingdom great again, a chance to reverse the downward spiral of society and go back to the way things were. Finally, here was another great man who could claim the kingdom for humans and rein in the unclean masses that had corrupted their once glorious civilization. Of course, Titus didn't say any of this out loud at the time. Thinking himself a very rational and smart man, he simply assumed that Lefty's goals were the same as his own. I mean, why wouldn't they be? They were both humans. And to be fair, Lefty said nothing to convince him otherwise, because the young man hadn't said anything at all. He had been standing stoically since they arrived, letting Old Blue speak while he stared off into the distance like some visionary hero. To Titus, he seemed the epitome of aloof confidence, a statuesque man gazing towards the next horizon, so sure of himself that he need not participate in trivial negotiations over mere cash. In truth, Lefty was just trying desperately not to mess things up. Titus was the first rich person to actually invite them in, and the young man feared that a single wrong word might ruin everything. He knew he was not great at speaking, and so he didn't try. Instead, he stood there in silent terror, hoping beyond hope that Old Blue would be able to clinch the negotiations without his assistance. Fortunately for him, silence was just what the situation called for. Some people need constant prodding to be convinced. Others will convince themselves if given enough time to think. And that was Titus. He trusted no one's opinion more than his own. And so, after only a few moments of contemplation, the bigoted old blacksmith agreed to become Lefty's patron. Titus did not like to spend money, but if this young man could restore a human to the throne, it was worth any price. That evening, Lefty and Blue bid farewell to the friendly Camelian merchants who had brought them to the capital and sheltered them while they searched for a patron. It was a bittersweet farewell, to be certain. Truly, they were kind-hearted people, and Lefty could not thank them enough for all they had done. But he was eager to embark on the next leg of his journey. Plus, after 2 weeks of sleeping in the back of a wagon, it would be great to have a room of his own, and a bed to sleep on once more. Or so he thought. The room that Titus provided for him was a tiny windowless space above a smithy. It was perpetually hot, smelled of burnt sweat, and the cracked floors were practically guaranteed to give splinters. His bed was little more than an old cot, 2 sizes too small, and sitting on uneven legs that made it wobble incessantly. Titus may have been willing to help them, but he was still an unsympathetic and utterly cheap grumpster. Their time with him would not be pleasant. Chapter 14. The Truth About Deepuns.
"Sit up, boy, you look like a darn deepun."
Lefty sat up a little straighter, but didn't say anything. He had learned not to interrupt Titus when he was about to launch into one of his rants.
"Nothing lazier in this world than a deepun, son. Wouldn't know a hard day's work if it slapped 'em right in their moist little faces."
It had been several days since Lefty and Blue had moved in with the cantankerous old man, and the 3 of them were currently sharing a meager breakfast of scrambled eggs and stale toast, while sitting on the floor of his forge.
"Did you know that in deepun lands, hard work is illegal? Can you believe that? They'd put a man in jail if he tries to work 2 days in a row."
The blacksmith spat on the ground for emphasis.
"State-mandated laziness. You know, it'd be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. The whole lot of 'em's lazy from top to bottom. It's a miracle they lasted this long. I don't know why the Senate puts up with them."
Awkward silence hung in the air for a moment, cut only by the sound of quiet chewing. Lefty never knew what to say in situations like this. As far as he could tell, nothing had prompted the old man's outbursts, and even if he understood why Titus was upset, Lefty had nothing to add about the diminutive Deepuns. He had seen several of them since arriving in the capital. They were outnumbered by the humans and Thulans, but they weren't exactly rare. Every day he'd see a few of them plodding down the street, minding their own business like everyone else. He hadn't spoken to one yet, but they didn't seem all that special.
"I don't know why anyone puts up with them," Titus continued. "They hate ambition. Think it's dangerous. Well, if not for the ambition of Scaevolas, they'd still be squatting in the mud, banging sticks together. It's only thanks to him that they even left the swamp. And how do they repay us? By siding with the dang greenskins."
Lefty took another bite of stale toast. He longed for the taste of magical bread. Titus always bought such terrible food. At least it wasn't moldy this time. The old man swore you could eat around it, but Old Blue disagreed. The Kickin didn't say it out loud, of course, but he was certainly thinking it loudly. Lefty could tell. He had become adept at reading the emotions on Old Blue's feline face, and he knew when his friend thought a statement was false. In fact, he was making the same face right now.
"Now, I'm not for slavery,"
Titus continued, as if he hadn't said enough.
"But if any race deserves it, it's them. Maybe a little whipping might get 'em off their arses for once,"
he said with a dry chuckle, hoping the image would tickle his guests. Lefty let out a little grunt, more from obligation than actual humor. Old Blue opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but instead he just sighed and continued eating. Having seen the horrors of slavery firsthand, the Kickin didn't take kindly to that statement. But given that Titus was currently their only source of food and shelter, he decided it would be best to keep his mouth shut and let the bigot ramble.
"Probably for the best anyway. Not like they'd be useful. Even if you could get 'em up and moving, they're too darn short. Couldn't lift a darn thing with those stubby little hands."
The old blacksmith spat once more, this time only partially because he despised the Deepuns. A small bit of eggshell glistened on the floor where his saliva had landed.
"Why anyone tolerates them is beyond me. Did you know they don't even have blacksmiths?"
This went on for quite some time. I won't make you listen to the whole thing like Lefty and Blue had to. Needless to say, Titus wasn't accurate in his assessment of the Deepuns. His view of them contained only a tiny morsel of the truth, which the cynical old man exaggerated to the point of absurdity. Just as one example, there were Deepun blacksmiths. They were uncommon, to be sure, but that has less to do with the entire Deepun race being weak, lazy, or primitive, as Titus would claim, and more to do with their homeland. It was a swampy marsh. Not many mineral deposits in the swamp. Even if there were, it's kind of hard to get to them, what with the water everywhere and the seasonal flooding. Looking down on the Deepuns for not having a proud history of metalworking was like mocking Ashtab for its lack of a navy. Plus, whatever the Deepuns lacked in iron, they more than made up for in lumber. The lowlands of eastern Att contained a variety of unique trees that grew nowhere else in the world, and Deepun carpenters alone had mastered using them. Despite being made of wood, their tools and structures often rivaled metal both in strength and complexity, though you'd never hear Titus admit it. And it's the same with everything else he said. The old man was so full of half-truths that they added up to several complete lies, and poor Lefty was forced to give them his attention. The young man didn't know what to think. He was so eager to learn that he listened wholeheartedly to his patron's ramblings. At least at first. But even he could tell something was amiss. "Hey, Blue, if the Deepuns are so lazy, how did they build the drink tabernacle?" he asked one night after Titus had gone to bed.
They aren't lazy, lad. We've been over this. Titus is full of spit.
Yeah, I know, Lefty responded, shifting uncomfortably in his tiny cot. But, they have that law where you're not allowed to work 2 days in a row. You said that was real.
Aye, it is. But that doesn't make them lazy, Old Blue replied.
Okay, they aren't lazy, but they do have a lot of days off, right? How do the Deepuns get anything done if nobody's working half the time? Old Blue's ears twitched. Sometimes he forgot just how ignorant Lefty was.
They work in shifts, lad. Each individual works 4 days a week, but someone is always working.
Lefty tilted his head. Even at night? Blue rolled his eye.
No, not at night, smart arse. What I meant to say was, every day, while half the Deepuns are resting, the other half are working. Then the next day they trade off. It's not like here in the capital, where almost everyone has the weekend off. The Deepuns don't have weekends. They don't need them because they only work half the week anyway.
Huh, Lefty said, looking up at his forehead as he attempted some mental math. So, work gets done every day, even on the weekends, but also everyone has more free time. Old Blue nodded. Huh, that sounds better?
Well, the Deepuns certainly think so, said Old Blue.
So then why don't we do that? Lefty asked.
Well, in order for a schedule like that to work, lad, everyone would have to cooperate. The whole capital would have to work together towards common goals.
Ah, and the capital has all those lazy beggars who don't want to work, Lefty said, nodding as he remembered another one of Titus's lessons. Old Blue sighed. Another half-truth. One he didn't have the patience to correct right now. For the time being, he simply said, Yes, lad, the beggars are a problem. But so are the nobles. Most of them don't put in a day's work either. Oh? Said Lefty, curious despite the fatigue creeping into his voice. So the Deepuns don't have nobles, then?
Not any more,
said Blue.
And they don't have beggars either. Strange how that works.
Very strange, replied Lefty with a yawn, as he turned over in his cot to try and sleep. It's a pity we didn't get to continue this conversation. I don't think he really understood the connection I was making. But I digress. The only reason I mention any of this talk of Deepuns is because the next stop on Lefty's journey was located in the heart of the Deepun homeland. Specifically, they were headed to the Master Dam, a massive structure which had once served as capital of the Deepun Union, back when they were still an independent territory. The Deepuns didn't have cities, you see, at least not in the traditional sense. Instead, their population was centralized into these massive dams, each of which housed thousands of citizens. The Master Dam, in addition to being the largest of these structures, was also the closest to the Drink Tabernacle, which was Lefty and Blue's true destination. The massive monument had been built in the middle of Lake Allende, the largest body of fresh water in all of Att. And when I say in the lake, I do mean inside the lake. The Tabernacle was mostly underwater, designed so that it would always be surrounded by that most primal of beverages. It was not an easy place to reach, and Lefty would not be able to simply camp inside as he had with the Food Tabernacle. Instead, he and Blue would need a base of operations, which meant living among the Deepuns. Which was honestly not a big deal. In truth, the Master Dam was no more hostile to visitors than the capital was. Citizens of Att were free to come and go as they pleased. But to Titus they might as well have been walking into a war zone. The ignorant blacksmith assumed that Deepuns hated humans as much as he hated Deepuns, and fully expected Lefty to be shunned by them at best, which is why he insisted that they spend 4 weeks preparing for the worst-case scenario, living off the land in hostile territory. For Titus himself, this meant crafting weapons and armor. The blacksmith spent much of his time creating a set of masterwork plate armor for Lefty, certain that the young man would need protection from the murderous Deepuns. And though the old fart was ignorant when it came to cultures that weren't his own, I can't deny that he knew how to work a forge. The shining suit of iron he wrought was an impressive feat of engineering. Sturdy metal covered Lefty from head to toe without being cumbersome. Lefty reported that it was surprisingly comfortable and lightweight for its size, built to his exact proportions, with tiny jointed segments that allowed him full mobility without sacrificing protection. It's a pity that Lefty would never fight in it, but it certainly looked fancy. As for weapons, Titus took inspiration from the feathers Lefty had brought with him, and created a pair of blades in their image. 2 curved short swords with serrated edges and an intricate feather design on either side. Just as he had with the armor, the smith proved his mastery over metal. The blades looked just as dynamic as the actual feathers, while maintaining a reasonable size and balance, allowing them to be used just like traditional swords. Lefty hated them. It's not that he didn't appreciate the effort. It's just that everything about his new sword seemed inferior to the actual feathers. Not only were they smaller in size and less shiny, but they felt weird. You see, he had been swinging around his metallic feathers in private ever since he obtained them, and had grown used to the way they felt in his hands. To someone like him, without any formal sword training, things like weight and balance didn't really matter. He was accustomed to his feathers, and like most people, he wasn't fond of change. Also, these new swords lacked the aerodynamic qualities that the actual feathers possessed. This was to be expected, of course. Titus knew nothing about flight, and made no attempt to emulate the feathers' contours. He sought only to make effective blades that cut as cleanly as possible. So when Lefty asked if the swords would let him fly any better, the old man laughed out loud, not realizing that his client's question was a serious one. To Lefty, the feathers' ability to fly was their best quality. After all, it had literally saved his life when he jumped from the top of the food tabernacle. If these new swords couldn't do that, then they were useless to him. He didn't tell Titus this out loud, of course. Neither he nor Blue wanted to say anything to displease their host. But unlike the armor, Titus's finely crafted swords wouldn't even leave the capital. Lefty would accidentally leave them behind when he finally embarked. Strangely, of all the shiny new equipment that Lefty obtained during this time, the only thing that would prove to be useful in the long term was his point light. Titus had purchased one from Pluuthrchk, the capital's premier sleep mage. Well, actually, the Meister themselves didn't personally make it, but it did come from their dreamery. Kind of. Ever the cheapskate, Titus had purchased a defective product at a discounted price. The thing still worked perfectly fine from a practical sense, casting a beam of light just as bright and clear as any normal point light. Its defect was an inconvenient shape. Instead of a straight tube that cast light from one end, the thing was shaped like a horseshoe, with light emitting from both ends. In addition, this model had no switch or button. The point light was always on, which even under regular circumstances made them less desirable. Aside from the obvious annoyance of a light that could never be turned off, these tended to burn out after only a couple of years, and considering this was technically 2 lights, its lifespan was effectively halved. Such unwieldy and unreliable products were supposed to be destroyed, so as to not diminish the reputation of the dreamery. but the mage who made them was so desperate for money that they sold them to Titus for cheap, on the condition that he didn't tell anyone where he got it from. Of course, the fact that I'm telling you the origin now means Titus didn't keep his word, but that should hardly be surprising at this point. Regardless of their cheapness, Lefty was overjoyed to have the point lights. He still very much wanted to be a sleep mage. He had continued to work his way through the books that Sheila had given him back in Opprobrium, but with 0 results. He hadn't had a dream since arriving in the capital, and was becoming a bit disheartened by his complete lack of progress. A chance to hold an actual product of sleep magic in his hands, even if it was a misshapen accident, had swept aside his worries and reignited his interest in dreaming. Lefty would receive many other pieces of equipment for his journey, but none of them would prove quite as important as that point light. Most of it was just basic adventuring gear: rope, flint, a tent, stuff like that. These would all be necessities on the trip, since he and Old Blue would be making the trek alone this time, without the relative luxury of a trade caravan's wagons. They'd be given a squirrel to ride upon, and a bit of food to sustain them, but they would have to make camp along the road and occasionally forage. Because of this, Lefty would spend most of his 4 weeks in survival training. Krista and Cornelius were a gruff but kind old couple who lived on a tiny plot of land just outside the capital's massive walls. Titus knew the couple from his youth and had paid them a small fee to teach Lefty some basic survival skills. The young man would learn many things from the old soldier and his wife: how to pitch a tent, how to start a fire, how to ride a squirrel, how to locate food and water in the wild, and even some basic combat skills. Lefty learned all of this with the same zeal he learned everything else, and quickly became good enough at living off the land. He spent several nights practicing for what was to come, camping in the barely wooded grasslands just beyond the capital's plantations. Though it was somewhat rough, he found that he enjoyed sleeping under the stars. At least, he enjoyed it more than sleeping in the tiny crawl space that Titus provided him back in the city. When 4 weeks was finally up, Lefty was a transformed man. He had entered the city on his feet, with nothing but his old Ashtabian clothes and a nearly empty pack on his back. He had no skills, knew no one save Old Blue, and had only the vaguest idea of what his future held. Now he was a man on a mission. He rode out of the city on a large gray squirrel, clad in a shiny set of armor like some great warrior headed off to war. His rucksack was gone, replaced with a newer and larger one which was filled to bursting with supplies and equipment. Titus, Cornelius, and Krista saw him off, giving the 2-fingered salute of Scaevolas as he rode off in the distance. They had not been the kindest people, but they had helped him nonetheless. In a way, they were the first of his supporters, but certainly not the last. He had learned much in a short time, had acquired the skills he would need to survive, and finally knew, or at least thought he knew, exactly what kind of challenges lay ahead of him. It was official. He was an adventurer now, on a quest to obtain the 9 Clavis Imperium. And though his armor would never see combat, most of his supplies would go unused, and he'd never again have a pleasant conversation with any of the 3 who had helped him. That moment was still glorious. Chapter 15. The Unopened Door. A warm breeze rustled Lefty's hair as he floated down the empty streets of Ashtab. The town was serene and peaceful, utterly quiet except for the soft whistling of the wind as it blew past the stone buildings he knew so well. He struggled to keep his breathing under control, trying to remain calm despite his trembling arms. It was as if excitement and fear were a pair of ferocious wolves growling in the corner of his mind, threatening to thrash him the moment he made a sudden move. And so Lefty did his best to keep cool and mentally tiptoe past them, knowing that if he lost focus for even a second, he would wake up from his dream again. Because of course he was dreaming. You should know this by now. Lefty certainly did. So much time had passed since he last saw his hometown that the illusion no longer fooled him. As soon as he felt the soft crunch of sand under his feet and the dry, merciless heat above, he knew he was asleep. And as that realization blossomed within him, a smile grew on his face in proportion to the rapid beating of his heart. This was his chance. He had waited so long for another one, and he didn't intend to mess it up this time. So he walked directly towards his home, focusing on that goal so that he could ignore the anxieties growling within him. Slowly they began to fade away, and as they did his steps became quicker, the dreamer growing more confident as his world stabilized. Finally he could allow his thoughts to drift. He needed to remember the words of his book, the ones that explained in detail exactly what he was supposed to be doing now that he was lucidly dreaming. This was not an easy task. Recalling complex knowledge while asleep demands a kind of mental acrobatics that few can pull off well. You see, the more the dreamer thinks about the waking world, the more it reinforces the fact that they are dreaming, which causes the dream to become unstable. One must believe in the world of the dream to keep it from crumbling, which is hard to do when you're focusing on a real-world book all about the illusory nature of dreams. Lefty tried his best. He needed the knowledge of the book without any of the surrounding context, so he focused on the words themselves, trying to paint them on the canvas of his mind without thinking of the book they were in. It took a kind of serene focus. When he last read the book, what the cover looked like, where he had gotten it from, what all the other chapters said, all of that had to be ignored. Just the words, letter by letter. He tried to form them in his mind's eye, assembling the sentences without a page underneath him. But as he concentrated, the buildings in his periphery began to bend and melt. He glimpsed it happening out of the corner of his eye, and it took all his willpower to resist the urge to turn and look. He knew that if he acknowledged the falseness of the dream, that it would break the world, and he would wake up once again. So he took a deep breath, and let the idea float away like a leaf on the wind, focusing instead on the yellow brick buildings closest to him. They were real. He was in Ashtab. He didn't need the words. The words were unimportant. He was just returning to his old home so he could lay down and relax. He repeated these thoughts in his head over and over until the world stabilized once again. He almost convinced himself they were true. It wasn't until he grabbed the door handle and opened it that he was reminded of his real goal. And all at once it came back to him, the knowledge flashing into his mind with no effort on his part. Knowledge without focus, as if he had just come up with the idea himself. He remembered now what he was supposed to do. He had to find the doorway to his workshop. As with any craft, practicing sleep magic requires the proper tools and a place to use them. Just as a chef needs a kitchen and a blacksmith needs their forge, a dreamer needs a workshop in which they can build and experiment. Unlike every other artisan, however, sleep mages can't simply buy a workshop, nor can they rent one or train in the workshop of another. Each dreamer must obtain their own personal workshop within their dreams. This can be accomplished in one of three ways. Fabrication is the simplest method. All the dreamer has to do is simply will the workshop into existence, creating it from the ether of their dreamscape with little more than a thought. Unfortunately for Lefty, this is far easier said than done. Only natural-born sleep mages, who exert complete control over their dreams, have what it takes to create structures from thin air. Lefty was certain he was not in this category. His dreams were too grounded in reality for things to simply appear. Even trying might have woken him up, so he didn't try. Conversion is the second method, and the most commonly used. Here, the dreamer essentially builds a workshop within the confines of their dream, converting existing structures and materials into everything they need. This is significantly more work than fabricating one, but it's something nearly all lucid dreamers can do, which is why most opt for this route. There are only two downsides to the conversion method. First, it can potentially take quite a bit of time to build a functioning workshop, resulting in the dreamer waking up before they can actually do anything. And second, it requires that the would-be sleep mage have a solid grasp of real-world engineering. They need to learn to build structures while awake so they can use those skills in their dreams. Lefty, of course, had neither the patience nor the skills for this, so conversion was also rejected without attempt. This just left the third and final method, discovery. Discovering a workshop is as simple as it sounds. For some people, a workshop already exists somewhere within their dreams. They just have to find it. While this certainly sounds like the easiest method of the three, and sometimes it is, it suffers from one major drawback. It's incredibly inconsistent, to the point that it's almost random. Some people find pre-existing workshops in some of their dreams, but it's far from guaranteed. Even if one does exist, it could be anywhere. A dreamer could potentially spend all night searching for their workshop and never actually find it. And even if they do find it, tomorrow's dream will undoubtedly be different, requiring a brand new search each and every night. The only way this method can be replicated reliably is if you had the same dream every time. Assuming you do, and assuming that your recurring dream has a workshop to begin with, then you might be able to practice sleep magic using this method. Such situations are exceptionally rare, however. All of this knowledge came flooding back to Lefty as he walked into his old familiar home and frowned in disappointment. It was exactly the same as he remembered it. True, he had been there in his dreams before, but he had hoped that learning about sleep magic might change something, that his mind would go easy on him and turn the most comfortable place he could think of into his workshop. Like most people, however, Lefty found that his mind was not cooperative. The former sand miner found himself staring at the same familiar walls and wooden furniture that had sat there for years. From the adjoining room, his comfortable hammock called to him, tempting him once more to just lay down and relax. But he pushed those thoughts aside. He had to learn sleep magic. It was all that he wanted, and time was limited. If his home wasn't his workshop, then he would look elsewhere. Lefty turned away from the quiet solitude of his humble abode and looked at the countless houses that lined the street in both directions. Each pale brick frame held an unopened door. He would check every last one if he had to. He started with his parents' home. It was the place he had been raised in, after all, and it was just across the street. He opened the door and found the inside to be the same as when he left, minus his parents and his younger sister, of course. Without a second glance, he turned his back on the familiar structure and walked to the next house over. It belonged to his longtime neighbors, Claude and Marcus. He had gone over there hundreds of times for one reason or another, but opening the door he found that it too was just as he remembered it. So was Amika's house next to them, and Octavian's beyond that. He went from the neighbors to the neighbors' neighbors to the neighbors' neighbors' neighbors. From Felix's tiny shack tucked away against the wall, to Justinian's forge, to the massive 8-room sprawl that housed the Vita family and their many, many children. Everywhere it was the same story, unchanged from when he had left. As he traveled from house to house, a terrible thought began to creep into Lefty's mind, growing more and more dreadful with each unsuccessful door. He tried to ignore the thought and move faster. His quick walk turned into a jog, and then into an outright run, as the young man began to fling open doors with ever-increasing desperation. Try as he might, though, he couldn't outrun the creeping feeling that, perhaps, there was no workshop waiting for him. His book had talked of dreams being strange and surreal places. They were supposed to be full of random nonsense, things that bordered on the indescribable. But his dreams had none of that. His mind had the ability to create literally anything, and all it had done was replicate his hometown. A wolf was growling within him again. This time it was doubt. What if he had no imagination? What if he was incapable of original thoughts? What if his mind was so inflexible that it was unable to put anything new in the houses? Then there would be no workshop. Lefty came to a stop, breathing hard as sweat dripped off his brow. It was getting hotter, brighter too. The sun seemed to be drawing closer. Deep down he knew it was the light of morning, creeping in to devour his dream. He looked up and down the street. He had checked only a small fraction of the doors in town. There was no way he could get the rest before he woke up. He needed to do this logically. He needed to make a plan. Clearly his mind had recreated Ashtab as he knew it. So if he wanted to find something new, then he would need to look in a building he didn't know, one whose contents were still a mystery to him. He looked over at the nearest unopened building. It was the water depot. He had been there plenty of times. The inside would be just as he remembered. He skipped over to the next building, Laurel's one-room house. She had repaired his shoe once. He had stood in the doorway and watched her tack the sole back into place. He knew the interior. Next. He continued on like this, scanning from building to building, naming who lived there and trying to remember if he had ever seen inside, but he quickly realized it was no use. His town was small and its buildings smaller. Everyone knew everyone. With growing despair, Lefty realized he had visited every single house and structure in Ashtab at least once. He knew the place like the back of his hand, and it held no secrets from him. Well, except... His eyes went wide. He broke out into a run once more, heading for the center of town. There was one structure he had never been inside, a single building that remained a mystery to him. It was tiny, barely a building at all, really, more like a shed. It stood next to the consul's residence, where the 2 elected leaders of Ashtab and their families lived during their year-long term. He had stayed in the residence twice, once when his mother was elected as consul, and again when his father took the role years later. And both times he had been prevented from entering the shed. It was guarded day and night, just like the wall around the town, and only the consuls were allowed inside. He had been told as a kid that the building was not for children, that it contained something very important, that one day it would be his duty to enter that sacred building. And that had been enough to kill his interest. He had seen his parents doing their duty as consuls firsthand. It was nothing but boring paperwork and tedious meetings. Important for sure, and certainly not for children, but utterly lacking in allure. He had assumed the shed was the same, and promptly forgotten about it. Now his lack of curiosity would pay off. The town was empty. There were no guards to stop him. If any door here contained his workshop, if indeed he had a workshop at all, it would be there, in that building he had never entered. Lefty came to a stop in front of the little structure, staring at its sturdy double doors. It had gotten hotter. His hair was wet with sweat, and he was breathing heavily from his mad sprint around town. At least until he remembered that this was a dream, and he shouldn't be tired at all, because he hadn't actually been running. This was a terrible thought to have. His fatigue disappeared in an instant, but as if to protest this unrealistic turn of events, the world itself began to grow fuzzy and lose focus. The heat from the sun suddenly ratcheted up, making the air ripple and distort around him. The light increased as well, growing so bright that Lefty had to squint his eyes to see in front of him. His face tightened. His heart beat rapidly. Inside him, the two wolves were howling. He could feel the waking world rushing in on him. This was it. He had to open the doors now, before the dream faded away. He reached for the wooden handles, but it was like he was moving in slow motion. He strained against the thick heat of the air. All the other buildings were melting. His feet burst into flames, turning the sandy ground into glass, but he didn't care. He felt no pain, no reason to pretend this was real anymore. He grabbed one handle in each hand. His flesh sizzled and melted, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except getting past those doors. He groaned and leaned back, throwing all his weight into opening the shed. For a second, he thought he saw something yellow. And then a voice shouted from behind him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lefty shot up in a panic. His arms flailed wildly, colliding with the canvas of his small tent, bringing down the whole structure on top of him. Half a moment later, he emerged from the pile of burlap and ropes that had been his tent. His dark hair was messy and matted to his head. His bare chest was glistening with sweat. He looked around in confusion, his mouth hanging open as his eyes darted around. The world of his dream was still fresh in his mind, and for a few seconds he didn't remember exactly where he was. As it turns out, where he was exactly was in the middle of a wide wooden road which connected the capital to Lake Allende. He and Old Blue had been traveling on it for more than a week now, and were far into Deepuns territory. At that particular moment, they were passing through a thick, uninhabited swamp, several hours from the last town. The plank road curved straight through the wilderness, its surface raised up just a couple of hands over the eternally wet marshlands. It alone was both flat and dry, and so the pair had made their camp right there in the road, not expecting to run into anyone. Given that someone was currently shouting at them, it's safe to say their expectations were proven wrong. The voice Lefty had heard through his dreams belonged to a rather grumpy-looking Deepun, one of the hairless green ones with perpetually glistening skin. Clearly a merchant of some kind, he sat atop a large wagon being drawn by a pair of pack hamsters. He looked down on the mess in the road with a heavy frown, clearly upset at the obstruction blocking his way. By this point, Lefty had long since learned that Deepuns were nothing to fear, and that Titus was completely full of spit. Most of their run-ins had been uneventful, the diminutive folk simply waving as they passed by. A few of them had even been helpful. 3 days into their journey, a different Deepun merchant had stopped to chat as he was passing their camp. He noticed that Lefty was sweating profusely, and offered the young man a pair of loose, breezy shorts, free of charge. Lefty was currently wearing them. 5 days after that, as they passed through a small town on the outskirts of the swamp, a furry Deepun woman, seeing them swarmed with insects, had gifted them a couple of small yellowish candles. Their light was minimal, and the scent they gave off was bitter, but it kept the bugs at bay, which Old Blue in particular was very thankful for, considering his lack of hands. The annoyed merchant who stood in front of them now was, by far, the most threatening Deepun they had encountered. And, to be fair, he had a valid reason to be upset with them. "Lefty!" shouted Old Blue from his perch in a nearby tree. "Stop standing there and get everything out of his way!" Lefty jumped at the shout, shaking the last vestiges of sleep from his mind as he quickly got to work, gathering up the remains of his tent and packing it onto the back of his squirrel. The Kicken turned to the merchant and apologized profusely, the Deepun grumbling under his breath as he reluctantly accepted the apology.
It's fine, no big deal," he grumbled out, before adding, "although I don't know why you're camping here. You know the dam is only a couple hours away, right?"
"The Master Dam?" Blue asked as he fluttered down from his spot in the tree. "Are we really that close?" he asked excitedly.
"Master Dam?"
said the Deepun as his hamsters began pulling his cart along the now cleared road.
"They tore that thing down years ago."
Lefty and Blue were stunned. For a moment they just stood there, slack-jawed. "What? Torn down?" Old Blue shouted after the wagon, but it had begun to pick up speed. The Deepun shouted something over his shoulder, but it was lost in the sound of creaking wood and hamster feet.
"Wait, what do you mean? Hey, sir! Sir!"
The Kicken fluttered after the wagon as fast as he could on his stubby little wings, but it was no use. The merchant either didn't hear them over the sound of wheels on planks, or was in far too much of a hurry to slow down. He sped off into the distance, leaving the pair of adventurers standing dumbfounded in the middle of the road. Chapter 16. Dam. Lefty walked up to join Old Blue. The two of them watched as the Deepun's wagon drove into the distance and then disappeared around a bend in the road. "Huh," said Lefty. "Well, that's not good." Blue's ears twitched as he suppressed a curse. Lefty really had a knack for stating the bloody obvious at the most annoying of times. The Kicken turned and glared at his companion, preparing to say something rude. But to his surprise, Lefty actually seemed to notice his mood and spoke up first. "I mean, it's no good if he's right. But who knows? Maybe he's an idiot, or lying, or he forgot, or something." The young man didn't speak with confidence, but it was nice to see him trying to be a good friend. He was improving, and that was enough to soften Blue's disposition. Plus, Lefty was making a good point. Old Blue took a deep breath to collect himself.
"You're right," he said with a sigh. "We shouldn't despair over a single stranger's words. Maybe he misspoke, or we misunderstood. He did say the dam was a couple hours away. Even if it's not the Master Dam, there should be something up ahead. The only way to find out for sure is to continue. Go ahead and get dressed, lad. Might as well head out now."
Lefty said, standing in the shorts he had slept in. "I think I'll just go like this." He lifted his arms and then let them drop to his sides. "It's hot as a box out here, and the air is all wetly," he said with some disgust in his voice.
"The word you're looking for is humid," corrected Old Blue. "It's very, very humid out here."
Before long, the two had packed up their camp onto the back of their squirrel, and were continuing on in the same way they had been for days now, riding down the road at a slow trotting pace. As Lefty sat there in the saddle, eating a breakfast of slightly stale bread and dried meat, he told Old Blue about the dream he had last night, and how the Deepun had interrupted it right at the most critical moment. The elderly Kicken was surprised at how fast his human friend was progressing, despite a complete lack of formal training. Usually it took hundreds of dreams to obtain the kind of lucidity that Lefty had obtained in just 3. Perhaps the boy had a gift, after all. Blue didn't tell him that, of course. Nothing ruins potential faster than a big ego. But he did encourage the young man, praising his accomplishments without letting him know just how special that dream of his had been. Eventually, the discussion of magic fizzled, and turned instead towards their rapidly changing surroundings. The swampland they had been traveling through was finally beginning to dissipate. To their right, the ground dried up, showing dirt for the first time in days, while on their left, the seemingly endless swamp coalesced into a wide river, with a noticeable current and a dry shore off in the far distance. Before long, the sound of running water became a companion on their journey, joining in their conversation with its constant soft babbling and the occasional splash. The pair of travelers were just becoming used to their new companion when the water began to sink below the horizon. The previously shallow shores quickly became a deep canyon of dirt and mud with dangerously steep walls, hiding sight of the river about 50 hands below the road. To the ignorant Lefty, this simply seemed like another quirk of the environment, just one more strange thing among a myriad of strange things he had seen since leaving the desert. Old Blue, however, recognized what this change in the river meant. The sheer muddy walls represented the previous height of the water, which had dropped significantly in recent years. Clearly, the river had once been held back by some large obstruction, perhaps a dam, which was now absent. Old Blue didn't share this information with Lefty, both because he didn't want to worry the boy, and because he hoped he was wrong. Maybe this swampy canyon was natural. Maybe the Deepuns merchant was a liar. Maybe everything will go according to plan. This wasn't very likely, but he could hope. Right up until he and Lefty came upon the remains of the Master Dam. At first they didn't quite know what they were looking at. From afar it appeared to be a strange bridge. Because it was a strange bridge. The large wooden thing curved across the river in an arc, and was supported by a lattice of pillars that seemed far too large and elaborate for such a simple structure, as if they had once been the foundation of something much larger that was no longer there. The sensation that something was missing extended to the area around the bridge. The trees had been cleared, the road had been widened significantly, and the ground was surprisingly flat and barren. It was obvious that people had worked to develop this area, but nothing was here. It was as if a painting had hung on the wall for years and then been removed, leaving a dusty outline where it had once been. Except instead of a single piece of furniture, it was a whole town. Lefty and Blue had never been here before, and yet they could almost sense the ghostly image of the buildings that had been removed. Only two things stood in that vacant clearing. The first was a large sign that simply read, "The Master Bridge," and then underneath it in smaller text, "Formerly the Master Dam." Blue read it out loud, and then sat in grim silence. This time Lefty didn't make a quip. Instead, he just walked numbly towards the only other thing of note. Not far from the sign, near the entrance to the bridge, stood a monument of sorts. 6 tall trees had been transplanted into a large circle, their limbs and tops sawed off so that they resembled thick wooden pillars. Carved into the bark of these tree pillars were hundreds upon hundreds of names, all arranged in careful lines that spiraled up the surface. And at the top of each one, a fresh sapling had been grafted into the stump, a new life growing from lives that had been literally cut short. A plaque attached to one of the trees explained it simply. Dedicated to all those who lost their lives in the Great Fire. We build onwards in your memory. Needless to say, the sight was more than a little disheartening. Neither adventurer said anything at first. Old Blue opted to sit in the shade of the grim monument, while Lefty paced aimlessly around the clearing. Both were solemnly trying to weigh their options, neither wanting to even glance at the shimmering waters of Lake Allende, which was now visible in the distance. They were so close. Somewhere in that lake, lying just below the surface, was the drink tabernacle. They could probably reach it tonight if they wanted to. but they were almost out of supplies and had no easy way to replenish them. While it's true that Lefty had been trained to forage for food, he was not particularly good at it. He could scrounge up some nuts and berries in an emergency, maybe hunt down an animal if he was desperate, but he could not sustain himself that way indefinitely. At least, he couldn't do it and dedicate time to overcoming the Tabernacle. The mere thought of food made his stomach growl, so Lefty decided to sit and eat lunch with Old Blue near the memorial. Dried meat and stale bread was all they had left at this point, and it did little to lighten their mood. The situation seemed bleak. The drink tabernacle was already supposed to be impossible. What hope did they have of conquering it alone and without a solid base of operations? Old Blue was wise and intelligent, but physically he was nearly useless. If Lefty were to injure himself out here, so far from civilization, it would undoubtedly be the end of him. The nearest town was nearly 14 hours away by squirrel. To even attempt it would be suicide. But at the same time, would turning back be much better? Titus was the only person in the capital willing to listen to them. And how would the old grumpster react if they returned to him empty-handed? If they were lucky, he would curse up a storm, accuse them of being lazy, and kick them onto the streets where they would have to beg for food. Most likely, though, he would accuse them of fraud and demand they pay him back for all the cash he spent. If that happened, they could end up in debtor's prison, or worse, indentured to Titus. Lefty didn't hate the old man, but he would rather take his chances with the Tabernacle than work as his servant for the next decade. In the midst of pondering these questions, their meal was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of grunting and the wet slapping of flesh on mud. It was coming from the master bridge. The pair stood up and looked over towards it, just in time to see a furry Deepun hand pop over the muddy ridge near the entrance. Seconds later, a head emerged as well, sporting messy hair and a strained expression as it tried to climb up the steep muddy wall. "Hey!" said the Deepun as it spotted Lefty and Old Blue, giving them a frantic wave. "Hey, could you give me a hand here?" he asked desperately. Lefty dashed over without hesitation, grabbed the stranger's arm, and hauled him up with relative ease. The young Deepun fell to his hands and knees with a deep sigh of relief, panting heavily as he tried to catch his breath. He was a stocky little guy covered in dark brown fur, which was currently messy and smeared with mud. He wore pants and a vest made of some dark-colored leather, as well as a belt that held various wooden tools. They clicked and clacked as he brushed some mud from his chest, and then stood up on slightly trembling legs. Finally, he looked up at the human who had helped him, and smiled wide. "Thanks, man," he said, extending his fist for Lefty to bump. The naive human was unsure of what to do, and so he tentatively placed his palm around the fist and shook it up and down. The Deepun burst into laughter, and to say his laugh was distinctive would have been an understatement. The man had a high-pitched, wheezing cackle that was so full of mirth and so infectious that Lefty couldn't help but chuckle as well. "Not from around here, eh?" the Deepun said as his laughter died down, and he took back his hand. Lefty was still too busy laughing to respond, but he nodded. "Well, I'm glad you came by when you did. Rope broke halfway down," he said, pointing to the entrance to the bridge. One end of the thick fibrous cable was still wrapped around a sturdy beam, its frayed edge laying slack against the ground. "Might have taken me a while to get up on my own." "But what were you doing climbing down there?" asked Old Blue as he came fluttering up from behind Lefty. The Deepun's eyes widened for a second, but he took the question in stride, turning to address the Kicken. "Inspecting the bridge. Gotta check it every week. Make sure all the joints are still sturdy. Guess I should have been inspecting my rope instead, eh?" He broke into another loud cackle that made Old Blue laugh despite himself. "I'm Jose, by the way," he said, turning back to Lefty, this time extending his hand for a traditional handshake. Lefty returned the gesture, giving his name in return and offering up Old Blue's as well.
"Hey, I never met a kickin' before,"
Jose said, turning his attention back to the little guy. Crouching down, he extended his hand to Blue as well.
"Thanks for bringing the king."
"What?" stammered Old Blue as he awkwardly tried to shake the Deepun's hand with his wing.
"The king?"
Jose chuckled.
"Well, I had heard kickins only hang out with rich people and kings, and I can tell just from looking that you guys ain't rich."
He glanced between the shirtless, sweaty, disheveled young man who had just saved him and their old squirrel resting by the monument, its back laden with a mess of hastily stacked camping equipment. He was right. They looked like vagabonds.
"So if you're not rich, then what's a king doing all the way out here, if you don't mind me asking?"
he added with a grin, holding back another laugh as he stood back up and put his hands in his pockets. Old Blue spent the next several minutes recounting a slightly edited version of the Legend of Lefty, as it existed back then. Jose got quite a kick out of it, laughing out loud at several moments and letting out his loudest cackle yet when he learned that Lefty did indeed have kingly aspirations. Eventually, his story reached the present, with Old Blue explaining their pressing supply problem and their disappointment upon learning that the master dam had burned down.
"Oh, well, we built another dam not far from here,"
said Jose as the tale finished. He chuckled as he said it, but that quickly grew into another fit of wheezing laughter as he saw excitement explode across Lefty and Old Blue's faces, the human actually jumping with joy at the news.
"I thought everyone knew about it,"
he said as he regained his composure.
"It's been done more than a year now. I can take you there if you want. I'm heading that way anyway."
30 moments later, the three of them were strolling down a wide road paved with interlocking wooden planks, enjoying the shade provided by a whole canopy of trees. Jose was sitting on the old squirrel, resting his strained legs while the young human walked alongside him with Old Blue on his head. To think they almost turned back. Not half an hour from the master bridge, and there were signs of deepened civilization all around them. The forested roadside was dotted with small domed houses made of earth and wood, each one a homestead with a garden and several outbuildings. Deepuns themselves were everywhere, the furry brown ones and the hairless green ones mixing and mingling as if there were no difference between them. Some were making their way along the road with tools in hand, while others simply hung out in yards, chatting with neighbors or holding little parties. The smell of grilled fish was omnipresent, sharing the air with the sounds of flutes, lutes, and drums. Also, there was a mountain rising in the distance, barely visible through the thick trees that separated the road from the shores of Lake Allende. It was strange to be sure, a sole peak among otherwise flat forests, but that hardly registered with Lefty. He had seen mountains before. They were nothing new. He was more fascinated by the wondrous sights around him, and the words of his new acquaintance. "So the green Deepuns aren't half Thulan?" Lefty asked Jose, making Old Blue cringe with embarrassment. Titus had often said that the Deepuns were in bed with the Thulans, implying there was a conspiracy between the two races to undermine human interests. Lefty had apparently taken that phrase literally, thinking that the green-skinned Deepuns were some sort of hybrid race. Fortunately, their guide found Lefty's ignorance more comical than offensive. The question sent him into another bout of cackling laughter, so infectious that even passerbys were affected by it.
No, Mang. The Sappos are amphibians. They come from the swamp. They like the water. They're Deepuns," Jose said, gleefully explaining basic knowledge to the young human. "Thulans are like eldritch or something. They have more in common with the pentoids than us Deepuns."
"Huh," said Lefty. "So you're an amphibian too, then?" Jose cackled again. Some king you are, doesn't even know his own subjects." He looked up at Old Blue on Lefty's head, pointing a finger as he said, "I'm blaming this on you, old man. You said you were educating him." "No, no," said the Kickin with a grin of his own. "I said I've been trying to educate him. It hasn't exactly been easy." Lefty grumbled and looked down. It wasn't his fault he didn't know things. He was trying. Blue agreed and jumped to his defense. "Not that Lefty hasn't been an excellent student. He's doing great. He just has a lot to learn, is all." Lefty's head lifted a bit. "It doesn't help that he has another teacher I don't quite agree with," Old Blue added. "And, well, to be honest, I don't know much about the Deepuns myself. Pentoids I'm an expert on, but I'm afraid I haven't had an opportunity to learn much about your people, Jose." "Oh, you've been missing out. Deepun history is crazy interesting. Let me fill you in on the basics. You see, a long time ago, the Sapos and the Castors, they used to fight over everything. Mammals versus amphibians, slime versus fur. 2 tribes, always competing, never cooperating. And then Allende came along. Smart man, very brave man, dedicated to peace at all costs. He stopped the fighting. He showed us that we are all Deepuns, one tribe, working against a common enemy." "The humans?" said Lefty, making Old Blue groan. Jose shook his head, grinning despite the solemn story. "No, my friend, the swamp itself, the floods, the diseases, the predators. They were killing more Deepuns than anything, but we were too busy fighting each other to deal with them. Allende convinced us to put down our bows, to team up against the natural threats, and together we tamed the swamp, then we tamed the forest, we built dams and farms and roads, everything." Jose smiled and looked up towards the sky. Despite his silly laugh, the man was clearly proud of his people and their ways. As he continued explaining Deepun history to Lefty and Blue, it became clear that maintaining the Master Bridge was not just a job to him. It was a way to honor the philosopher king who had laid the foundation for their entire society. The great Allende wanted only for the Deepuns to build, cooperate, and live in peace. Generations later, people like Jose continued that legacy through their actions, crafting a world they were happy to live in. Now I can't repeat everything Jose said here, because he ended up talking for quite a while as they made their way to the new dam. Needless to say, he answered many of Lefty's burning questions about Deepuns and corrected much of what Titus had claimed. All you really need to understand for now is that the conversation was so fully engrossing for both Lefty and Blue that they didn't even notice the marvelous thing looming up ahead of them until they reached it. The group emerged from the forest, the canopy of trees giving way suddenly to an utterly flat and deforested area at the edge of the lake that was still cast in shadow despite the lack of foliage. Old Blue went quiet first, stopping mid-sentence as they found themselves at the foot of that once distant mountain they had glimpsed from afar.
"My word," said the Kickin. "It's not a mountain."
Jose grinned wide at the reaction, the man practically glowing with pride. Lefty tilted his head in confusion, before turning to see what Blue was talking about. "What do you mean it's not a mountain?" The young man lost his voice. He had dismissed it as part of the environment earlier. Now he could not ignore it. He craned his head, trying to see the top, tilting back further and further until he actually stumbled backwards and fell onto his arse. The giant mountain by the lake. It was a dam. To say this structure was gigantic doesn't do it justice. Even old Blue, who had seen quite a lot in his centuries of life, couldn't help but whisper an awestruck curse as he took in the sight. It was a huge, multi-level pyramid, topped with a dome, seemingly made entirely of straight wooden beams, arranged in a complex lattice of triangles and spirals. It was taller than the capital's walls. It might have been taller than the Grungle Mountains. To say it was massive would have been an understatement. Titus could not have been more wrong about the industriousness of the Deepuns. Not only were they not lazy, not only were they capable of great feats of engineering, but those feats were greater than anything humans or Thulans had ever made. This was the single largest structure in all of Att, and it had been constructed by Deepuns. The group stood awestruck for nearly a moment, Jose enjoying Lefty and Old Blue's reaction, his eyes glistening with civic pride. He had helped build this, after all. Every Deepun had. It was the crown of their civilization. "What is this?" Lefty finally asked, not taking his eyes off the structure, still trying to explore every intricate part of it. "A home to replace the Master Dam," said Jose, repeating the speech that had been given when construction first began. "A structure to rival the heavens themselves. We call it the God Dam." The man broke into another high, cackling laugh. Chapter 17. Goddamn Relationships. Lefty stood on the ledge, breathing heavily as he looked out over the sparkling waters of Lake Allende. From this high up, the entire thing appeared smooth and solid, like one giant sheet of polished metal. The thought of jumping from this height made him shudder. He knew the water wasn't as solid as it looked, but he also knew that it wouldn't matter. From this high up, the fall would be dangerous regardless, especially since he still didn't know how to swim. There was a good chance he would die if he leapt from this height, but somehow the alternative seemed worse. He had to jump. Lefty took a deep breath and tried to calm his nerves. He reminded himself that he had done something like this before. Once, when he leapt from the top of the food tabernacle. True, he had only survived that by being incredibly lucky, but he had survived. He took a step towards the edge and looked down. He wasn't near the top of the goddam, not even close. He stood on the roof of the second terrace, which was only about a third of the way up. Even then, it was still the second highest place he had ever been. The beast's lair in the food tabernacle had been taller. Not by much, but it was enough to give him some hope. "I've fallen from higher," he said in his head. The thought didn't do much to calm his rapidly beating heart, but he kept repeating that phrase regardless. By now, people down on the shore had noticed him. The already short Deepuns looked even smaller from up here, like tiny little insects. No doubt they were pointing at him, wondering if he was going to jump. Some were shouting. He could hear their voices, but from this distance, the words were as indecipherable as their faces. He didn't know exactly who was down there, but he was certain that some of them were his new friends. He had made so many in the previous weeks, while living and working at the goddam. Lefty and Old Blue hadn't intended to take up residence there, but the Deepuns had been so inviting that it had been hard to resist. Like all visitors, they were offered food and shelter free of charge, with the ability to earn better accommodations and even some cash if they were willing to work. Lefty, ever eager for new experiences and hoping to buy some better supplies, offered to help however he could, and quickly found himself assigned to a junior maintenance crew. He thought it would only be a temporary position, but before long he was enjoying himself so much that he wished it would never end. Not that the work itself was all that exciting. In fact, it was pretty dull. It mostly consisted of tedious routine maintenance. What made it great was his co-workers, his comrades. You see, the junior maintenance crews were mostly staffed with young men and women around Lefty's age, Deepuns who were taking on their first real jobs. and they worked in fairly large teams, around 20 or so. Their tasks didn't require that many people, but having some redundant hands on board ensured that everything got done, and gave the workers time to socialize. Which is exactly what the elder Deepuns wanted. They figured that having some friendly company would not only make these necessary chores a little less boring, but it would help to instill a sense of teamwork and community into the young laborers. And if that was the goal, well, it worked perfectly on Lefty. Despite being a different species, or perhaps because of it, he made fast friends with his crewmates. After all, it wasn't every day that a human showed up at the dam to work. The young Deepuns were just as curious about him as he was about them, which made conversation quite easy. Before long, he had a small group of friends to spend time with outside of work, and as they introduced him to exciting new experiences, he made even more friends. Soon the young man found himself at the center of a rather large social circle, with dozens of Deepuns competing for his increasingly limited time. For Lefty, it was a transformative experience. This wasn't like Ashtab or the capital or even Opprobrium. He truly felt like he fit in here. The Deepuns didn't talk down to him or try to manipulate him for their own gain. They accepted him, quirks and all, as if he were just a tall Deepun who talked a little funny. He went to parties, he played sports and games. He even got to drink alcohol and eat fish. Swimming was still a work in progress, of course. He and water had a history, but he had been working on it, and his friends accepted that as well. They were patient and friendly, teasing him a little bit about his fear of liquids, but otherwise letting him learn at his own pace. Truly, the goddam was a paradise for Lefty, which is why it was so unfortunate that he had to jump off it. He looked down again at the floors beneath him. If he hit the side of the dam during his descent, it would all be over. The life he was just beginning to truly enjoy would come to a sudden and painful end. The thought of losing his new friends almost brought a tear to his eye. He backed away from the edge and took a deep breath. He shouldn't be up here. Not only was it dangerous, it was illegal as well. Even if he survived this, he would be in trouble with the Deepun Council. Surely there was some other way to resolve this. He closed his eyes and gathered his mind. Maybe he could ask Old Blue for help? The two of them hadn't talked for more than a week by this point. They lived separate lives now, but they were still on friendly terms. He could go visit him in the library and... No. This could not wait. He had to jump, and he had to do it now. Opening his eyes, he sprinted across the ledge, forcing his feet to move before his brain could react. He swore he heard screaming. Was it the people below, or him? It didn't matter anymore. He reached the edge, and kept on going, leaping out into the open air more than 100 hands off the ground. For a split second there was a sense of boundless joy. He had done it! He was flying once again, soaring out into the free blue sky. One way or another, this day would be legendary. He smiled wide and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. Then he began to fall. Terror gripped him all at once. A pit formed in his stomach and then dropped into the abyss beyond time. Every one of his limbs and organs screamed at him that this was wrong, that he wasn't meant to be this high up. His brain told him, rather sardonically, that he was going to die, and Lefty was too busy panicking to disagree. All he could do was extend his arms and hold on to the metal feathers as tightly as possible. Of course he had brought them up here. He brought them everywhere he went. He felt the strain on his shoulders as they caught the wind, felt his descent lag ever so slightly. He drifted a little further out, away from the dam. For the briefest of moments, he was gliding like a majestic bird of prey. And then he began to spin, just like last time. It was in fate's hands now. Everything was a blur as he rotated rapidly. There was no way of knowing where or when he would land. All he could do was hold on for dear life and hope. It would take a supreme stroke of luck to land in the water unharmed, and even then there would be consequences. This had been extremely risky, extremely foolish, and frankly insane. But in the young man's mind it would all be worth it if he impressed Amor. Who was Amor, you may ask? She was a Deepun girl that Lefty had met only a few days prior. I don't know why he was infatuated with her in particular. Lefty tried to explain it to Old Blue once, but the lad had never been great with words to begin with, and when it came to Amor, he was especially awful. Something about the slimy Deepun just turned his brains to mush. You could tell he was thinking about her because his vocabulary would suddenly become significantly worse. I'm not even sure if he understood the attraction. All he knew was that he liked her. Really liked her. Liked her so much that he would do almost anything for her approval. Which resulted in him jumping from the 20th floor of the goddamn. You see, the previous evening he had been sitting around a fire with some friends and decided to recount his journey to the food tabernacle. He told them about the chefs he fought, how he had saved a real kickin'. He recounted how he had climbed so many stairs to face the beast only to find it dead. He left out the part about wanting to be king, of course. He knew enough about Deepun society to know that that aspect wouldn't be well received. Instead, he claimed it had all been done for the sake of adventure. And then he got to the part where he jumped from the top of the tabernacle. The young man stood up onto the log he had been sitting on and acted out his legendary fall, spinning around and shouting obscenities before the dizziness caused him to tumble into the sand. His friends laughed along with the story, helping Lefty to his feet. And that was when Amor first spoke to him. She told him that it was a funny story, and she wished she could have been there to see it. Most people would not have taken this literally. Most people would have accepted the compliment as an opening for conversation. But for Lefty, her wish might as well have been a command. In his mind, he needed to do this, needed for Amor to see him fly through the air. Or else she would never return his affection. And you want to know the worst part? He wasn't even sure if she was one of the Deepuns watching from the shore. He really hoped that she was, because he didn't want to have to do this again, but he had been too fixated on the jump itself to actually consider her whereabouts. Overall, it was an incredibly stupid thing to do. But if we're being honest, I can't really say I blame the lad. People have been doing stupid things to gain affection since the dawn of time. And, in classic Lefty fashion, his incredibly stupid actions worked out far better than they had any right to. I mean, for starters, he didn't die. Not only did he manage to avoid the dam and land in the deeper part of the water, but just like Opprobrium, a group of locals quickly dove in after him. A half-dozen Deepuns reached him just seconds after he plunged into the abyss, and dragged the young fool out of the lake before he could drown. Unlike Opprobrium, Lefty did not stumble out of the water under his own power. He was dragged, limping and bleeding, onto the shore. He collapsed onto his back, groaning and cringing as someone ran to find a doctor. He may have survived the trip, but this time he had taken some damage, sustaining a sprained ankle, a broken collarbone, and a rather large gash across the left side of his head. The latter had come from one of his feathers, which spun out of his hand as he hit the water and just barely missed carving out his eye. He'd recover, of course. All three of his injuries would be healed within the month. The only long-term damage was a highly visible scar that ran across his forehead and onto his temple. Later on, when the scar became an iconic part of his appearance, he'd lie about how and where he got it. Of all his foolish acts, this particular one came to embarrass him later in life, although you'd never have known it at the time. In the moment, he seemed thrilled. Despite his injuries, he was smiling wide and even laughing as he lay on the shore, staring up at the blue sky he had just fallen out of. And why shouldn't he be happy? He had done it. He was alive. He had rolled the dice and survived again. And he was certain that Amor would be impressed. And you want to know the craziest thing? She was. By pure coincidence, she had been looking out a window and seen Lefty's leap with her own eyes. The next day, as he was recovering from his injuries in his apartment, she paid him a visit. And not long after that, she and Lefty started a relationship that I suspect was his first. In that regard, his plan worked out perfectly. There were negative repercussions, of course. In addition to the physical damage he sustained, Lefty got a rather severe scolding from the Deepun Council, who threatened him with exile if he ever did something like this again. He was also assigned a counselor to monitor his behavior for the following month, and ensure he was mentally fit. And also, he had to publicly apologize to everyone on the beach that day for putting their lives in danger with his reckless behavior. It was a bit embarrassing to be sure, but all of those consequences were nothing compared to the benefits he reaped. Not only was Amor impressed by Lefty's leap, half the goddamn Deepuns were. The elders dismissed him as a reckless show-off, but the younger generation found him quite fascinating. They flocked from around the dam to meet the fearless young human who had come to live among them, and the already popular lad quickly found himself invited to even more parties and barbecues than before. In the weeks that followed, Lefty became a celebrity of sorts among the Deepuns, and the former sand miner loved the attention. He became so invested in these goddamn relationships that he completely forgot about the drink tabernacle and his quest to become king. More than a month passed by, and his life quickly settled into a new routine. Lefty would work with the maintenance crews on odd days, and spend his even days attending parties with Amor by his side. Eventually, letters from Titus reached the dam, trying to determine what had happened to his sponsored adventurers, and Lefty promptly ignored them. Let 'em think we're dead," he said when he bumped into Old Blue at the library. "Killed by Deepun bandits, ooh," he added with a laugh. Blue smiled despite himself. The longer they spent in the dam, the more absurd Titus's ramblings seemed. Still, the old man had funded their trip here.
"I think you at least owe him an explanation, lad. He may be a grumpster, but if not for him we'd both be beggars, living on the cold streets of the capital."
I'll see if I can find the time for it," Lefty said. They both knew he didn't intend to find the time, but Blue didn't push the subject. If Lefty wanted to ignore his obligations, that was his decision. He was an independent man now. "How are things going for you, by the way? Still living in the library?" Lefty asked.
"Oh yes, it's been wonderful. The Historical Society has been very accommodating. They even built me a little alcove in the corner. It's quite lovely, actually."
Lefty grinned and gave Old Blue a friendly pat. He still cared for the Kickin', even if they didn't speak much these days. Oh, he stopped by every once in a while to chat, but in the short time they had lived with the Deepuns, both of them had settled into very different lives. Lefty had a job, an apartment, and a busy social life that included a budding romantic relationship. Old Blue, meanwhile, had found a place among the goddamn's academics. It was a very different crowd than the one Lefty enjoyed, but it suited the old Kickin' quite well. He spent his days chatting with historians and scholars, telling stories about the past that fascinated them. He was happy. Lefty was happy. They had moved on, but that was fine. The one thing that had united them, Lefty's quest to become king, was a thing of the past now. A silly little footnote in their new lives, a story to be told around the campfire, and nothing more. Yes, for a while it really seemed like Lefty's journey had led to a destination he didn't expect, but one which brought him immense satisfaction. He had found a place he belonged, a place where he felt a genuine sense of duty, and it allowed him to build a life he could be proud of. Lefty could live the rest of his days in the goddamn and never regret what might have been. And then she ruined everything. Chapter 18. Pedra.
You are certain Lefty can't be persuaded to attempt the drink tabernacle? Perhaps during his leisure days?
This is how Pedra started her conversation with Old Blue. She didn't even bother with a greeting. No hello or how are you today, just straight to business as usual. The Kicken's ears twitched as he suppressed the urge to sigh.
I'm certain, responded Old Blue. He's quite content here. Made a lot of friends. He wouldn't want to alienate them by seeking kingly glory.
Pedra frowned ever so slightly.
You mentioned my offer. Surely an adventurer of his stature would find cash to be sufficiently motivating?
This time Old Blue did sigh. Pedra just didn't know when to give up. She had approached him as he sat comfortably on a padded pillar in the corner of the goddamn's gigantic library. His new historian friends had placed it there, just for him. They were so kind. He had just finished up a riveting discussion with one of them. They were talking about the island of Tis, which had been destroyed in the Great Thulan War. Old Blue had been around when that happened, you know, though thankfully he was living with pentoids at the time and... Well, anyway, the point is, he had just finished the conversation when suddenly Pedra appeared from around a bookshelf. She moved with a timid quickness that was almost stealthy, not unlike a predator hunting prey. She might have surprised Old Blue, if not for the fact that he could smell her approaching. Ugh. The most charitable way to describe Pedra would be to say that she was a brilliant mind burdened with a body. When it came to physics, chemistry, and engineering, her knowledge was unrivaled. She was a true polymath, able to solve complex mathematical problems with ease and design mechanisms that made other academics gasp in awe. She had been the goddamn's primary architect, responsible for many of the techniques used to construct such a massive structure. And yet she always wanted more. The woman was intensely curious, to the point of obsession. She was constantly reading and researching and experimenting, always seeking new knowledge wherever she could find it. Positive traits, to be certain, but they came at the expense of, well, everything else in her life. When it came to basic bodily maintenance, Pedra was unwilling or unable to put in the effort. Her fur was perpetually messy, she had a distinctively unwashed odor, and she often skipped meals, which left her decidedly thin for a Deepun. Her social life was practically non-existent as well. The woman had no time for parties or feasts, no time to make friends or form relationships. Often she didn't even find time to sleep. The woman worked day and night, taxing herself until she passed out amid her papers. It was a frankly unhealthy work ethic, and it put her at odds with most of Deepun's society. They believed in hard work, to be sure, no one could deny that, but they believed just as strongly that people needed recreation and relaxation. Allende had taught them the importance of finding balance, of not letting your ambitions lead you down the path of destruction. That was a big reason why the Deepuns had the schedule they did. A day for work was always followed by a day for leisure. But for Pedra, every day was a work day. Relaxation was a waste of her precious time. The other Deepuns looked at her with distrust and muttered that she wasn't right, but they couldn't deny her talent. She was a prodigy who had made untold contributions to Deepan civilization over the years. Her unusual ways were tolerated because she was immensely useful, and also because her ambitions were entirely personal. She only seemed concerned with satisfying her own curiosity. I firmly believe that if she ever stepped out of line, ever showed the slightest bit of charisma, or dipped her toe into the realm of politics, that the council would have banished her, prodigy or not. It was clear to everyone that she lacked the balance Allende had taught, that she was firmly on the path of destruction. But so long as it was only the path of self-destruction, they were willing to look the other way. It was perhaps one of the flaws of Deepan society. Pedra was extraordinary in many ways. Had she been born in the capital, or even a backwater like Opprobrium, she might have been able to leverage her natural brilliance to become wealthy and powerful. But here in the land of the Deepuns, she was an outcast. Her excellence was as feared as it was praised, her talents both an asset and a liability. And despite how inept Pedra could be at times, she realized this all too well. Which is exactly why she wanted Lefty to explore the Drink Tabernacle, and remove the Clavis Imperium hidden within it. For you see, among Pedra's many obsessions, the Drink Tabernacle was paramount. She had grown up in the Master Dam, hearing about the technological and magical wonders that were hidden inside. As a curious young girl, she had wanted nothing more than to explore its halls, and that desire had only grown stronger with time. Even now, as a mature woman, there were elements of its construction which eluded her understanding, and that hidden knowledge drove her mad. Especially because she could see the dark form of the Drink Tabernacle right outside her window. It was right there, in Lake Allende, taunting her, begging to be explored and examined. But she could not. I mean, physically she could. It might have been dangerous, as there were currents and traps and rumors of a deadly beast, but the biggest threat to adventurers was simply drowning. The Drink Tabernacle was an underwater labyrinth, after all. Even if you knew how to reach the center, where the Clavis Imperium was said to rest, it was theorized that it would take 15 minutes to swim there. This made it functionally impossible for humans, Thulans, and Pentoids to survive the journey, but like every member of her race, Pedra could hold her breath for nearly an hour. No, the thing holding her back was not physical danger, but social pressure. The Drink Tabernacle, like all the tabernacles, was a symbol of kingly ambitions, which went entirely against the Deepan way of life. Anyone would have faced heavy scrutiny for entering the structure, but for an outcast like Pedra, it would have meant certain exile. And though she wasn't deeply connected with her people, it was the only home she knew. She might not fit in at the goddamn, but she would struggle to survive anywhere else. So, if she wanted to explore the Tabernacle and uncover its secrets, then she would first need to rid the structure of its political significance. That meant removing the Clavis Imperium from within. And while she obviously couldn't do that herself, she could encourage others to do it. If an outsider were to come along, perhaps a young human adventurer, and claim the Clavis Imperium for himself, well, that would solve all her problems. Old Blue had managed to piece this together over the course of many conversations, both with Pedra herself and his new academic friends. He understood the strange Deepan woman and exactly what she wanted, and he had no intention of helping her. He was happy with his new life. The goddamn historians treated him better than perhaps anyone else in his long and storied existence. They were intelligent enough to know that Old Blue was a rare and valuable creature, but compassionate enough to still treat him as a person with rights and feelings. Here among the Deepuns, he was not owned by anyone or bound in servitude. He was truly a free man. Blue was even subject to leisure days, just like every other Deepan.
The historians knew he possessed unparalleled first-hand knowledge of the distant past, and they were eager to hear him tell it. But if it was his day off, and he didn't want to recount the horrors of the Dark War for the 100th time, then he didn't have to. He could play stones instead, or read a book, or have someone tell him a story for a change. Oh, what a wonderful time it was.
Oh, and Lefty was happy too. He was enjoying the goddamn just as much as Old Blue, perhaps even more. And the kickin' was not about to uproot all that just to satisfy a weird woman's obsessive curiosity. Blue was about to say all this to Pedra, more or less, when suddenly a door slammed, which is not something that usually happens in a library. More than a few people gasped. There were hurried, almost stomping footsteps headed in their direction, marching with a gait much longer than any Deepuns. Old Blue turned just in time to see Lefty headed right towards him. The boy looked awful. His hair was messy, his shirt was torn, and he was breathing rather heavily. His face was red with embarrassment, and his cheeks were glistening with fresh tears that had yet to be wiped away. The old kickin' was about to ask what was the matter, but Lefty spoke before he even got a word out. "Blue, I want to leave." Old Blue was stunned.
You... what?
"I want to leave, Blue. The goddamn. I want to go. I don't care where. I just don't want to live here anymore. I'm done."
Lad, this is... What about your friends? What about Amor?
Lefty's eyes went wide for a second, his jaw going tight as he scowled. "I don't want to talk about her," he said, as if trying to shout behind his clenched teeth. The young man sniffed, another tear rolling down his cheek as he tried to hold back a sob. Old Blue's face softened as he realized the implications.
"Oh, lad, I'm so sorry. Did something happen between you two?"
"I said I don't want to talk about it!" This time Lefty did shout, his voice echoing through the library and drawing the attention of everyone nearby, though they realized quickly this was a personal matter and turned back to their books. Old Blue took a deep breath. He had been around a long time and seen his share of failed relationships. Why, the kickin' had even been in a few himself, back when there were more of his kind around. He knew how to handle this. He and Lefty would talk it out, and by tomorrow the young man would be feeling much better about whatever had happened. Blue was about to speak when the smelly Deepun standing next to him stepped forward and cut him off.
"Hi, hello, Pedra,"
she said, offering her fist up for a bump and then withdrawing it before Lefty could even respond, as if the gesture was a mere formality that didn't need to be completed.
"I need someone with your skills. I'll pay you cash to explore the drink tabernacle. We can leave tonight. I have a camp already set up, way out of town. No one from the dam will bother us."
Lefty looked this strange woman up and down. His breathing slowed as he took in the words and thought about them for all of a second. "Deal," he said, holding out his fist. This time Pedra met it with her own.
"Wait, lad,
Old Blue started to say before being cut off again.
"Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lefty. Happy to be working with you. I'll gather my things and meet you by the front entrance. Bring as much as you can carry. I have a squirrel."
Pedra bumped his fist again and made her exit, the Deepun's fur perking up with excitement as she walked quickly towards the door. Old Blue was speechless as Lefty turned towards him and reached down to grab the kickin' off his pillar. "Come on, Blue, we're leaving."
Whoa, slow down there, lad,"
Old Blue said, making his companion freeze.
"I like it here. I've got friends and plans. I'm not sure I just want to up and leave without—"
Blue paused as he saw the expression on Lefty's face. It had softened. All the rage from moments ago was gone, and he was left with nothing but profound sadness. There was a deep sorrow in his eyes, fresh tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleaded. "Please, Blue," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "Don't leave me too. You're the only friend I got." For a moment, old Blue thought back to that night outside the food tabernacle, when Lefty had freed him from his prison. He remembered pleading for help, and then looking up from a dark, cramped box to see the face of a young man asking if he was okay. Now he was looking up at that same face, but this time it was asking him for help. Old Blue couldn't turn him down, not after all they had been through. He took a deep, shuddering breath. "All right, lad, I'll join you. Let's go ahead and get your things." At the time, I remember thinking that we could just come back in a few days. Lefty would calm down, this thing with Amor would blow over, and we could both return to our new lives. The drink tabernacle was nearly impossible anyway. We'd try, we'd fail, we'd give up and go back home, to the deepened paradise we had both come to love. Oh, how I wish that was how things turned out. Chapter 19. Learning to Swim. I'm not sure I'd say Lefty was afraid of water, nor would I say he hated water. But if fear and hatred were streets, then his feelings about water loitered on the corner between them, looking surly and muttering curses at anyone who got close. I suppose I'd describe that emotion as aggravation? Irritation, perhaps? Suffice to say, he really didn't like water. And to be fair, I can kind of understand why. Growing up in a desert town, Lefty's relationship with water had always been one of obligation. It was a resource you needed to survive, not a luxury to be enjoyed. He once told me that the idea of bathing in water seemed as silly to him as sleeping in a big pile of bread. He could see how it might be relaxing to some, but in his mind bread was for eating and water was for drinking. Using those for anything else was just wasteful, and weird, and kind of gross, to be honest. And if that was how he felt about baths, then you can imagine his attitude towards swimming. I mean, there was a reason he still hadn't learned to do it, despite living with the semi-aquatic Deepuns for 2 months. He had attended countless lakeside parties, but even the allure of fun and friendship couldn't tempt him to do anything more than wade into the shallows. It didn't help that so far, his only 2 experiences with plunging into large bodies of water had almost killed him. I tell you all this so that you understand just how desperate Lefty was to leave the goddam. Once he and Blue had gathered their things and met up with Pedra, she laid out her intentions in no uncertain terms. He would be learning how to swim. It was the main skill needed to conquer the Drink Tabernacle, and learning to do it well would require diligent training. It would be necessary for him to spend many hours in the water, each and every day, for the next several months. And also there would be a serious risk of drowning. She said this in a matter-of-fact way, explaining the terms of her deal as if Lefty had no choice but to go along. Old Blue expected some resistance from the young man. He was prepared to negotiate a better deal on his friend's behalf. But Lefty didn't even hesitate. He agreed to follow Pedra and do as she asked without complaint. Despite his feelings about water, he would rather spend the next few months swimming in it than spend another minute in the same building as Amor, even if that building was the size of a mountain. Old Blue was shocked. He and Lefty hadn't been the closest of friends during their time at the dam, but as far as he could tell, the relationship with Amor wasn't all that serious. The Kickin' was very curious to find out what had happened, what had caused such a sudden and dramatic break in their romance. But the lad didn't want to talk about it. This was to be expected, of course. Whatever wounds had been inflicted, they were still fresh. Lefty would need time to heal and clear his mind. In that regard, this little diversion with Pedra might actually do him some good. Lefty could get some fresh air, and in the process perhaps he'd overcome his aversion to water and learn how to swim.
This will be fine, Old Blue thought. The lad will open up eventually, and when he does, we can have a nice long heart-to-heart about the fickle nature of romance.
Oh, how naive he was. Pedra's camp was an hour's walk from the goddam, about halfway between it and the master bridge. It wasn't much to look at. Sitting on the muddy shores of Lake Allende, it consisted of a simple wooden platform shaded by a canvas canopy. It was just large enough to support 2 small tents and a table, and just high enough off the ground to keep those tents from getting soggy. The thing had been built a few years back, but clearly hadn't been used recently. It took a little while to clean it up, and even once the dust was cleared, the space was far from cozy. It was cold, damp, crusty, and firm, a far cry from the comforts of the modern city dam they had abandoned. As night fell on that first day, and the trio retired to their new bedrolls, Blue lay awake long into the night, finding it difficult to sleep with so much uncertainty weighing heavy in the air. Lefty, by contrast, slept like a rock. Then he woke up like a rock, proceeded to eat breakfast like a rock, and began his first day of training in a very rock-like manner. The boy had hardened himself after the events of the previous day, withdrawing emotionally from the few people around him. Gone was the anger, the angst, and even the sadness, leaving only a boulder in the shape of a man, a grim husk determined to do his duty. I suppose a childhood in Ashtab had conditioned him to act this way. He had been raised to live a life of drudgery, to mindlessly obey regardless of his feelings. Obviously, he had broken with that conditioning when he abandoned his hometown, but it seemed that under stress, his mind snapped back into old routines. Learning to swim was just another unwanted duty thrust upon him, one he would do despite an utter lack of enthusiasm. And Pedra was just another elder to be obeyed without question, which is why Lefty did as he was told without complaint, even when she worked him to the point of exhaustion. From the very first day, Pedra put Lefty on a rather extreme training regiment. 10 hours a day, most of that time spent out in the water, with only a few breaks for meals and planning. I won't say the Deepun was devoid of compassion, but her strong ambitions and lack of social awareness made her blind to Lefty's suffering. The boy was clearly miserable, but she pushed him on regardless. To be fair, she worked herself to exhaustion as well, so it wasn't as though she demanded more from him than she was willing to give. But for Old Blue it was beyond frustrating to watch these two interact, their self-destructive attitudes feeding off each other. Any time he'd suggest to Pedra that they take things a little easier, she would defer to Lefty. If he wanted to take a break, he'd simply have to ask, and she'd give him one. But Lefty often refused to ask, even when it was obvious that he was about to collapse. Partially because he felt it wasn't his place to complain, but mostly because the work gave him an outlet for all his frustrations. Rather than talk about what had happened with Amor or work through his complex feelings, the lad poured himself into training. As the days went on and Lefty's intense schedule slowly morphed into a normal routine, Old Blue found it harder and harder to speak with either of his companions. They'd spend most of their days out in the water, where the Kicken couldn't join them, and only returned to eat, sleep, and plan for the following days. Most of the time they were too exhausted for idle chatter, and any time they weren't exhausted, well, that just meant it was time to get back to work. Needless to say, Old Blue never got to have that long chat with Lefty about relationships. As a week came and passed with no sign of change, two things gradually became clear to the Kicken. First, Pedra's obsession with the drink tabernacle was rubbing off on Lefty. And second, they would not be returning to the goddamn any time soon. The only saving grace to any of this was that Pedra did actually know what she was doing. Kind of. To give the Deepun a little credit, the extreme training regiment she created was exactly what the drink tabernacle required. The structure was a massive maze of unmapped tunnels which were completely submerged in the waters of Lake Allende. Finding the Clavis Imperium within its walls would require a lot of underwater exploration through long, dark tunnels. That alone would have made it near impossible, but apparently an aquatic labyrinth was not enough for Scaevolas and his engineers. Some of the tunnels were constructed so that strong currents flowed through them. Any creature unfortunate enough to enter into one of the rapids, as they were called, would find themselves carried away by swift-moving water, pushed so deep into the tabernacle's depths that there was no hope for escape. These deadly traps were actually what Pedra was most interested in examining. The rapids used a kind of magic or technology that was unknown to the Deepuns, and she was very eager to get her hands on it, as soon as Lefty removed the Clavis Imperium, of course. To do that, it wouldn't be enough for him to simply swim competently. He would have to swim quickly. Very quickly. Faster than any human had ever swam before. Fortunately for Lefty, Pedra had a plan for this. For you see, this was not the first time she had tried to recruit a non-Deepun for this task. She had attempted it twice before. The first time had been an unmitigated disaster. It was something the studious Deepun didn't like to talk about, and subsequently, no one but her really knows what happened, just that it hadn't worked out very well. Her second attempt, by contrast, had been much more fruitful. She had not succeeded, of course, but while working with a human swimmer, she had invented something which would prove to be quite useful. She called them squid shoes, so named because of their resemblance to the fabled aquatic creatures. If you've never heard of them, they are said to resemble a disembodied Thulin head. Nothing but a face with appendages, like a Kicken of the sea. As the name implies, the squid shoes were footwear. While on land, they simply looked like strange wooden boots, full of tiny holes and wrapped in green braided vegetation, which itself was adorned with several small, oddly shaped trinkets. It wasn't until you got the shoes wet that they took on the squid-like appearance they were named after. The green braids expanded and unwrapped from the boots, forming rubbery tendrils more than a hand long, which dangled from the shoes like a Thulin's tentacles from their face. It was these tendrils, along with the small and carefully carved wooden bits that had been woven into them, which allowed the wearer to swim quickly. Exactly how the squid shoes worked is a topic which is both highly technical and ultimately unimportant. I won't bore you with the details, like Pedra often did to Lefty and Blue. She was so proud of her invention. Asking her about it was the only way to guarantee that Lefty got a break. Because once you got her on the subject, she would talk for hours about hydrodynamics and the physics of fluid and motion and just... No. All you really need to understand is that the shoes allowed the wearer to swim incredibly quickly, provided they swam in a very specific and very unusual way. Rather than make the instinctive paddling motions that most creatures make when they swim, the wearer of the squid shoes had to pump their legs like they were marching on the ground or stomping on something beneath their feet.
"Lift your legs higher!" Pedra often yelled, shouting at Lefty while he floundered in the water. "You need to kick behind you! Remain parallel! Parallel!"
If done correctly, each pump of the shoes would propel the wearer head first through the water like an arrow. Except that, since there was a shoe on each foot, the trajectory was never completely straight. Each kick sent the swimmer in an arc that needed to be controlled by their arms, which had to be kept at their sides and used to steer. It was a difficult technique to learn, unnatural to every species on Att, but it was essential to master if one wanted to reach and surpass Deepuns' swimming speed. For her previous attempt, Pedra had recruited a strong swimmer to don the squid shoes. She had hoped that an already talented athlete would be able to gain proficiency with the strange equipment quickly. But this assumption turned out to be horribly incorrect. The swimmer's years of experience had actually worked against her. The techniques required to use the shoes were so far removed from any traditional form of swimming that not only was her muscle memory useless, it became a liability. For you see, even after learning how to use the boots, she would occasionally slip up under pressure and attempt to kick her feet normally, which was very dangerous. Trying to make a paddling motion with the squid shoes on could cause the tentacles to become tangled with each other, transforming the footwear into nothing but heavy wooden weights. This is why Pedra's second expedition had ultimately failed, and why Lefty's inexperience in this instance was actually quite valuable. As someone who had absolutely zero swimming instincts, he was the perfect candidate. A blank slate. He could learn to use the shoes without any natural tendencies getting in the way. And so, that's exactly what they tried to do. For nearly a month, the three of them lived in Pedra's tiny camp, working from sun up to sundown in the clear waters of Lake Allende, trying to teach Lefty how to swim. It was slow going at first. Not a day went by where Lefty didn't almost drown. Pedra had to haul him out of the waters frequently, and it felt like he spent more time coughing and sputtering on the shore than he did actually swimming. Still, he never gave up. As soon as he regained his breath, he was back out there again, struggling to control his motions in the liquid he hated so very, very much. 2 developments helped push him past that initial learning curve. First, Pedra made Lefty a hat. Or rather, she converted his point light into a hat. You remember Lefty's point light, right? The strange metal arc with the 2 light-emitting tubes on either side? He received it from Titus back in the capital. Well, Lefty still had that. Like his armor, he hadn't really used it since arriving in Deepuns territory, but unlike the armor, he had brought it with him when he left the Goddam. Mostly because it was a dream-crafted item, and that was still an amazing thing to him. Anyway, one night as they were preparing to go to sleep, Pedra saw Lefty holding the point light, and was struck with the idea to place it on his head. I had only mentioned it in passing before, but being an underwater structure, the Drink Tabernacle's interior was rather dark. A point light was needed to see inside it, but since the user of the squid shoes had to keep their hands at their sides, the point light had to be held in their mouth. As you might imagine, this was rather uncomfortable, and only served to make a difficult task even more difficult. Seeing Lefty's point light, however, Pedra was struck with inspiration. She found a simple solution that really should have been obvious from the start. The U-shaped point light sat neatly atop Lefty's head, almost like a tiara, and by adding a leather strap to the sides, she was able to affix it rather tightly. This allowed him to keep his mouth closed while swimming, which in turn stopped him from swallowing so much water. The second development that helped Lefty to master the squid shoes was actually an idea of his own. You see, he was adamant on bringing his metallic feathers along for protection. It was rumored that a monster lay in the center of the tabernacle, and he didn't want to face it unarmed. Pedra was adamant that doing that would be stupid, if not outright impossible. She spent a lot of time trying to explain fluid dynamics to Lefty, telling him that the feathers would create far too much drag for him to swim correctly, no matter how he tried to carry them. But well-reasoned and scientific arguments were useless against Lefty's paranoia. He demanded to bring the feathers out into the water, and with Old Blue refusing to side against him, Pedra had no choice but to let the lad try. What followed was several days of failed experimentation. Lefty tried to strap the feathers to his back, but just as Pedra said, the drag they created made steering too difficult. He tried to hold them in his hands, but once he got moving, it became impossible to keep his grip on them, even if he wore gloves. Eventually, though, the young man stumbled upon an idea that actually seemed to work. He strapped the feathers to his arms, binding them with leather straps at his shoulders and his wrists. This random bit of trial and error, which was only attempted out of irrational stubbornness, ended up working far better than Pedra or even Lefty could have possibly expected. For you see, strapping the hard metallic feathers to his arms forced him to keep them straight, which was part of the technique he had struggled with up until this point. Furthermore, with the feathers positioned at just the right angle and tied tightly enough so that they didn't move, he found that the wider surface area actually helped his steering rather than hindered it. Granted, it put a lot of strain on his shoulders, and it did slow him down a little bit, but the improved control, along with a hefty morale boost, more than made up for all those negatives. Oh, you should have seen the look on Pedra's face. The polymath was not used to being proven wrong, especially by the likes of Lefty. But she couldn't argue with results. Not long after that, things finally clicked into place. Lefty went out into the water one day to practice, and stayed out there until lunch, swimming the entire time without assistance. He came back to the shore, smiling for the first time in weeks. He was still depressed. He still didn't like swimming, but at least he was getting better at it. And that was enough to start chipping away at his rocky exterior. From there, it was like a switch had been flipped. Every day he showed improvement, his confidence allowing him to push the squid technique even farther. Before long, he was moving through the lake with ease, then with impressive skill, then he was keeping up with Pedra, the human swimming as fast as a Deepun, until eventually he surpassed her. I remember watching that moment from the shore, the two of them gliding through the clear waters like it was nothing. Seeing them swim so quickly was already amazing, and then suddenly Lefty shot forward, his speed doubling in a matter of seconds. He moved so fast it created a wake behind him, the water rippling to either side as he cut through it like a blade. Pedra stopped swimming and just floated there, watching in awe as the young man snaked through the water like a sea serpent, far faster than even she had expected. When he finally came up for air a moment later, he was just a speck off in the distance, too far away to hear Pedra shouting at him to get back on course. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before, and it was only the beginning. Chapter 20. The Snake of the Lake. "I can do this," Lefty said with conviction. "No, you can't," responded Pedra. "I can! I'm ready! Today's the day I conquer the Tabernacle!"
"Actually, today is preliminary exploration number 6, followed by lunch, followed by more breath training."
"Come on, my breath is trained enough!" Lefty groaned and stood up from the table. "And we already have half a map. Let's just go for it."
"Absolutely not," Pedra said calmly, remaining in her seat. "We need to carefully map out the Tabernacle. You can't simply dive in there without a plan.
I think I can, actually, said Lefty with a grin. He was radiating so much smugness that even Old Blue found it annoying. The young man and Pedra were arguing again. That seemed to be happening a lot lately, ever since Lefty learned to swim. It was morning. The three of them had been living at the camp for more than a month now, and they had just finished a breakfast of grilled fish and toast. Lefty was looming over the Deepun as he spoke to her, literally talking down to the woman as he tried to get his way. To her credit, Pedra kept her cool. Whether this was because she had supreme control of her emotions, or because she didn't detect Lefty's condescending tone, I can't say for sure. But she continued to explain her point of view in a calm, collected manner, despite having already done so several times this week.
Your assertions are illogical, Lefty, she said. You may be fast, and you may know the outer tunnels, but once you get past them, you'll essentially be choosing paths at random. With the number of possible options, your chances of reaching the center before you run out of breath are only around 64%.
That's more than half, said Lefty, exasperated. Like, a lot more. Pedra continued to stare the man down, her tone unchanged.
64% may seem high if you're gambling for cash, but this is a matter of life and death. If I was designing a building, and there was even a 1% chance that it could fail catastrophically, I would not condone its construction.
For a brief moment, Old Blue actually had a bit of respect for the analytical Deepun. She might be reckless with her own well-being, but when it came to others, she took no chances. Perhaps she was not as bad as he thought. And then she continued speaking.
Because if that building did collapse, and someone was killed or injured, then that death would be blamed on me. I could lose my job, or my reputation. It's simply not worth the risk.
Old Blue rolled his eye.
Likewise, I can't allow you to risk your life unnecessarily. The chances of me finding another athlete, of your caliber, who can effectively use the squid shoes is...
Her eyes drifted to the side for a moment, the woman calculating in her head.
Well, the chances are very low. You're a rare find, Mr. Lefty. If you were to die in the Tabernacle, it might be years before I stumbled upon another candidate as excellent as you.
You know, Titus may have been helping Lefty for his own selfish reasons, but at least he seemed to have some genuine affection for the lad. Pedra, though, even when she was trying to protect him, she never stopped thinking of Lefty as a tool, as an asset to further her own goals. Perhaps that's why Old Blue never really liked her. Lefty, meanwhile, didn't seem to notice this attitude. Or if he did, he didn't acknowledge it. For the moment, he was far too busy being full of himself. Somehow he had managed to find the compliment hidden within her statement, and that flattery was enough to derail his attention. "Am I really that rare?" he asked Pedra, sitting back down at the little table.
"Very much so," said the Deepun. "Your athleticism is far above the standard deviation for a human, and your personality traits are well suited to risk-taking behavior. You share many attributes with notable warriors of the distant past. I'm very fortunate to have stumbled upon someone like you."
Lefty grinned wide. "Well, if I'm so great, then that percentage should be higher than 64, right?" Old Blue couldn't help but grin at the boy's tenacity, but Pedra just tilted her head in confusion.
"Your attributes don't make you better at navigating a maze. We need to map out the Tabernacle thoroughly if we're going to—"
Lefty groaned and stood up again, knocking his chair over in frustration. Fine, let's get back out there then." The young man sighed and began walking towards the lake, stripping his shirt off and tossing it aside as he muttered under his breath. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner I can get the hell out of here." Old Blue watched the two of them march out into the water with worry on his face. Lefty's attitude had shifted rather dramatically in the past few weeks. In some ways, this was a good thing. The boy was no longer made of stone. His old personality was finally re-emerging after a long hibernation, and he was actually showing emotions again. But along with the goofy, ambitious, inquisitive guy he knew was something else. A kind of angry arrogance that Old Blue hadn't seen before. Was this a new development? Or had this always been there, simmering under the surface? Despite all they had been through, Blue hadn't actually known Lefty for very long. Most of the lad's early life was still a mystery to him. For all he knew, this was how the boy had acted back in Ashtab. He had abandoned it, after all. It's possible the anger he was showing Pedra now was the same he had for his hometown back then, a rejection of the duty that he didn't necessarily want. It's also possible that Lefty's incredible luck since leaving Ashtab had taught him all the wrong lessons. I mean, it's not hard to believe you're better than everyone else when you easily succeed where others have failed. Especially when people like Pedra and Titus are telling you that you're exceptional. Given everything that's happened to him, Blue could easily see the lad developing a sense of arrogance which could be very dangerous if he ever achieved kingly power. Either way, he and Lefty really needed to talk. Though they were living together once more, the Kickin felt his companion was slowly slipping away from him. They barely had a chance to chat since leaving the dam, and despite how often he argued with Pedra, the young man was becoming more like her every day, more driven towards his own goals at the expense of everything else. It's a terrible feeling to see someone you care about slowly turning into something unsavory. As an elder and a friend, Old Blue felt his own sense of duty. He needed to try and guide Lefty back to the path of greatness, or at the very least the path to happiness. He had promised to do that, after all, back when they had their first heart-to-heart at the top of the food tabernacle. For a time, when they were living at the goddam, it felt like he had succeeded. Lefty had found a place where he could live happily. But real life rarely has such convenient endings. Because real life doesn't end. It just keeps going and going and going and... But I digress. All of that would have to wait until this was over. Lefty and Blue would have plenty of time to talk once the drink tabernacle was mapped, explored, and conquered. For now, the young man needed to focus on swimming, even if his abilities were already beyond astonishing. It had taken nearly a month of non-stop practice to properly learn the squid technique, but now that he had, he easily achieved absurd velocity. Once he built up some momentum, the lad moved through the lake like a bird through the air, gliding under the water's surface at an alarmingly fast rate. At first he could only keep this up for a minute or two, both because his legs tired out and because he ran out of breath. But not only did Pedra design a training regiment to improve his endurance and his lung capacity, but the lad soon discovered a way to catch his breath without coming to a stop. It was truly a sight to behold. He'd be weaving effortlessly through the water, leaving a trail of bubbles behind him, the glow of his head-mounted point lights visible under the surface. And then suddenly he'd shoot majestically into the air like a dolphin, arcing over the water and taking a deep breath before sliding seamlessly back into it. It was incredible, to be frank, and you could see it from afar thanks to his iconic equipment. The silver feathers strapped to his arms sparkled in the sun each time he leapt into the air, while the green tendrils of the squid shoes streamed behind him like a royal banner. It was so amazing that Old Blue was willing to excuse much of Lefty's arrogance, on the grounds that he had kind of earned the right to be arrogant. True, he had only ended up in this situation through sheer luck, But at the same time, no one could deny the work he put in. Fate may have handed the young man this opportunity, but he had used it to do something exceptional. In all of Old Blue's hundreds of years, he had never seen anything like this before, and apparently he was not the only one impressed. As you might expect, Lefty's feats did not go unnoticed by the nearby Deepuns. As his skills improved and he began swimming farther and farther distances, people began spotting him from the top floors of the goddam. From up there he was just a speck, gliding through Lake Allende at incredible speeds. They couldn't make out who or even what he was, but they could see the distinctive wake he left behind. Each kick of the squid shoes shot him forward in a curve, first one way and then the other as he alternated between his feet. From afar this resulted in a distinct serpentine pattern, which made him look, well, like a serpent. This strange, almost supernatural phenomenon was soon given a name. The dam dwellers called it the Snake of the Lake, and as sightings increased and rumors spread, it wasn't long before some curious Deepuns decided to investigate. They quickly discovered it was not actually a snake, of course, but the name stuck anyway, giving Lefty the first of his many titles. And though some of the Deepuns called him a snake with contempt in their voice, not appreciating the lad's kingly ambitions, many of them were too impressed by his abilities to care. Before long, crowds began to form on the shore to watch him practice. Oh, they'd bring picnics and games as well. It wasn't all about him. But he made for an excellent background spectacle whenever the conversation reached a lull. To the beachgoers, it was like having an acrobat performing all day. Every time Lefty jumped into the air to catch his breath, there'd always be some applause or whistling. When he practiced holding his breath, the more excitable ones in the crowd would count along, their voices growing louder as the numbers grew higher, breaking out in cheers whenever he managed to beat his previous best. You might imagine, after hearing all this, that Lefty was happy as he snaked through the lake and leapt through the air. But you'd be wrong. He was certainly satisfied that he was making progress, but the strangeness of being in water hadn't diminished. Even after all this time, swimming still felt weird and gross to him. It didn't matter that he was good at it now. It never stopped being work. Each day he woke up dreading that he would have to go out into that lake. And the only thing that kept him going was the thought that soon he would be done, and then he'd never have to swim again. That's why he was so eager to just attempt the Tabernacle and get it over with, even when he only had a 2/3 chance of surviving. Now, you might imagine, then, that Lefty was at least happy about his newfound popularity. After all, he had enjoyed the attention before. Surely he smiled at the crowds of Deepuns who showed up to cheer him on, glad to have an audience for his talents. But no. Despite leaving the goddam without so much as a goodbye, the sight of it in the distance still stung at his heart. The ever-growing crowds and their parties did nothing but remind him of the friends he had lost, and of a more. He kept thinking he saw her, standing there amongst the crowds. It did little to help his stress or his exhaustion. As the days went on, his fear of running into her caused him to train even harder. Some days he'd skip lunch, or stay out in the lake past nightfall, refusing to come back to shore until all the other Deepuns had cleared out and returned home. To this day, I still don't know what happened between them. It must have been something fierce, but only he knows for sure. And even after all we've been through, he's never explained it to me. I suppose everyone has their secrets. Private things they don't even tell their friends. Well, for Lefty, it was a more. He really, really didn't want to talk about it. But anyway, the original plan was to spend at least 4 months preparing to enter the Drink Tabernacle. 2 months would be used on learning to swim, and another 2 months would be spent scouting out the Tabernacle itself, mapping its many twists and turns to determine the quickest and safest route to the center. Even though Lefty had learned to use the squid shoes faster than anticipated, Pedra had decided that they should still stick to the original timeline and proceed cautiously. Old Blue reluctantly agreed. Despite his feelings about the calculating woman, she had sound reasoning when it came to safety. It never hurts to be prepared, especially when it comes to something as deadly as a tabernacle. For Lefty, however, the wait was far too long. He wanted to be done with this, done with swimming, done with the horrible water, and done with the Deepuns that had won his heart and then broken it. A month and a half after they first made camp, Pedra and Old Blue awoke one morning to find Lefty missing. They asked the early morning crowds if anyone had seen him, but no one had. He must have gone out before sunrise. Hours went by, and still no sign of him. Search parties were sent out. Some traveled down the road on squirrels, thinking perhaps Lefty had grown tired of all this and quit for the capital. Others searched for him at the goddam, thinking maybe he had returned to his humble life among the Deepuns. Still others explored the lake itself, worried that perhaps he had drowned in the pre-dawn light. None of these searches turned up anything, though. There was only one place he could be, and no one would follow him in. All they could do was wait. It was late in the afternoon when it happened. Old Blue and Pedra had been sitting solemnly in their camp for a while now, neither wanting to speak with the other, when suddenly a series of large bubbles broke the surface of the lake. There was a splash, a cry from one of the nearby crowds. They turned just in time to see a rippling figure shooting through the water, heading straight towards them from the direction of the drink tabernacle. It was Lefty. Nothing else moved like this, but he was coming at them far faster than he ever had before, his body sending up a spray of water as he finally broke the surface and leapt into the air. This time, though, it was not graceful or majestic. The boy seemed dazed. He spun like a drunk dancer, gasping for breath, his face bright red as he traveled in a low arc, but made no attempt to dive back in. Instead, he hit the water on his back and skipped across its surface like a flat stone, bouncing once, then twice, before sliding into a long skid that carried him through the shallows and up onto the shore. The young man rapidly lost momentum as he slid across the mud on his back, carving a line in the shore until finally he came to a stop, his legs plopping onto the ground as he collapsed in a heap. Pedra and Old Blue rushed over to where he landed, and found him curled up on his side, coughing and hacking as he shuddered in the mud. A rather large purple bruise was forming on the right side of his face. The eye on that side was blackened, and his cheek swelling as well. His companions asked him if he was all right, asked him where he had been, looking worriedly over him for any signs of further injury. But he was unable to talk, only letting out wet, choking coughs in between deep, gasping groans. But as he lay there, half drowned and sputtering on the shores of Lake Allende, Lefty lifted his hand and tossed something into the mud. It was a flat metal disc with 9 triangular holes in it. The second Clavis Imperium. Chapter 21. Lefty and Old Blue have a chat. "I think maybe it was a giant bug," Lefty said to Old Blue. "It had big claw hands, like this," he explained, as he lifted one of his own hands and made a pincer shape. "It was all like clack, clack," he said, clapping his thumb together with the rest of his fingers.
"So, like a crab?" asked Old Blue, recognizing the obvious imitation.
Lefty just shrugged. He had never seen a crab before. The two of them were riding on the back of a dark gray squirrel, which was slowly trotting the long road that led back to the capital. It had been several days since the lad had successfully emerged from the drink tabernacle, and the details of his solo adventure within its depths were still quite hazy. He had spent the first day just recovering from his injuries, which were serious enough to require a doctor's attention, but not so serious as to leave any permanent damage. It's likely the wounds would have healed on their own within a week or two, but fortunately the payment from Pedra had been enough to afford a few luxuries. This included some magical soup, which had sped up the healing process significantly. The ugly purple swelling on Lefty's face was all but gone, just leaving a little bump on his head. They were also able to afford a new squirrel and enough supplies to reach the capital, with a little pocket cash left over once they arrived. As for Pedra herself, she almost seemed sad to see Lefty go. Despite her excitement at finally being able to explore the drink tabernacle, she expressed some disappointment when the young man told her he was leaving Deepuns territory for good. It barely showed on her face. Just a brief little frown and a lowering of her voice, but it was so unusual for the cold, detached polymath that Old Blue took notice. Perhaps she did care for the lad after all, in her own strange way. Still, she didn't argue with him or try to make him stay. She simply paid Lefty the cash she promised and wished him the best of luck. The two shared one last fist bump, and then they parted ways, Pedra heading back to her little laboratory in the goddam, while Lefty and Blue rode off in the opposite direction. It was a somber farewell, as farewells often are, but all in all the two adventurers were happy to be leaving. Life with the Deepuns certainly had its charms. Old Blue would miss the comforts of the library and his historian friends for sure, but Lefty was ready to move on, and for better or worse, his kickin' friend would be joining him. Perhaps one day he'd be able to return to the dam, but for now there was no place he'd rather have been than on the road with Lefty. Finally, the two of them would get a chance to chat, which is exactly what they were doing as they rode slowly along the wooden road that led back to the capital. Lefty was sitting in the saddle, their scant few possessions strapped down behind him, while Old Blue rode atop the creature's head, facing backward so he could look his companion in the eye. The sun was just beginning to set behind the heavily forested tree line, and Lefty was trying, for the third time, to describe the giant beast he had battled with inside of the tabernacle. "It had big face dangles," he said after a moment. "Do crabs have those?"
"What do you mean by face dangles? Was it like a Thulin?"
Old Blue inquired. No, not like that. It was more like a dangly thing," Lefty explained, poorly. Old Blue tilted his head in confusion, his frown deepening. Lefty let go of the squirrel's reins and brought both his hands up to his forehead, curling his index fingers into downwards-facing hooks. "Like this, but longer and more bendy," he said. "You know, like a bug or a dangle." A misstep from the squirrel suddenly caused them both to wobble. The young man quickly grabbed his steed's reins once more and regained his balance.
"Those are called antennas," said Old Blue. "And no, crabs don't usually have those. Or they do, but I wouldn't exactly call them dangly. Was it perhaps a lobster?" he asked, but the young man just shrugged again. He had never seen a lobster before either. "Antenna," he said, sounding out the word. "That's a fun one. I'll have to remember that one," he said with a grin. "Why, hello there. Would you like to see my antenna?" He chuckled to himself at the new word. I feel like it's important here to reiterate that Lefty was not a complete idiot, even if he sometimes sounded like one. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like he was a genius savant either, far from it. But behind his dull, inexpressive voice and inability to recognize common animals, there was a logically thinking man,
with a mind full of complex thoughts and emotions. It's just that, being nearly illiterate, and having experienced so little of the world, he had a rather small vocabulary with which to express himself. He simply didn't know enough words to properly articulate his thoughts. It's for this reason that I rarely subject you to exact conversations between Lefty and Old Blue. The two of them talked all the time. It's why I have so much insight into Lefty's thoughts and dreams. But actually listening to those conversations would border on torture to some. Plus, it makes Lefty sound stupid, which is not something you want to do to a legendary figure. Take this conversation as an example. It would later be determined by Deepuns explorers, including a very excited Pedra, that the creature laying dead in the center of the drink tabernacle was in fact a crayfish, also known as a river lobster. Just like the chicken in the food tabernacle, it had been transformed into a giant terrifying version of its usual self, and placed in a chamber just in front of the Clavis Imperium. Likewise, an examination of its innards, as well as the various bones littered around its lair, confirmed that it had devoured quite a few adventurers in its time. Lefty had, of course, never seen a crayfish before, or anything like it, so he compared the beast to the closest thing he had seen, which was a bug. Poor comparisons like that were unfortunately common in his explanations, which is why it would be weeks before Old Blue got the full story of what had happened. You might imagine that Lefty's lack of vocabulary would annoy the wise old Kicken, but it was actually quite the opposite. Old Blue thoroughly enjoyed their conversations. He talked with the lad for hours upon hours, nearly every day. Part of this was because Old Blue loved to teach, and Lefty was the perfect pupil, eternally eager to learn new things. But even when the Kicken was just listening, it was still enjoyable. There was a certain challenge in piecing together the truth from Lefty's simple words. At times it was almost like a fun party game. And that was helped by the fact that Lefty himself was one of the most friendly and jovial people that Blue had ever met. Which is really saying something considering just how old the Kicken was. He had lived for hundreds of years by that point, and in all that time, Lefty was one of only 2 people that treated him as an actual, genuine friend.
You know, it's just occurred to me that in all my storytelling, I've probably not made it clear just how good of friends Lefty and I were back then. Perhaps it's my fault for skipping over so many of our conversations, but, well, it's just that history often wants to gloss over such things. Legends exist to highlight the important actions of great men. I'm supposed to tell you about the adventures he went on and the challenges he overcame, not the simple friendship he forged with an old man. People form friendships all the time. That's not legendary. That's not exciting. It's a mundane part of life. It's something most people do. And you don't need to understand it to understand the legend of Lefty. But I want you to know. Lefty and I were friends back then. Truly we were. I would have done anything for the lad. And that's why eventually well, never mind.
Sorry, I got a little off track there. My point is they were friends. And it's because they were such good friends that Lefty's next words to Old Blue came as such a shock. They had been riding in silence for a few minutes when suddenly he spoke up. You know, the weirdest thing about whatever it was in the Tabernacle, I didn't like killing it as much as I thought I would. Old Blue spoke slowly, deep concern hanging on his words.
Lefty, you're not supposed to enjoy killing things. Killing is something you have to do. It's not something you should like doing.
Huh, said Lefty with a pondering expression, as if the thought had never occurred to him before. I just figured, it was really fun to hit those guys back at the food tabernacle, so, you know.
No, I don't know, said Old Blue.
Well, I just thought that if hurting someone was that fun, then killing someone would be even more fun.
That's a terrible way to think, lad, Old Blue said, with just enough concern that Lefty took his eyes off the road and looked down at his friend. I mean, killing just for fun, that's pretty much the most evil thing you can do. I mean, if you...
Well, like I said, I didn't like it, Lefty said quickly, cutting off Old Blue. I just thought I would, He turned his eyes back to the road ahead of them, a frown etched on his face. The two spent another moment in silence, both of them thinking intently about their sudden moral dilemma. Lefty was the first to break the silence. I did like hitting those guys with my shovel, though, he admitted, before looking down to Old Blue with concern in his eyes. If I liked hurting those people, does that make me evil? He asked with genuine curiosity.
Well, not necessarily, Old Blue said. Context is a very important thing. If someone is trying to hurt you, or if someone's done something reprehensible, then it's usually acceptable to enjoy hurting them. That's half of what justice is, if we're being honest. Most people like seeing criminals punished for their behavior.
Oh, got it, Lefty said, as if he had just been told the solution to a puzzle. So that's why I didn't like it then. The big bug monster thing wasn't really dangerous or anything.
It wasn't? But I thought you said before that it tried to kill you,
Old Blue asked, making reference to a conversation from the previous day. I mean, it tried to kill me. It just didn't do a very good job, Lefty responded. It was really slow and weak. I probably could have ran past it if I tried. I just thought, killing it would be better, he said with a shrug.
Old Blue pondered the scenario. Perhaps it was half-starved, like the beast of the food tabernacle. Or perhaps you caught it while it was asleep?
Lefty just shrugged again. He had no idea. Once more, this was a mystery that would not be settled right then and there, but weeks later by completely unrelated parties. Deepuns explorers who stumbled upon the lair of the giant crayfish noted that it had no problem obtaining food. The swift-moving water that had trapped so many adventurers had also trapped plenty of fish for it to feed upon. No, the problem this time was disease. The same waters that brought in food also brought in an awful lot of waste. And with all the rapids flowing into the beast chamber, there was no way for waste to get out. While the creature was resistant to just about everything, decades of living in terribly unsanitary conditions had eventually taken their toll. In the end, a type of parasitic fungus, which was quite common in normal river lobsters, had managed to infect the giant creature, slowly but surely spreading through its body and eating away at its vital organs. By the time Lefty found his way to the air pocket at the center of the tabernacle, which served as the beast's chamber, the giant crayfish was already on death's door. Had he waited the extra months that Pedra had wanted him to, the young man likely would have found another corpse in the tabernacle. Instead, he arrived just in time to put the poor thing out of its misery. The Deepuns who came later found several slashing wounds in the creature's head, which Lefty had presumably inflicted with his metallic feathers. But I digress. Back on the road to the capital, Old Blue had given up trying to solve the mystery for now, instead switching his attention to another mystery.
So, if the bug didn't put up a fight, then how'd you get that huge bruise on your face?
He pointed his little wing towards Lefty's forehead. The injury had all but healed thanks to the magic soup, but there was still a slight bump. Lefty lifted one of his hands to the wound as if he had forgotten about the injury, and then flinched as his fingers made contact. I ran into a wall, he said with a grimace. while trying to swim out of the Tabernacle. That's the hardest part. All the water tries to pull you in. You have to go really fast and hit it in just the right way. Otherwise you end up back with the bug. That's why it took so long. I kept getting pushed back into the room with the air. I had to try 1,000,000 times before I got it right. And when I finally did, I was going so fast that I smashed my face on the wall, he said with a shudder. By this time, it was almost completely dark. Normally, the two of them would have stopped to make camp by now, but they had gotten too wrapped up in their conversation to notice the setting sun. This was aided by the fact that Lefty's point light, which he was still wearing on his head, guided them in the darkness, making the night less intimidating than it had been previously. Just as with the feathers before, Lefty had become attached to his point light. Now that the object had helped to save his life, he began wearing it whenever he could, keeping it on just in case he suddenly found himself alone in the dark. He was likewise still wearing the squid shoes, even though he was nowhere near deep water. He had convinced Pedra to let him keep them, reasoning that he didn't know how to swim without them, and that he might need them to survive, if he ever found himself plummeting into another lake. This all seemed like silly paranoia to Old Blue, and as far as the squid shoes were concerned, it was. Lefty would never use them again, despite wearing them constantly. But when it came to his point light, the young man's desire to wear it would prove to be quite the fortuitous decision. For you see, just as their conversation had come to its logical conclusion, two bandits suddenly stepped out of the woods in front of them. One was a Thulin, and the other was a hairless green Deepun. Titus would have felt so vindicated. Both the bandits were broad-shouldered and grimy, wearing the look of men who intimidated others for a living. The only thing clean about them were their short swords. Each bandit was holding a sharp blade that glimmered in the light of Lefty's headwear.
"Listen up, dungbats!"
the Thulin shouted at them.
"It's your valuables or your life. Hand over everything you've got and you won't get hurt."
For half a moment, Lefty simply stared at the duo in front of him. A range of emotions flashed across his face in quick succession. There was a hint of fear, followed by amusement, intense anger, and then concern. The young man looked down at Old Blue for advice, his mouth opening as if he was about to say something. But he never did. Instead, his eyes lit up, and a wicked grin spread across his face as he suddenly realized these were bad people. Bandits who intended to hurt him and take his things, which meant he would probably enjoy killing them. Without another thought, Lefty dismounted his squirrel and grabbed his feathers from where they sat behind him. The Deepuns bandit shouted, "Hey, what you doing? You wanna die, boy?" The criminal's resolve seemed to falter as Lefty walked aggressively towards them. He said nothing, ignoring their threats as he stared with a look of eerie delight, the metallic feathers practically gleaming in his hands. For a split second, panic consumed Old Blue as he realized what his friend intended to do. He almost said something, but he knew it would be useless. Lefty finally had a chance to fight someone who deserved it, someone who was unequivocally bad, and nothing Old Blue could say would stop him. If anything, he would just distract the boy from the deadly foes in front of him. So the Kicken stayed silent and watched, his lower lip quivering as Lefty strode up to the Thulin bandit, who loomed several hands taller than him. The stoic green thug was not shaken like its Deepun partner, who seemed just as worried as Old Blue. Being the larger of the two thugs, it instead stepped forward to meet Lefty, furrowing its hairless brow as it attempted to stare fiercely into the young man's eyes and intimidate him into submission. I say attempted because Lefty still had the point light strapped securely to his head, making it difficult for the bandit to see Lefty's face, much less meet his eyes. Still, the Thulin was not deterred. It continued forward, raising its sword, preparing to attack, and then right as it reached striking range, Lefty looked up into the bandit's face, and the bright beams of his point light shone directly into its eyes, blinding them just long enough for Lefty to strike first. With one smooth swaying movement, he brought his left hand across his body, and then swung with a vicious backhand. The feather caught the air unpredictably, dipping down for a second before curving up sharply and suddenly. The Thulin tried clumsily to block the wild blow, but the serrated edge of the feather glanced off its blade and slashed sickeningly across its chest, slicing the criminal from belly to shoulder, sending a spray of grey Thulin blood into the air. The bandit's deep bellowing cry echoed out into the woods as it recoiled in surprise, its free hand gripping the shallow chest wound as it stumbled back in pain. Still unable to see clearly and finally beginning to panic, the Thulin cursed in its native tongue and raised its sword again. With an angry shout, it tried to bring the blade down on Lefty's head, not realizing that the young man was still holding his feather up high. There was a clash of metal as the two weapons struck. The bandit's sword slid between two of the thin follicles that made up the feather's edge. For a few seconds the two struggled against each other, the massive Thulin bearing down with all its weight. This time Lefty stumbled back, the bandit almost knocking him off balance. Without thinking, he quickly raised the other feather, crossing it with the first so that he could push back with both hands. A second ticked by, the two warriors grunting as they stayed locked like this, Lefty's arm strength proving an equal match for the injured bandit. The Thulin narrowed its eyes, realizing brute force wouldn't be able to break Lefty's strange weapons. It attempted to quickly withdraw its sword for a second strike, which would prove to be a fatal mistake. It realized too late that its sword was actually stuck in the core of the feather, the blade refusing to budge when it pulled back. Lefty felt the weight lessen ever so slightly and took the opportunity to surge forward, shouting like a madman as he heaved up and then swung his feathers in one aggressive movement. The Thulin stepped back to avoid the full force of the swing, abandoning its sword as it leaned away from Lefty. Its attempt at dodging almost proved successful, but as the glimmering feather glided in front of its eyes, the tip caught onto one of its thicker face tendrils. The fleshy tentacle slid between the follicles of the blade, just as the Thulin's sword had a second earlier, and as Lefty completed the arc of his swing, his weapon took the tentacle with it, ripping the thing violently from the bandit's face, along with a rather sizable chunk of flesh and skin. Needless to say, this created an intensely gory spectacle that stunned everyone involved. The Thulin bandit's shouts pitched up disturbingly as it went from anger and pain to just pure searing pain. The criminal stumbled back, clutching what was left of its face with both hands as it cried out like a wounded animal. It walked in a little circle on unsteady legs, hunched over in agony, seeming as if it would collapse at any moment. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the bandit bolted off the road and back into the woods, fleeing from the young human who had maimed it without so much as a word. As one bandit ran screaming into the night, bleeding profusely from two horrible wounds, the other simply stood there dumbfounded. It was clear that the Thulin was the stronger, braver, and more experienced of the two, and seeing it so gravely wounded in such a quick and one-sided fight terrified him greatly. Lefty turned his attention to the Deepun, his face now streaked with grey Thulin blood. He grinned even wider than before, making it clear that he was up for round two. Without a word, the bandit dropped his sword and began sprinting down the road in the other direction. Old Blue couldn't have been happier. "You did it, lad!" he shouted in celebration. "That was he began to say, but before he could, Lefty went running after the Deepuns bandit. "Come back here, you clucker! I'll kill you in half!" he shouted, half laughing as he chased down the fleeing foe. Old Blue tried to yell after him, tried to tell him that he had already won, that he should just let it go. but it was no use. For several long minutes, Old Blue just sat there in the dim moonlight, watching as the beams from Lefty's point lights grew smaller and smaller. A pit of worry began to form once more in Old Blue, as he listened to the distant sounds of a struggle, watching the tiny lights wiggle back and forth wildly as somewhere down the road his friend tried to murder someone. Eventually the distant shouting stopped, and all he could hear was the droning sound of insects. The Kicken sat, waiting on the edge of his seat, as he watched the distant twinkle of the point lights go still for a bit, and then turn back towards him. The wise old man grimaced as he stared into the darkness, watching intently as the light slowly grew larger and larger. He worried about what condition Lefty was in, hoping that he was uninjured, hoping that it was still him wearing the point lights, and not the bandit. His fears were put to rest when the silhouette of a human became visible behind the light, dragging his feathers on the ground behind him as he limped down the road.
"Lefty! Are you all right?"
Old Blue shouted. "Yeah," said Lefty, with a little groan that made it clear he wasn't entirely all right, but he was all right enough. Old Blue sighed in relief. "He got away," Lefty said as he got within talking distance, the disappointment present even in his monotone voice. Old Blue smiled.
"That's fine, lad. I'm sure he won't be bothering us any more," he said, even more relieved that his friend had not slaughtered an unarmed and fleeing adversary, even if it was a bandit. In the back of his mind, the Kicken was still worried about Lefty's skewed morals, but the topic would have to wait for another time. For now, all that mattered to him was that they were safe. "I almost got him, too," Lefty said with a wince as he finally got back to Old Blue and leaned against their squirrel, which by now had laid down to rest after a long day of traveling. "Got him across the back, I think, but then he turned around and punched me. Right in the antenna," he said with a groan. "The antenna?"
Old Blue asked. "Yeah, didn't you say that was the word for, dangles?" Lefty asked, pointing to his crotch. Old Blue couldn't hold back the laughter that came next. He fell onto his side, laughing louder and harder than he had in a long, long time. Chapter 22. All is Lost. Though Lefty's encounter with the bandits had ended in his favor, it still managed to sour the rest of his return trip to the capital. While the young man had enjoyed the chance to fight, and looked forward to fighting again, he also came to realize just how lucky the encounter had been. Blue explained that, unlike him, bandits didn't want to fight if they could help it. It was likely that, if the two of them had stopped to set up camp like they were supposed to, that the criminals would have seen them from afar and simply waited until they fell asleep to attack. There would be no fighting back then. It was an unnerving thought, and it drove the adventurers to start resting at inns rather than camping along the road. This was certainly more comfortable, and it put their minds at ease, but it also quickly depleted their remaining funds. By the time they saw the walls of the capital looming in the distance, they were just as poor as they had been when they first saw the walls all those months ago. With no cash left, they were forced to resume camping for the last few days of their journey, though this time they slept in shifts, one of them always remaining awake in case bandits decided to strike. This extra layer of caution was draining on both of them, and would ultimately prove unnecessary. Lefty and Blue made it into the city without incident, and swiftly made their way back to the only man they knew. It wasn't until they walked into Titus's shop one afternoon, exhausted by the long and stressful trip, that they suddenly found themselves under attack again. Not by bandits or Deepuns, but by Titus himself. "What are you doing here? Where have you been? What took so long?" These all would have been acceptable questions for Titus to ask. Given the situation, I would not have blamed him if he shouted some obscenities first, perhaps insulted Lefty and made insinuations about his mother. But the old man didn't say anything. Instead, he simply narrowed his eyes, tensed up, and hurled a chunk of red-hot iron at Lefty's head. The burning metal sailed through the air, barely missed its intended target, and instead grazed the young man's shoulder. There was a very brief hiss as his bare flesh was burned, followed by a cry of shock and pain. Then Titus began shouting obscenities, calling Lefty every curse in the book as he dropped his forging hammer, picked up a nearby short sword, and ran straight towards the lad. Lefty turned and ran, clutching his shoulder and shouting curses himself as he fled into the busy streets of the capital, followed shortly thereafter by a very, very angry blacksmith. You see, the pair of adventurers had been gone far longer than any of them had expected, and though Titus had sent several letters in that time, Lefty had never bothered to write back. After 2 months passed without any word, the pessimistic old man began to assume that he had been conned, that Lefty and Old Blue had somehow fooled him with the first Clavis Imperium, and then made off with his money and a set of custom armor. And to be fair to Titus, that was almost what had happened. I mean, for a while there, Lefty and Blue had no intention of returning or even speaking to Titus ever again. That being said, the fact that they had returned should have signaled to Titus that they weren't conning him. After all, there were several other potential reasons for their absence that the salty old man hadn't even considered. They could have been held captive by bandits, or slowed down by weather. Their letters could have been lost on the journey, or Lefty himself could have been lost in the depths of the Tabernacle. None of those were the reason for their lack of communication, but they could have been. It's the principle of the matter. Rather than give them the benefit of the doubt, the old grumpster assumed the worst. Which is what led to him chasing the duo down the street with a sword in his hand, making a huge scene as he shouted unintelligible curses at the top of his lungs. It's unclear why Lefty chose to run rather than pull out his own weapons. Perhaps it was out of a desire not to harm Titus, who had previously helped him when no one else would. Perhaps he held back out of a respect for the laws of the capital, which forbade violence within its limits. Or perhaps he was simply too tired and too startled to think clearly. Whatever the reason, it proved to be a very fortunate decision. As you might imagine, all the commotion caught the attention of the city guards rather quickly, and as a pair of them came running onto the scene, it was immediately clear who was the dangerous aggressor and who was running for their safety. It only took a few seconds for the mad chase to come to a sudden end. Lefty was brought to a halt by words. A large Thulan guard with an even larger staff stepped in front of him and commanded that he stop. Lefty did. Titus, on the other hand, was brought to a much more sudden and much more painful halt. When he ignored the human guard who commanded him to stop, he was jabbed in the face with an iron staff, breaking his nose and knocking him off his feet. The guard had to give him an additional whack in the gut to make the old salt finally drop his sword and stop shouting. I won't pretend like I wasn't a little satisfied to see this happen. In the aftermath, both Titus and Lefty, or rather, Old Blue talking on Lefty's behalf, were given a chance to explain what had happened. In doing so, it was revealed to both the guards and to a crowd that had gathered around them that Lefty was in possession of not one, but 2 Clavis Imperium. Titus claimed that they were fakes. He called Lefty and Old Blue con artists, frauds, and several other much more vulgar terms, as he rambled angrily from behind a bloodied rag. He said the pair of them owed him a rather substantial sum of money, and he would not be satisfied until he was paid. Old Blue, meanwhile, talking much more calmly and eloquently, made a very sound argument for Lefty's innocence, and the legitimacy of the keys. It didn't convince the guards, of course, Like most people in the capital, they could not bring themselves to believe that someone had actually conquered the Tabernacles, but it had been said nicely enough to at least gain their sympathy. Rather than simply haul the boy and his kickin' to jail, they declared that an investigation would be launched. They would find someone with more expertise to examine these supposed keys, and once they were proven to be fakes, then the two of them would be detained. From there, Titus would be free to recover whatever debt he was owed, so long as it was done in a legal and civilized manner. The old man reluctantly agreed, as if he had a choice.
"And what if they are real?" asked Old Blue, as he and his companion were led away. "What happens then?"
"Ha! If they're real, then not only are you free to go, but we'll have Titus executed for treason,"
one of the guards joked.
"After all, he was attacking the future king here,"
it said with a laugh, as it patted Lefty's shoulder jovially. For the next several hours, Lefty and Old Blue were escorted around the capital, meeting with various people who would try to determine the legitimacy of their claims. The guards took them first to a small side gate to speak with a much older guard whom they thought would be wise enough to counter Old Blue. When he failed, they headed to the main barracks, where they had a talk with the captain of the guards himself. He sent the pair off to the Senate building to speak with an actual judge, who in turn sent them across town to meet with Pluuthrchk, a well-respected historian and the sole surviving member of the Jewelers Guild. It's important to remember that, at this point, legitimate jewelry was almost non-existent in Att. When King Scaevolas had stripped the island of its physical wealth, he had effectively killed the profession. Oh, people still made rings, necklaces, and other accessories. They just didn't have any actual gold or jewels in them. Instead, they were made cheaply, out of common metals or painted wood, which was not very profitable, and put most of the traditional jewelers out of business. The majority of them simply left the capital, taking their wealth and retiring to the countryside. Most of the others got into farming, buying up large amounts of land and starting plantations. Pluuthrchk was the one who stayed. While its peers fled the city in droves, this Thulin turned its passion for history into a profession. Over the course of several years, it churned out a series of popular books on Att's famous kings and leaders. These tomes and their associated political ideals made Pluuthrchk very popular with the former nobility, who were weakened under Scaevolas' reign, but still remained quite wealthy. Once the king fell into his eternal slumber, these former nobles flocked to Pluuthrchk, hoping that it could buy, sell, and authenticate the tiny scraps of jewelry they had managed to hide during the king's reign. This not only allowed the Thulin to restart its jewelry business with an effective monopoly, but it also made Pluuthrchk the authority on old wealth in the kingdom. Whenever someone sought to identify legitimate riches from the deluge of counterfeits that flooded the market, they went to Pluuthrchk. Thus, when the judge could not determine if Lefty and Blue were frauds, that's where she sent them. She was certain that if anyone could establish the legitimacy of the Clavis Imperium for certain, it would be the famous historian jeweler. Unfortunately, when they arrived at its luxurious shop in the wealthy part of town, the Thulin was busy attending dinner with several prominent senators. They were forced to leave the Clavis Imperium in the hands of a quiet human servant, who promised them that Pluuthrchk would look at the objects tomorrow and report back to the guards then. The guards, in turn, promised a very worried Lefty that they would give the artifacts back to him regardless of what happened. Despite the bad reputation that guards sometimes get, these two had actually become quite sympathetic to Lefty's plight. The hours they spent escorting him around the city had convinced them that the boy and his kickin' weren't con artists. They still didn't think the keys were genuine, of course, but they realized that Lefty and Blue believed they were genuine. They felt sorry for these poor fools who actually thought they found the Clavis Imperium. Which is why, after their visit to Pluuthrchk, they took the two adventurers to Lady Perros, a large run-down house near the city walls which served as a charitable home for the mentally ill. Needless to say, Lefty, and especially Old Blue, were none too happy about this, finding it rather insulting to have their story doubted to such an extreme degree. But with very little money remaining to them, Titus threatening to kill them, and no one else to turn to, the pair reluctantly accepted a temporary room. It would be better than begging or sleeping on the streets. The rest of the evening was quite the experience for the two of them. While Lady Perros was a place of charity, the occupants were still expected to do some work to earn their keep. After receiving a meager meal that was not quite slop, Lefty spent an hour out back washing dishes in a tub, grumbling to Old Blue about having to deal with water again. After that, the two of them just wandered the grounds, trying to pass the time without bothering the other residents. The assortment of undesirables were depressing at best and antagonistic at worst. One extremely old human, looking more skeleton than man, even tried to attack Old Blue. The geezer yelled at him in the old tongue, accusing the Kickin of conspiring with the forces of darkness. Lefty almost punched the old man, but fortunately Old Blue convinced him not to, reasoning that they might be kicked out if they killed someone, even if he was a grumpster. Later that night, Lefty lay down in an uncomfortable cot, which sat in a large common room with dozens of others. Sleep did not come easy. He tossed and turned for hours, finding it difficult to ignore the groans and snores around him. Lefty eventually did drift off to sleep, and surprisingly, he found himself dreaming once more, walking again down the familiar streets of his former desert home. It had been months since he last dreamt, and it took him quite a while to realize he was asleep. Once he did realize, though, he immediately headed towards the shack near the consul's residence, eager to solve the mystery of his workshop. Just like last time, however, his dream was interrupted before he could open the door. Unlike last time, though, it wasn't a stark shout that awakened him, but heavy breathing, and the eerie feeling that he wasn't alone. He hadn't even arrived at the shack when his dream world began to blur, turning dark and ominous before fading away entirely. When Lefty awoke, he found himself in the darkness of Lady Perros, looking up into the wrinkled face of an old woman he had never seen before. She was leaning over him, breathing heavily as she stared intently into his eyes. For a moment there was nothing but an awkward silence that bordered on terror as Lefty gazed back at this stranger who had been watching him sleep. The elderly woman made no attempt to move or even conceal what she was doing, her unblinking eyes locked on his. Finally she spoke.
"Just making sure you aren't a corpse," she whispered, in a voice that sounded like crinkling leaves.
She squinted her eyes at the boy, as if she still wasn't quite sure, and then turned away without another word, hobbling off to the other side of the dark room. As you might imagine, Lefty had a difficult time falling asleep after that. He spent the next morning in a groggy daze. He ate the barely edible meals put in front of him, and mindlessly helped with the menial jobs he was tasked with. All he could think about was leaving before he had to spend another night in this terrible place. Throughout the day he bounced many ideas off Old Blue, hoping the two of them could find some alternative to staying where they were, but there were no easy answers. Fortunately, just as the sun was beginning to set, and Lefty was weighing the pros and cons of being a homeless street urchin, the pair of guards from yesterday returned to Lady Perros, asking for Lefty in Blue. "You're back!" shouted the young man as he saw them, showing more emotion than his monotone voice usually did. "Where are the keys?" he asked, running excitedly up to the guards. "Are you going to execute Titus, like you said?" he added, calling back to the joke from yesterday. But the guards didn't laugh. The two of them looked at each other, before turning back to Lefty with pity in their eyes.
"I'm sorry to tell you this, kid, but those things you brought in, they're fake."
For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the guards watching as Lefty and Blue experienced several conflicting emotions all at once, their brains unable to process what they had just been told. "What?" they shouted, speaking that one word in unison before launching into separate but simultaneous rants, both of them trying to explain how that was impossible. In response, the two guards held up their hands, trying to calm their delusional friends.
"Whoa, hey, we're just telling you what Pluuthrchk told us. Don't shoot the messengers," the human guard said, obviously saddened at having to shatter their dreams.
"Pluuthrchk is full of shit!"
Old Blue shouted angrily, startling even Lefty with his brash words.
"Hey now, calm down, it's not all bad,"
the Thulan guard said, talking just to Old Blue. But the Kickin wouldn't be calmed.
"That son of a bitch is a liar and a thief! A scoundrel! A menace! If I ever see its green ugly face, I'll—"
"It paid your debt!" shouted the human, cutting Old Blue off mid-sentence.
"What?"
said Lefty and Blue, almost in unison.
"It paid your debt to Titus," repeated the guard, taking a deep breath. "I guess it felt sorry for you."
"Either that or it's impressed by your counterfeits,"
the other guard added.
"Either way, it wants to see you at its shop. We're supposed to take you two there. So if you want to say something to Pluuthrchk, you can do it right to its ugly green face."
Chapter 23. Pluuthrchk. After a long and angry walk across the capital, Lefty and Blue found themselves standing in front of the extravagant 3-story building that served as Pluuthrchk's home and place of business. It was a quaint little structure. If you compared it to the plantation mansions outside the city's walls, inside the cramped capital, it seemed absolutely massive, dwarfing all the other large homes that were packed into the wealthy district. The long rectangular building sat on a plot of land that was 4 times larger than its neighbors, almost half of which was occupied by an elegant garden. It wasn't much, to be honest, just a thin strip of grass with some bushes, a bench, and a few assorted flowers. But considering how little greenery existed within the city's walls, it was quite the luxury. Speaking of walls, the whole lot was encircled by a wall of its own. 8 hands high and made of wrought iron bars, it protected one of the capital's largest homes, while also making sure everyone could see its grandeur. Men with actual swords patrolled the iron gates day and night, only allowing the wealthy elite and a few trusted servants to enter. Lefty and Blue were a strange exception, to be sure. An old human servant was waiting for them. He ushered the adventurers into the estate as they waved goodbye to the helpful guards who had escorted them. Their elderly guide, a polite balding man in nice clothing, led them into Pluuthrchk's home and on through to a grand study near the back. The soft-spoken servant left them alone in front of a roaring fireplace, instructing them to wait patiently for his master to arrive. As they waited, the two of them looked around at the opulence surrounding them. Tall bookcases lined the far wall, filled with hundreds of thick leather-bound tomes. Artisan furniture populated the room. Tables, chairs, and couches, all decked out in red and gold, looking untouched despite their obvious age. Their immaculate forms sat atop a thickly carpeted floor that didn't hold so much as a speck of dirt or dust. Several of the more comfortable-looking chairs taunted Lefty with their plush cushions. He had not slept in a proper bed for more than a week now, and he was extra tired from the previous night spent at Lady Perrow's. He longed to lounge, but he was far too stressed to give in to the temptation. Instead, the young man paced back and forth, Old Blue sitting on his shoulder as they tried to sort out how the Clavis Imperium could have possibly been fakes. Had someone else taken the real keys and not told anyone? Was there something they had missed? Some other hidden chamber in the Tabernacles? And if they were fake, how did they fool Titus? The questions stumbled over each other again and again, until finally the jingling of the brass doorknob put an end to it. The door opened, and the two found themselves face to face with their famous Thulan host. It was much taller than Lefty, as most Thulans were, its face marked by the wrinkles and ravages that came with extreme age. Like the home they found themselves in, the jeweler made no attempt to hide its wealth. Dark purple robes adorned its sea-green body, accented with trim of gold and silver. The long fingerless gloves that covered its hands were custom-made from silk, and bore a tasteful stylized P on the back of the hand. Perhaps most notable, though, were the rings it wore on its face tentacles. Most were simply ornate bands of colored metal, no different from the face jewelry that other Thulans chose to wear. But in addition to having far more rings than most, a few of them were clearly the real deal. Despite Scaevolus's best attempts, some treasure had escaped his grasp, and Pluuthrchk was bold enough to wear it on his face, donning thin hoops of actual gold and silver which were embedded with tiny specks of precious gems. The distinguished Thulan looked down at the two of them with ancient eyes full of knowledge and experience. It studied them deeply, taking in every detail of their appearance as if it could read them like one of its books. Then, gathering itself up and taking a deep breath, the distinguished elder Thulan opened its mouth to say something, and was immediately cut off by Lefty. "What do you mean they're fake? They can't be fake!" "Can they? Are they? Are they really fake? How do you know they're fake? They're not fake, right?" Pluuthrchk narrowed its eyes as the questions began, and then sighed audibly when they continued. Before Lefty even finished his rant, the jeweler started walking calmly over to the other side of the room, where a small chest stood on a little podium. Opening the chest revealed it was filled mostly with small chunks of ice, out of which stuck an ornate metal flask, presumably filled with some kind of alcohol. The Thulan popped the top and was just about to take a drink when Lefty interrupted again. "Well?" he asked, clearly upset at being ignored. The Thulan paused and glared at the young man with an expression that matched the blaze in the fireplace. "What a stupid question! You know they're real," the Thulan said grumpily, before taking a deep swig from the flask, its words making Lefty so happy that he didn't even care that he'd been insulted.
"I knew it! You lied to the guards!"
said Old Blue triumphantly, which only seemed to make Pluuthrchk even more annoyed.
"Of course I did,"
it said, as it returned its flask to the icy chest and then flipped the lid shut with a quick snap that made Lefty flinch.
"Do you have any idea the pandemonium that would occur if the masses found out what you've done?"
The question hung in the air as the clearly agitated Thulan waited for a response. It didn't get one. Neither Lefty nor Blue had given much thought about how their quest might impact others. Planning their own uncertain futures was difficult enough. They didn't have time to worry about society at large.
"I've seen it all before. King fever," the Thulan said, its face tensing up as if it smelled something foul, despite its lack of a nose. "Forgers will come out of the woodwork with 1,000,000 false keys. The Tabernacles will flow with the blood of desperate fools. And that's not even mentioning the politicians. If they find out about this, every foolhardy opportunist in the city will be clamoring for your attention. At best, they'll leech off your fame to further their own careers. At worst, we'll have some power-hungry charlatan trying to claim the throne in your name, citing royal authority for 2 keys. It'll throw the whole city into chaos. Is that what you want?
Lefty didn't know how to respond. He only understood about half of what Pluuthrchk said, and the parts he did understand didn't seem like his problem. Old Blue, however, did understand.
With all due respect, Lord Pluuthrchk, we can handle this ourselves. We understand the risks that...
I'm sorry, but are you just going to stand there and let that little fluffer talk for you?
Said Pluuthrchk, ignoring the Kicken and speaking directly to Lefty. What? Said the young man, caught completely off guard. He looked nervously at Blue on his shoulder, and then back at the Thulin, as if he couldn't believe someone important was actually talking to him. The lad was so used to letting his friend speak in these kinds of situations that he had no idea how to respond. The Thulin frowned, staring gruffly at Lefty.
You're the one who found the Clavis Imperium, aren't you? The one who wants to be king? Then speak for yourself. Put your little recorder in its cage, and let's discuss this like proper lords.
What? No, said Lefty, somewhat bewildered at the idea. Me and Blue work together, he said with certainty, bringing a smile to the Kicken's face. There was a short pause. Pluuthrchk's brow quivered in frustration, its face tightening for a second, before loosening again with a sigh.
Look, Lefty, I know Kickens are rare these days, so maybe you don't understand. There's a certain etiquette to owning one, the Thulin said, as it strode over to the young man and placed its hand on the human's unoccupied shoulder. It's like owning a squirrel. It's a faithful creature, to be certain. You can enjoy riding it around all you want. But you don't bring them into private meetings. My Kicken is upstairs in her cage, where it belongs. Why don't you put yours up there as well, and we can talk this out like professionals?
Lefty frowned. He reached up and slowly brushed the Thulin's hand off his shoulder, looking it right in the eyes as he said, Old Blue is my friend. If you talk to me, you talk to him too. Pluuthrchk grimaced, glaring at Lefty before turning swiftly and heading back to its tiny chest of alcohol. Its fists were clenched in frustration as it mumbled, perhaps a bit too loudly,
This is the one who got the keys. This childish little...
The old jeweler sighed in frustration as it aggressively flipped the chest back open and grabbed the flask once again.
I hope you're happy, Scaevolas, you mad fool with your foolish...
The Thulin let out a frustrated grunt and brought the flask to its mouth as if to silence its own angry words. It tilted its head back and chugged the liquid down, gulping audibly before tossing the now empty flask onto the floor, breathing heavy as it kept its back to Lefty and Blue. The Kicken motioned towards the door with his wing, not wanting to say anything out loud, but wanting Lefty to leave the awkward situation as quickly as possible. We can't leave without the Clavis. Ask 'em where they are, whispered Lefty urgently.
He won't listen to me, lad. You'll have to do it, responded Old Blue.
Lefty took a deep breath. He was not good at being diplomatic, but he would try. Look, Pluuthrchk, I think we're done here. Just, give me back the Clavis Imperium and we'll head out. The Thulin turned to glare at him once more, causing Lefty to add in, I promise we won't tell anyone else. If that's what you're really worried about, we'll do this thing on our own, somehow. The old Thulin sighed loudly, bringing a hand to its face.
No, wait. I apologize,
it said, as it took a deep breath and straightened its tentacles. When it looked back at Lefty, the anger was gone, the jeweler looking older than before, its wrinkled face sagging in defeat.
I feel like perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. I didn't bring you here to insult you or your friend, it said, glaring briefly at Old Blue. The reason I asked you to come here is because I have an offer for you.
All right, said Lefty cautiously, as he crossed his hands in front of his chest. What's the offer?
I had a long talk with Titus earlier today, settling the debt you owe him. I know that you don't have anywhere to stay, or any equipment, or even a plan, said Bethulin.
We have a plan, said Lefty, obviously lying. Both Blue and Pluuthrchk rolled their eyes.
Well, I have a better plan,
Bethulin said, keeping calm despite Lefty's childishness.
As well as a spare room and all the resources you could possibly require.
Lefty uncrossed his arms.
I'm willing to support you as a patron, just as Titus had, except better in every conceivable way.
Wait, what? But why? Asked Lefty.
Because I love this country, this kingdom, and I want what's best for it,
Bethulin said, its eyes drifting up, staring into the distance.
Because whether I like it or not, you're closer to becoming king than anyone in the last 30 years.
Bethulin's voice seemed genuine and passionate for the first time since they had arrived.
All I ask in return is that you allow me to educate you. If there's even the slightest chance that you will become our new king, then you need to understand what it means to be a strong and noble ruler. I've spent my life studying them, the monarchs of Att's past. From great Cthulhu to Elelende to Scaevolas himself. I know better than anyone what it takes to create a stable and prosperous kingdom. And that's what I want!
Pluuthrchk turned back to Lefty, its eyes soft, begging for the boy to listen.
Please, Sir Lefty, allow me to help you. To not only become king, but to be the best king who has ever ruled over this great land.
Lefty stood there stoically, frowning in concentration, trying to keep calm and think clearly despite his rapidly beating heart. A few moments ago he had been prepared to march out angrily on the wealthy Thulin. Now he was being made the most exciting offer he could imagine. Not only was he very poor, but he loved to learn, so much so that others often found it annoying. And now, here was this person famous for being rich and knowledgeable, who was offering to both give him free stuff and teach him new things. In any other circumstance, he would have agreed immediately. Or rather, he would have urged Old Blue to agree on his behalf. But now he was the one in charge. He needed to make a decision. And not wanting to disappoint his friend with a poor showing of diplomacy, he felt like he had to haggle. "Magic bread," he said after a moment of silence, "and a bed for Old Blue," he added, giving the Kicken a little nod.
"What?"
said Pluuthrchk. "Throw in some magic bread and a bed for Old Blue, and you got yourself a deal," said Lefty, making his terms clearer. Pluuthrchk resisted the urge to roll its eyes again, only giving a little shudder as it said,
"Certainly. Whatever you want, Sir Lefty."
Then it put its hands together and bowed to the young man.
"Bow too if you agree. That's how Thulins shake hands,"
Old Blue whispered. Lefty put his hands together and bowed to the historian jeweler. Once he did, the old Thulin sighed in relief, its tense body finally relaxing. Looking back up, it smiled for the first time since it had entered the room.
"Excellent decision,"
it said. An hour later, the young human was shown to his new home. a room on the third floor of Pluuthrchk's mansion. Walking through the door, he was greeted with the fanciest bedroom he had ever seen. He marveled at the luxury, rubbing his hands over the first feather mattress he had ever encountered. He could not believe that something so soft actually existed. A few moments later, he passed out on that bed, his exhaustion from the previous night and the excitement of this day finally catching up with him. For the first time in weeks, he slept deeply and soundly, without a worry in the world. That night he would dream again, but unlike last time, there would be no one to wake him up early. Chapter 24. Sand. Lefty drifted all the way back to his little desert house before he realized something was wrong. He was sitting on the edge of his hammock, casually brushing sand from the bottom of his pant leg, when suddenly it struck him. The realization had taken longer than last time. His real-world desire to rest had followed him here, to the empty town he used to call home. He had almost forgotten about his goals. He had almost spent the entire night relaxing, simply enjoying the life he had built for himself. But that was not meant to be. It was the coarse feeling of sand on his hands that reminded him. It used to be so familiar. Back in Ashtab, not a day went by when he didn't have to brush it from his clothing or hair. But now he had spent so much time away from the desert that the sensation of sand felt strange and surreal to him. These days it was something he only felt when he was dreaming. He stood up at once, and as soon as he did, the ground quaked beneath his feet. There was a rumble, his home creaking and groaning as if it were about to fall apart. Calm. He had to remain calm, or else the dream would collapse. Perhaps it was a good thing he went to bed so utterly exhausted. Otherwise that jolt might have awakened him. Instead, he took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts, convincing himself that he really was back in Ashtab, while also keeping his real goal in the forefront of his mind. It was a tricky bit of mental gymnastics, but Lefty was becoming quite the gymnast. Once the world had calmed and his dream was in focus, he left his former home, walking briskly towards the shed which sat outside the consul's residence. It had been many months since that night on the road, when he had discovered the unopened door, and then been interrupted before he could reveal its mysteries. A lot had distracted him since then, but the allure of the door and the hope that it contained his workshop had lingered in the back of his mind. It teased him on those quiet nights at the goddam, when he lay awake in bed, too consumed by the day's excitement to sleep. And it gnawed at him while he was out practicing in the lake, his mind free to wander while his body went through the motions. All that time had passed, and yet the questions never left him alone, stalking him from a distance like some patient predator. Had he lost his only chance? Did he even have a chance to begin with? Perhaps the door contained nothing. Perhaps it was just a simple storage shed. If he knew for certain, he could accept it, but not knowing made his chest feel like an endless pit. He had to know. Lefty sped up, walking quickly across the empty town. He knew there could be no hesitation this time, no deep breath or moment of contemplation. He would find out what was behind those doors, and he would do it now. He began jogging as the shed came into view, then running. He dashed to the big double doors so quickly that he collided with them, his shoulder slamming against the sturdy wood with a loud thunk that echoed across the empty town. And then in the same motion, he grabbed a handle in each hand and bounced back, throwing open the doors in a single grand gesture. Sand was all that greeted him. The doorway was completely filled with sand. The grainy golden substance stretched from wall to wall, packed so densely that it formed a solid flat surface which stood unyielding as the doors opened. Lefty was breathless, and not just because he didn't need to breathe in his dreams. Finally, Here was something surreal, a sight worthy of being in a dream. He had heard that dreams were supposed to be fantastical, that they contained situations which didn't exist in the waking world. Up until now, he had never experienced that. His dreams had always been a flawless recreation of the life he knew, minus the people in it. Now he was really dreaming. He didn't know if this was connected to his workshop, or if it meant anything at all for that matter. But at that moment he didn't care. All that mattered was that he had found something new, something worth exploring, and his natural curiosity took over. Slowly he reached out and pushed his fingers into the wall in front of him. He found that the surface was unbelievably dense. It resembled wet sand, despite the fact that it looked and felt completely dry. He clenched his fingers, trying to dig as deep as he could, but was unable to get more than his fingertips inside. Withdrawing his hand, he pulled a small clump from the surface and looked at it, then tilted his head in curiosity. The thick particles grew light and powdery as they were removed from the wall, most of them drifting off like dust in the wind. The wall itself failed to react to the loss in any way, standing as sturdy as ever. Lefty stared for a moment at the weird sand crumbling between his fingers before opening his hand to let it drop to the ground. The dusty powder never made it there, seeming to disintegrate as it fell through the air, fading away like it had never existed at all. Looking back up at the wall, he reached forward with his other hand and clawed another clump of sand from it, discarding it to the ground just as he had with the first, except faster. This was followed by another handful, and then another, the young man alternating hands as he began to dig at the wall in front of him, speeding up with each swipe as he tested the limits of the unnatural substance, wondering if perhaps there was something hidden behind it. For several minutes all he did was claw at the sand wall, digging in determined silence until he carved a divot roughly the size of his torso from its surface, at which point he realized the utter futility of his efforts. The sand remained densely packed, no matter how much he removed. The portions near the top of the door defied gravity, completely disregarding the progress he had made below it. He still wanted to get through the sand, but digging with his hands was far, far too slow. He would need a shovel. He had run about halfway back to his house before he realized his shovel wouldn't be there. He came to a stop and turned. Off in the distance, he could just barely make out the hazy form of the Grungle Mountains. They were the only landmark visible from Ashtab, the only thing that broke up the flat monotony of the desert skyline. That's what he had headed towards, back when he left all those months ago, and he had brought his shovel with him. The memories walked through his mind like a friendly neighbor, showing up to remind him of what he had done. He had used his shovel to fight 3 chefs on the night he met Old Blue, and then the very next day he had tossed it off the side of a mountain, hurling it from the beast's lair at the top of the food tabernacle. That's where it would be. Everything else in the dream was just where he had left it in the waking world. And as he stood staring into the distance, he knew deep down that this would be no exception. If he wanted his trusty shovel back, he'd have to go to the Tabernacle and get it. So he decided not to use his own shovel. That would be way too long a journey to make, especially considering that literally everyone in town mined sand. Surely one of the abandoned houses nearby had a shovel he could take, and that would work just as fine. After all, there was nothing inherently special about his shovel. It was just a normal shovel. Besides, there was something eerie about the mountains. While his dreams hadn't yet created any people or creature, he got the feeling that he was being watched whenever he looked towards the food tabernacle. Something was up there, waiting for him. He could feel it staring at him, and the sensation was equal parts fear and guilt, as if he had stolen something from the mountain, and now it was glaring angrily in his direction, promising revenge if he ever returned. Lefty couldn't explain it, but he felt like he had a debt to pay, sins to account for. He had the creeping suspicion that if he ever returned there in his dreams, something he had avoided in real life would be waiting there for him. As if to answer his fear, a faint sound suddenly echoed in the distance. It was barely audible, but very distinctive. A deep, metallic, furious cluck. Nope. Lefty shuddered and then turned around, trying to ignore the mountains and their implications as he hurried back towards the sandy shed. Along the way, he barged into one of his former neighbors' houses and took a shovel. It would do just fine. When he returned to the shack, Lefty found, to both his amazement and annoyance, that the wall of sand had repaired itself in his absence. Once more it was smooth and flat, showing no sign that he had ever dug into it. He grimaced. It was worrying to know that his efforts might be undone so quickly. Not that he had made much progress, but still, he would need to move fast. Maybe the sand hid his workshop, maybe it didn't. But there was only one way to find out. Grabbing the shovel with both hands, he stepped up and began to mine sand. Even though it had been many months since Lefty had done this, the act of digging came back to him instantly. After all, he had been shoveling for most of his life, and he was actually very good at it. He hadn't realized he was good at it, but that was only because he never had any incentive to dig quickly. Now that a wall of sand was the only thing standing between him and something he wanted, Lefty shoveled with a zeal that was unmatched. Before long, he was standing in a tunnel, surrounded by stubborn walls of sand that continued to ignore gravity, regardless of how voraciously he dug. Had he been paying attention, Lefty might have realized that this tunnel was far longer than the shack itself. He should have exited the other side already, but he was far too busy to look back. He just kept swiping away at the sand in front of him, working with a single-minded determination, not realizing the utter strangeness of it all until his situation took another step into the surreal. He had been digging down at his feet for quite some time before he noticed something was wrong. Finally, the flurry of digging stopped, and he took stock of his situation. He was standing in a pit now, surrounded on all sides by towering walls of sand. He spun around in confusion, first one way and then the other, looking for the exit and finding none. He was certain he had been digging straight forward this whole time, carving out a horizontal tunnel, and yet here he was, standing at the bottom of a hole. It wasn't until he decided to look up that he realized what had happened. Above him, the tunnel he had dug stretched on for nearly 40 hands, now a straight vertical shaft that ended in a small rectangular opening. Though it was far away now, he could just barely make out the street he had been standing on and the building that lay across it, both of which were oriented at right angles to how he now stood. The sight staggered Lefty, the young man leaning against the wall for support as he was struck by a sudden sense of vertigo. For a few seconds he was intensely dizzy, his mind trying to make sense of where up and down was in relation to his body, before realizing it was useless. Shaking his head, he turned his eyes back to his feet, to the area he had to believe was the ground, and began shoveling even more furiously than before. He didn't know what was going on anymore. He had grown so invested in digging that he had forgotten he was dreaming and lost sight of his goal. All he knew was that he was in a deep hole and something was wrong. The supernatural sight had filled him with anxiety, and though the excitement of discovery may have been a good motivator before, fear proved to be an even better one. He dug like a trapped animal, consumed by the primal desire to simply get out. His strikes became frantic and furious, each one hoping to find something, but running into nothing but more sand. On and on it went, the pit growing deeper and deeper, until the light from above started to fade. By now the doorway had shrunk into a tiny distant speck, and the walls were barely visible. As the tunnel dimmed into darkness, Lefty began to dig even more erratically, his tunnel becoming narrower as he went down, the wall seeming to close in on him as he focused less on making a wide space, and more on digging for his life. The dream had become a nightmare. His rapidly beating heart pounded in his head. He couldn't see, he could barely breathe. All he could think about was digging. Just keep going deeper. It's the only way out, the only way to escape. Dig, dig, dig! And then all at once, the floor gave way. Lefty's shovel traveled completely through the sand he was standing on, and the inertia sent him face first into the abyss. As the floor crumbled beneath his feet, a bright light filled his vision. He was blinded and falling, tumbling through the open air for what seemed like far too long. And then suddenly he hit the ground, landing flat on his back in a surprisingly soft pile of sand. For a moment he simply lay there, dazed and confused, but happy to be free, smiling as he stared up into the blue sky once more. He was so happy that he didn't even notice how empty it was. Not only were there no clouds, but there was no sign of the tunnel he had just fallen out of. Perhaps that strangeness would have struck him eventually, but when he did finally sit up and look at his surroundings, all that digging he had done was pushed into the back of his mind. His mouth hung open as he took in the strange sight around him. He was outside, the familiar heat of the desert sun beating down on him. Except it wasn't the desert he knew. There were no dunes, no rolling hills or landmarks of any kind. There was only an ocean of sand, perfectly flat and stretching to the horizon in every direction. Stranger still was the sand itself. It was almost indescribable. It was a stark, blinding white, except it didn't hurt your eyes to look at it. Probably because it was also a dark bluish green, and a soft shade of violet, and a bright blood red, but still very white at the same time. Like I said, it was hard to describe. It was clearly sand, though. It felt like sand, moved like sand, it even smelled like sand. But it was strangely consistent. Every particle was exactly the same, uniform specks of some clear prismatic gem, which refracted the perfect white light into every other visible color at once. After staring for a while, Lefty managed to tear his eyes away from the sand and stand up. At least the sky was normal. It was blue and cloudless, with a bright yellow sun that beat down from above him. It was only then that he realized there was no sign of the tunnel he had fallen through, nor the strange dusty sand it was made of. Even the shovel he had brought with him was gone, lost somewhere in the transition between places. The young man took a deep breath. He didn't know where he was, but the terror of the previous moments had passed, so he began to explore. For a long while he wandered around aimlessly, traveling first in one direction and then another. He ran for a bit, and then tried walking backwards, before realizing that direction and movement were pointless in this place. No matter where he went, things looked exactly the same. Even the footsteps he left in the sand disappeared as soon as he stopped looking at them. There was no point of reference, no way for him to tell where he had been or how far he had traveled. Despite walking for what seemed like a long time, he felt like he was standing in exactly the same spot he had landed. Exhausted, Lefty plopped down onto the soft ground, sitting in the sand without any idea of what to do. The fear and wonder from earlier had both long since faded, and in their absence he felt only boredom. It was just like before, when he was living in Ashtab. Another day stuck out in the desert with nothing to do, except this time he could not even return to his comfortable bed. There was nothing for him here. Nothing but the endless sand. And so, with nothing else to do, He returned to his old hobby from back in those days. Reaching over with his index finger, he drew a little circle in the sand, making the line slowly and patiently, ensuring that it connected back where it began. This little act made Lefty smirk, satisfied that he had control over something in this world, even if it was just the lines in the sand. He looked back out into the horizon, watching the strange stuff shimmer in multicolored whiteness for a second, before turning back to his drawing. He had intended to draw a triangle around the circle, and then maybe a square around that, but adding to his drawing was impossible now. Sitting there, where his circle had been, was an equally sized disc made of sand, just floating half a digit off the ground. For a few seconds he simply stared and blinked at the flat disc. Then he tilted his head around to analyze it, careful not to touch the thing. It was about as thick as his fingertip, as if his drawing had risen out of the sand and formed a three-dimensional representation of itself. He reached down tentatively and plucked it from the air with no resistance. The surface of the disc was smooth and solid, no longer having the grainy texture of sand. Lefty brought his other hand up and tried to dig his finger into its center, but found that he couldn't. It wasn't like the sand in the tunnel. This thing was solid. And then it all came back to him. The tunnel, the shack outside the consul's residence, his empty town. He was dreaming. His eyes grew wide as he held the sand disk in his hand and rose to his feet in excitement. He tried to say something out loud to express his joy, but no words would come, just a jumble of incoherent happy noises. He knew where he was now, and what the disc in his hand meant. He tried to recall the information from his books, to remember what he was supposed to do next, but as he did, the sun began to glow brighter. The light reflected off the sand around him, and soon the whole world was glowing brightly. He realized that he had gotten too excited again, that the dream was ending, and so he clutched the disc tightly to his chest, trying to keep it in his thoughts, trying to remember the shape in his mind, trying to hold on as the sun grew blindingly bright and the desert of his dreams bloomed into a pure, intense whiteness. He closed his eyes to block out the light, and when he opened them once more, he was awake, lying in the feather bed that Pluuthrchk had provided him the night before. It was morning, and the beams of bright sunlight were landing on his face from the open window. Groggy, he stared up at the unfamiliar ceiling above him, trying to remember all that had transpired in his dream, wanting to live the moment again even as his mind transformed that moment into a hazy memory. He brought a hand to his face, rubbing his cheek to confirm that he was indeed awake as the sleep slowly faded from his body. Finally, he sat up in bed. It was only then that he looked down at his other hand. It was clenched tightly closed, just as it had been in his dream. Slowly he opened his fist, and as he did, a partially crushed disc made of whitish sand fell onto his sheets.